please, I've just come back to my flat and the door was locked, so I crawled through the window and my flatmate's covered in blood in the bathroom. Oh my God, she's dead.
Viewer discretion is advised for this educational documentary. Alice Ruggles, who was born on Christmas Eve in 1991, was the second youngest of 4 children born to Clive Ruggles and Sue Hills. She enjoyed a close-knit relationship with her siblings as they grew up in Leicestershire, England, in the quiet village of Ter Langton. By all accounts, Alice had a pretty idyllic childhood. It was filled with unconditional love from parents and a loving, fun-filled relationship with her siblings. With her quick wit, empathetic nature, as well as her outgoing personality, Alice made friends quickly. Her beautiful smile and joyful personality drew people in towards her. She was comfortable with being in the limelight since she was a natural entertainer. Alice was a young woman who enjoyed performing in school concerts. She had many interests and hobbies, and one of her favourites was fencing. This is a hobby she began doing at 11 years old. Her love of fencing led to spending time on a national fencing circuit, and this even influenced which university she selected at age 18. She attended uni in Northumbria, becoming captain of the fencing club. After graduation, Alice had no trouble finding a job that she loved, and her future really was looking bright. She moved into a flat on Rawling Road in Gateshead. It was a cosy home that she shared with a co-worker. Gateshead is an area known for its cultural diversity. It was an ideal place for a young, vibrant woman like Alice to be. With her natural beauty, sense of humour and friendliness, Alice was bound to attract a fair share of suitors. In October of 2015, Alice entered into a relationship with a man named Treman or Harry Dillon. Dillon was a soldier based at Penicuik, south of Edinburgh. This was about 120 miles away from where Alice lived. The two enjoyed their first weeks together in an online relationship. This was because, at that point, Dillon was in Afghanistan for the military. In January of 2016, Alice and Dillon met in person for the first time after their whirlwind online romance began. Dillon was able to make the trip because he was on a short period of leave, and he then returned to the UK permanently in April of 2016. Shortly thereafter, Alice's friends began to notice changes in her behaviour. Alice lost weight and was no longer happy and outgoing. She became withdrawn and kept to herself. This was a stark contrast to her normal habits of socialising with others. Her family became concerned about how unhappy she appeared, and even her work performance was beginning to suffer. Alice's world had changed because of Dillon's criticism of every aspect of her life. This included her appearance and her friends and family. He demanded that she focus all of her attention on him. Alice's friends and family became concerned with how Dillon contacted her so frequently, and they could now see that he seemed to be in control of her every move. The relationship between the couple had a lot of ups and downs. Some days everything seemed great between the two of them, while other days were filled with problems and arguments. As their relationship continued, Dillon often demanded to know what Alice was wearing. He wanted to know where she was going, and which people she would be seeing and when. If she didn't respond to his messages quickly enough for his liking, he would start contacting her friends and family, urging them to ask her to respond to him. Occasionally, Dillon would drive almost 2 hours from his barracks just to show up unannounced at whatever place he knew Alice would be at. During this time when Alice had become even more withdrawn, and as her friends were more and more worried about her, a woman reached out to Alice to tell her that Dillon was on a dating website, and that he was pursuing other women romantically. As proof, this woman sent Alice screenshots of the messages that Dillon had been sending to her. Alice quickly broke off her relationship with Dillon when she heard of this infidelity. This, to all intents and purposes, was the perfect out. Dylan, however, denied he was talking to other women. He even tried to make Alice feel guilty for not believing him. Despite his apparent relationships with other women, Dylan was not prepared to let Alice go. With his control of Alice slipping away from him, he attempted to win her back. For weeks, he sent Alice a barrage of texts and emails. He called her relentlessly, and he even continued to speak with her friends and family. He sometimes sent her more than 100 messages a day. Occasionally, he was sobbing uncontrollably throughout the voice messages that he sent to her.
Alice, please. Please, I can't do it. Alice, please call me back. Please. I just want to speak to you. There's nothing else. I don't even know if you're getting these voice messages, but please can you call me back? Thank you.
The tone of his messages often changed quickly. Some were contrite and begging, while others were hostile and menacing. The intent, however, was always the same. Dylan wanted Alice back. No matter how many times he tried to contact her, Alice expressed no interest in rekindling her relationship with her ex-boyfriend. In the beginning, she tried to politely let him know that she had moved on. But after the messages escalated, Alice began ignoring Dylan's calls and texts. His obsession with Alice continued, however. He hacked into her social media accounts. This was so that he could keep track of where she was and who she might be talking with at any given moment. When Dylan learned that Alice had started a new relationship with another man, he tried to sabotage it by contacting her new love interest and lying about her. It's unknown if these lies worked. The stalking continued, however, and on September the 30th of 2016, Dylan went to Alice's home, ringing the doorbell numerous times. When she looked through the peephole and saw him standing there, she decided not to answer. Eventually, though, he went to the back garden of Alice's ground floor flat. He then began knocking on the back window. After opening the curtain, she saw Dylan walking away. He had left behind chocolates and flowers, especially for her. While he made the trip home, he left another message for her. In this message, he said,
After we spoke and you didn't want to speak, well, you didn't want to call me again, so that's why I decided to come down. Give you flowers and chocolates. Now I'm on my way back. If you want to take it, you can take it. If you want to bin it, you can bin it. It's completely up to you. I just wanted to do something just to say I'm sorry and show that I really am sorry. And yeah, that's the least I could have done. But I know you're not going to come out in front of me and speak to me, so that's why I left it there. If you ever want to speak to me, it'll be good. If you don't, there's nothing I can do. Anyways, sorry for waking you up. Hope you have a good night's sleep. Bye.
That scary message prompted Alice to reach out to Northumbria Police.
Good evening, Northumbria Police. Chris, I can help you.
Hi there. I just need a bit of advice, really, more than anything. So I split up with my boyfriend about 3 months ago. Since then, I know that he's hacked into my Facebook and also my phone. He's been sending me a lot of messages, even though I've asked him not to contact me. And basically, like, just messaging my friends and things. And then tonight, he's, well, I had a knock at my door. And, well, he'd sent me a message saying, I've been in your garden since 5. I had a knock at my door. And then when I went and looked, I've got like a little, you know, the thing that you can look through, and there was no one there. And then it happened again 2 or 3 times. And then he's come round the back, knocked on my bedroom window at the back of my flat, ground floor flat. He's been outside and he's like left some flowers and chocolates on the like outside windowsill, and like he walked off. He's not done anything, but I'm concerned. I've been putting off, like my friends have been telling me to call the police. I've been putting it off, but I just feel a bit like shaken up tonight. So
well, it can be classed as harassment.
Yeah.
Which is a crime.
Yeah.
If you know any contact from him, there's a number of things you can do.
Yeah.
You could go to a solicitor and take out an injunction.
Yeah.
keep them away from you,
Yeah.
or report it directly to the police now, and we can issue them with a PIN notice, which means if he ever comes near you again or contacts again, he'll be arrested.
Okay.
So which would you prefer?
Can I try that option, please?
Yeah, of course you can. And your name, please?
Oh, sorry. It's Alice.
What's he called?
Well, his name's Harry Dillon, but he's got like a Sikh name, which is Truman. He lives in Edinburgh.
He lives in Edinburgh.
Yeah. So he's like driven down.
So he's constantly contacting you by phone or text or?
Yeah. Well, I've blocked his number. We've got 2 phones. I've blocked both numbers. So he's been sending me Gmail messages. I haven't blocked him off Gmail because I don't want him to start emailing my work email. Then he's also made a fake Snapchat account to try and contact me on.
We'll need to get the Edinburgh police to go and serve him with a PIN notice.
Okay.
But, well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to see if we can make an appointment to come and see you.
Yeah.
In the morning.
Yeah.
We'll get the details.
Thank you.
Alice seemed almost embarrassed to contact the police about the behaviour of an ex-boyfriend. While a police information notice may sound intimidating, it carries essentially no consequences if broken. They are handed out to people who police believe may have done something wrong, but something that they can't be arrested for, such as allegations of harassment. But the fact that Dillon would be told by the police to stop contacting her did give Alice a sense of comfort. She believed her ordeal might finally be ending, and now she could finally get on with her new life without her ex-boyfriend pursuing her. Dillon, who was still living at the military barracks near Edinburgh, was contacted on October the 3rd by the police about the police information notice. However, he wasn't arrested nor was he detained. While the police did speak with Dillon's superior, they did not contact the police in Scotland or the military police. Several people who knew Dillon and had heard about the police information notice told him to stop all contact with Alice. But instead of listening to that advice given by his colleagues, within days, Dillon sent Alice a package containing a letter and other items that reminded him of her. In the letter, Dillon said he would no longer be in Alice's life. It turns out the police information notice hadn't seemed to discourage Dillon from contacting Alice. Instead, it appeared to have made him angry. When Alice received the letter, some of her loved ones urged her to contact the police again, to tell them that the contact and harassment hadn't stopped. So Alice contacted the police for a second time.
Sorry, good evening, Northumbria Police. Jeff speaking. How can I help?
Hi there. I've been in touch with the police. Somebody's been issued with a PIN so that they can't contact me. However, I've had a letter off them.
So you're reporting like the breach of the PIN?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who was it from?
Harry Dillon.
What was the content of the letter? Was he...
So pictures of me and him, because he's my ex-boyfriend, so like a notebook that I'd sent him when we were together and a letter.
Okay, what was the nature of it? Was it like threatening or was it harassing? Or...
No, not threatening. It's just saying that he knows I called the police on him and he's had everything confiscated and all he has to himself is a pen and paper and an iPod, and explaining why he came down last Friday. And then it says at the bottom he won't contact me, this will be the last I hear from him, but he's said that a lot of times and he never does seem to stop.
So do you want to call back to discuss this?
Yeah, what's usually what happens with it?
Okay, well, I'll let them know you want someone to contact you back, just to discuss what can be done. Okay.
Will it be the police officer that's been dealing with my case?
I can't guarantee who it'll be. I'll let them know you've got your PIN notice there, so it's going into a breach of it.
Okay.
Is there best time to phone you back?
Any time really will be fine.
The police call handler asked Alice to determine whether she wanted the police to arrest Dylan. This was instead of automatically arresting him for contacting her again, even after he had disregarded the instructions of the police information notice. Trying to be a nice person and not wanting to ruin Dylan's career, Alice said that she didn't want to have him arrested. She later made a comment to a loved one that she was palmed off by the authorities. Alice was frightened and convinced that Dylan would continue to stalk her. She thought there was nothing anyone could do to prevent it. To try and protect herself, Alice began taking precautions. She would have a work colleague drive her home every day, and then she would lock her door as soon as she entered her flat. On October 12, 2016, Dylan made the long drive to Alice's flat and parked near it, sitting there. He was simply biding his time until she returned. As he sat, he sent messages to another woman he was trying to meet up with later that same night. After Alice had returned, Dylan entered her flat by breaking into her rear window at around 6 p.m. He grabbed a sharp implement from her kitchen and cornered Alice in the bathroom. Alice fought valiantly for her life against this trained soldier. But ultimately, Dylan used the sharp implement against Alice, and there in her own flat, she drew her final breath. An amazing and promising life cut short in an instant. Dylan fled from the scene, and Alice was found deceased a short time later by her flatmate, Maxine. Maxine immediately contacted the Northumbria police to tell them what had happened to Alice. This is part of that real call.
Please, I've just come back to my flat and the door was locked, so I crawled through the window and my flatmate's covered in blood in the bathroom.
Is she breathing?
I don't know, I can't look, I'm sorry.
Okay, try and stay calm.
Alice! 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 Oh my God, she's dead.
And yet the door was open?
No, it wasn't open, it was locked, and I've crawled through my window that was open in the back door, and she's lying covered in blood. She's blue.
Can you have a look and see if she's breathing for the ambulance?
She's not.
She's not breathing?
No, she looks, no.
Where's the blood from?
It's everywhere, I don't know, her leg looks broken, everything.
Say that again, sorry.
Her leg looks broken, everything, I don't know. Alice,
how much blood is there?
There's lots, it's everywhere. It looks like she was in the shower, everything's been knocked over, it looks like she's been attacked. Please help.
Things have been tipped over in the bathroom?
Yes, and everything looks a mess, like she's not breathing, she's actually blue, please. I knew this was coming, I'd X is an absolute psychopath.
Say that again, sorry.
She's put in a complaint in about her ex, and she phoned 101 at the weekend to report that he's trying to get in contact, and he says we're going to do nothing, now this has happened.
Right, who tried to contact her at the weekend?
No, she's contacted 101 because she put in a statement about him 2 weeks ago. And
about who?
Her ex-boyfriend, Harry Dillon.
Right, so she been having problems with her ex?
Yes.
So do you think that's what it is?
Yeah, I can hear the police are coming.
Yeah, they're saying they're at scene. I'll wait with you until they're actually with you.
Thanks to Alice's prior calls to the police about Dylan's troubling behaviour and the additional information that was supplied by flatmate Maxine, the police quickly zoomed in on Dylan as a main person of interest. The police began searching for him right away. They found him just a few hours later after the attack. When he was located, he was trying to leave his barracks by scaling a wall. This was even though he claimed to know nothing of Alice's passings when he was found. The investigation into the incident, however, told a very different story to his. A medical examination revealed Alice's body had many bruises, as well as wounds located on her hands. These were determined to be from her trying to defend herself, bravely fighting for her life. In addition, forensic evidence tied Dylan to the scene. Alice's blood was found on the steering wheel of his car and on his bracelet. Dylan's story quickly changed when he realised there was a lot of evidence against him, evidence that linked him to the scene, and evidence that he had repeatedly threatened Alice. Even with the evidence mounting against him, Dylan was still determined to dodge any blame for the crime during his trial.
Alice Ruggles was found at her home address in Gateshead and she'd been murdered. Okay. Did you murder Alice?
No, I did not murder Alice.
Do you have any knowledge of this?
No, I don't have any knowledge of this.
Were you present when this murder occurred?
No, I wasn't.
I've been told exactly what happened to her. And how you cut her throat.
No comment.
Are you looking back? Are you? Do you remember what happened?
No comment.
Do you remember what you did? Do you remember how bad it was? Do you remember the blood spraying? I'm being told that you suffered. She must have known what was happening. Because she didn't die straight away.
You've got 4 tiny little scratches on your face. Her throat is slit open through the voice box.
Sat at you for 2 days, showing no remorse whatsoever.
You said you loved her. You didn't love her. You thought if you can't have her, no one else can have her. That's exactly what you thought, because she doesn't want you. Is that the truth?
No comment.
Why are you no commenting now? Because you're guilty. How can you do that to someone you love? Because you're jealous, possessive, controlling, stalker, murderer.
He concocted an unlikely scenario to avoid spending any time in prison. He said that she threatened him with a sharp implement, and she was therefore accidentally cut by it when they were arguing. But the forensic evidence did not support Dylan's versions of the events, especially when it was factored in that he was much taller and heavier than she was. It was also determined that Alice had 24 injuries on her body. Further evidence showed Dylan's footmark on the bathroom door. This was an indication that he had fought his way into the bathroom where Alice was hiding from him. In his court trial, Dylan did not display any emotion about Alice's passing. Other evidence came to light which cast doubt on Dylan's tale. It came out during the trial that he had driven to Alice's house on October the 10th, and whilst there he had taken a picture of the bathroom window at the back of her flat. That showed the jury that he had ill intent towards Alice, and that he had planned his actions ahead of time. The jury also learned that Alice wasn't the first person that Dylan had stalked and verbally harassed. Before he began dating Alice, he dated a woman named Nico Nemeth. When she broke things off with him, he tracked her down. He spat at her and called her degrading names. The police were subsequently notified, and Dylan received a restraining order. This required him to stay away from Nemeth for 1 year. Unfortunately, Alice had known nothing about Dylan's inability to move on. His romantic relationships ended, but he refused to accept it. Alice didn't know that Dylan had handled rejection so badly in the past that another woman was forced to protect herself against him. In the end, the jury didn't believe Dylan's story about Alice allegedly attacking him. Although the guilty verdict was a big relief to Alice's parents and other family members, they realised that there were other women who were dealing with situations like Alice had. Looking back to their first meeting with Dylan, her parents said that they saw nothing in his behaviour that would have suggested he would later become violent towards their daughter. They also understood that their daughter may have survived if police officers did more to help women who are being stalked. While they couldn't bring Alice back, they hoped they could implement changes that could someday save other young women. Working with the police, they helped develop a protocol for processing stalking and harassment allegations. Alice's parents started a trust in which they could teach others about the threat of stalking and help other women who may be in danger. Dylan was found guilty and he was sentenced to a minimum of 22 years in prison. This is the true story of Libby Squire, a kind and determined young woman, someone that had fought hard to build a new life for herself and was finally settling into truly being her. But after a night out that never even got started, a plethora of witnesses and CCTV, how exactly did Libby simply vanish? Libby Squire was born on the 1st of January 1998. She grew up in a small village in Buckinghamshire in England. She was a doting big sister to her brother and 2 sisters, and she was very close to her mother Lisa and father Russell. The small town girl was wickedly funny, witty, and known for her kind nature. She had always been intelligent and pushed herself hard to do well in school, but she also held herself to an impossibly high standard. Her mental health soon started to suffer, and before she knew what was happening, she was battling an eating disorder, and then her grades started slipping too. However, she continued to push through and persevere to get her A-levels. She then took a gap year and went travelling in Paris. By the time she got back, she was more than ready to move into the next phase of her life, university. Her mother Lisa was worried about her daughter being so far away. She did not want her mental health to start suffering again, but Libby knew she was ready for a fresh start at the University of Hull. She was going to study philosophy and was in a great place. Libby was ready for her real life to begin. On January 31st, 2019, Libby, now 21, and her friends were getting ready to paint the town red. They were halfway through their second year at university, and they were celebrating their results from their Christmas assessments. At around 8:30 p.m, Libby left her student accommodation on Wellesley Avenue. She headed with a large group of friends to another student house nearby. A lot of students in the area were going out, and the plan was to pre-drink, play some games, catch up, and then head to the Welly. The Welly was the go-to spot for students in Hull, and this night was no different. At around 10 p.m, she sent her boyfriend Connor a text message. She said goodnight as they were heading out, and she was leaving her phone at home. By this point, the pre-drinks were flowing and everyone was in high spirits. The group reached the Welly at around 11:20 p.m, but not everyone made it inside. Libby was drunk. She was actually so drunk that she was struggling to walk, talk, or stand. The security team on the door turned her away, saying she had already had too much to drink. 10 minutes later, her friends put her into a taxi, gave the driver money, and told him to take her back home. They watched as a taxi drove off, knowing their friend was much safer calling it a night before she put herself in danger. Little did they know that this was only the start of Libby Squire's night. Just before 3 a.m, Libby's friends were winding down for the night. After making it home, one of them sent a text message to Libby's housemate to see how she was. They expected to hear that she was hugging the toilet or passed out in bed, but to their alarm, they said Libby had not come home. They hadn't seen or heard from her since she left in a taxi that night. Was she not with you? The housemate asked. Panic started to set in as Libby's friends started to phone around. No one had heard from her. Panic turned to terror when they found her house keys in the garden. Not only was Libby very drunk, it was also bitterly cold outside and snow was covering parts of the road. They knew this just wasn't safe. The police were called and were concerned. They launched an investigation immediately. With Libby's history of mental health issues, they wondered whether this was a cry for help. Her friends and family knew they had to consider every possibility, but this one was highly unlikely. She had been in the best of spirits, she loved her housemates, and had just received great marks and feedback from her exams over Christmas. Within just a few hours, the media was running with the story. Libby was pushed to the forefront of everybody's minds. The police were able to quickly track down the taxi driver that took her home. The driver claimed that he had dropped her at Wellesley Avenue, and when he glanced back, he saw her walking towards her front door. We know now that Libby never went inside, and fortunately CCTV covered the streets. It wasn't hard to track her movements after getting out of the taxi. She was just a stone's throw from her front door. Cameras showed Libby walking along the roadside at 11:37 p.m. She was visibly intoxicated. By 11:40 p.m, she was lying in the snow. Two passers-by stopped to try and help her. They were concerned about the crying young woman laying on the ground. They described her as agitated, incoherent, and when she snapped at the pair that she didn't want any help, they felt that there was nothing that they could do. A group of students then saw her outside their house. They invited her in to check that she was okay, but she instead carried on walking, seemingly aimlessly. And authorities said that given how cold it was early that morning, she could well have been suffering from the early side effects of hypothermia. Libby's best friend Lauren said, "When people go out and they drink, sometimes you lose your phone, or you can't get home quite as easily. But she's always made sure that she's found a phone, or anyone she can contact to make sure someone knows that she's safe, regardless of what had happened." So to not hear anything from her at all is completely not like her. However, Libby was then spotted on CCTV 45 minutes later at the junction with Hayworth Street. A male driver reportedly saw her sitting on a bench and got out to ask if she was okay. She said she was, and he drove away. What happened next remained a mystery. In the days following Libby's disappearance, police said that they were still treating it as a missing persons inquiry. Behind the scenes, detectives began looking at it as an abduction. Police asked residents to check their gardens, sheds and outbuildings. This was just in case she may have taken shelter there. Door-to-door inquiries were being carried out and bins and drains were being searched. On the road where Libby lived, the search effort was just as thorough. Police officers were hoping to find even the smallest clue to piece together her last known movements. Just as they were beginning to lose hope, police received their first big tip. A resident that lived near Oak Road playing fields said he heard a woman screaming at around midnight. He said that the noise he heard was coming from around the wooded area. It was so loud that it woke him up, and he knew the time was exact because he had checked his phone. He looked out of his window to see a man hurrying towards a car. Using this time frame, police went back and searched through the cameras again, but this time working in reverse order. This narrowed down the search. On the footage, they noticed a silver Vauxhall Astra had been circulating the area for hours before Libby was last seen. It was just driving around and around, seemingly aimless. But just before midnight, this car was seen pulling in at the end of the road, close to where Libby was walking. A person stepped out and crossed the road quickly to follow her. The person then crossed back over and started walking along the other side of the road. It appeared that whoever it was had crossed the road to see who, if anyone, Libby was walking with and gauge what the situation was. They stopped for a minute before crossing back over the road and talking to Libby. 5 minutes passed when the pair were seen walking together, but now in the opposite direction that Libby had been heading in. Libby was on the pavement and the driver was sitting in the car. Authorities saw a few more headlights come and go, but they believed whoever the driver was waiting for the coast to be clear before continuing on. At 12:08 AM, Libby got inside of whoever's vehicle it was and the car drove off. Her watch was later found in that exact area. The police theorised that there was likely a point where either the driver physically tried to coax her in, or maybe even grabbed her arm to pull her into the car. They now had a description of the car, and going off of what the resident had said, a time frame and a potential location for where the car had ended up with Libby. Sure enough, the car was tracked as it pulled into the Oak Road's playing fields. 10 minutes passed, and this was around the time the residents heard the screams. The car lights then came back on, and the car exited the fields and headed back out onto the streets. Two women then also came forward with a separate complaint. A complaint that would ultimately turn into a huge lead. They reported that at around 3 AM, a man had stepped out in front of them on the streets and then started intimately touching himself. They were horrified, but he didn't seem bothered at all, relishing just how uncomfortable he had made them. Using this time, location and description, they found the man in question. Everything matched up and it was the same man in the same car. They now had a clear image of their person of interest. Following his movements in the hours before and days afterwards, they got a hit on the car's number plate. On February the 6th, the police arrested a 24-year-old man in connection with Libby's disappearance. The man was a married father of two. His name, Pavel Relevich. He worked as a butcher and moved to the UK from Poland as a teenager. Neighbours described Pavel as a hard-working man who enjoyed the gym, baking and long walks with his young family. He was always friendly, polite and smiling. However, little did anyone know that Pavel would soon rack up a string of crimes. The police had caught a very dangerous individual. Along with being arrested for the suspicion of Libby's abduction, he was also arrested for several offences. Pavel lived close to where Libby was last seen, and to the fields where the screams had come from. After taking a sample of his DNA, it turned out that he was linked to several other crimes, going back almost 2 years. For a long time, Pavel had been breaking into people's homes, peering through windows and following women on the streets. Although fingerprints were often lifted and DNA samples were taken from the houses, Pavel had no criminal record and a match to him was never made. But now they had their man. The police conducted a thorough search of his house and vehicle. Whilst his house turned up nothing, inside his vehicle was a different story. There was dirty underwear, adult toys, used prophylactics, photographs of women clearly taken without their permission, along with various other items that had been stolen from houses. When he was asked about Libby, he denied ever seeing her in his life. But when a CCTV was shown to him, he changed his story, saying he had picked her up that night to help her, calling himself a good Samaritan and offering to take her home. He said he drove her to Oak Fields and then drove off. This wasn't an admission of a crime, but it was enough to place him at the scene. But unfortunately, this still wasn't enough to charge him. The case had come to a standstill. 7 weeks after Libby had gone missing, a fisherman in the Humber estuary found a badly decomposing body floating on the water. Around the neck was a little necklace with the letter L on it. It was Libby. Her condition was so bad that it was not possible to determine the cause of death. It was unconfirmed whether she was already dead when she went into the water or not. The pathologist said that she could have died from asphyxiation or drowning, but they could not be certain. Testing confirmed that Libby had also been violated before being killed. Everyone was devastated. Mother Lisa was even more upset when she found out where Libby had been found. Libby had a huge fear of water and wasn't a strong swimmer. Wondering whether she was alive or not when she went into the river only added to the heartbreak. Police continued to build their case against Pavel. They searched through thousands of hours of footage to solidify his movements on the night that Libby got into his car. CCTV had shown him driving back out to the same location at around 2:30 AM in the morning, just 2 hours after he was initially there with Libby. He stayed for a few minutes before heading back into town, which is where he exposed himself to the women on the streets. This was the final piece that they needed. He would have had no reason to go back there unless he was concealing things and covering up evidence. More tests also came back after months of waiting. They showed that Pavel's DNA was on and inside Libby's body. He then changed his story, saying that Libby had essentially thrown herself at him, and the pair had had consensual relations in the field before he left her there. But it was clear that this was not the truth. Detectives finally had enough to charge him. In October 2019, Pavel Relevich was charged with the assault and murder of Libby Squire. As he was read the charges in the police car via a translator, he started to laugh, appearing completely unfazed.
I must say that you are under arrest for the murder and rape of Libby Squire in Hull on Friday the 1st of February 2019.
Muszę pana poinformować, że zostaje pan oskarżony w tej chwili za zabójstwo i zgwałcenie Libby Squire dnia 1 lutego 2019 roku w Hull. It's impossible.
To jest niemożliwe. Ja nic nie zrobiłem, to jest 100%.
What I mean is, I haven't done anything. This is
Nigdy bym nie zabił
100%
człowieka.
sure. I would have never killed a human being.
He pleaded not guilty, maintaining his story of a casual, consensual hookup. After delays due to the pandemic, the trial finally began in January of 2021. The prosecution put forward a damning case. They argued that Pavel was a highly dangerous predator, someone whose crimes had escalated to the point where he was willing to do anything to fulfill his perversions. They claimed that he saw women as objects and got a thrill out of frightening them. According to the prosecution, from the second he saw Libby that night, alone, cold, upset and vulnerable, she simply became his target, his prey. They argued that he knew instantly what he was going to do the second she got into his car. They said that if it wasn't Libby, it would have been someone else, sober or intoxicated on that day or another. However, the defense was focused on the less than 10-minute window that he would have had to commit the crime. They argued that his car pulled into the fields at 12:11, and the screams were heard at 12:14, and then he was back out and driving by 12:20. It left a less than 10-minute window for all of this to happen, but the jury felt that this was more than enough time. After deliberating for 5 days, the jury found Pavel guilty on both counts of murder and the assault. He was jailed for life with a minimum term of 27 years. Upon sentencing him, the judge said that Libby did not stand a chance that night. They said that Pavel may never be released, and if he is, he will be monitored for the rest of his days. Bobby Ann McLeod lived with her parents Donna and Adrian, along with brother Lee in Liam. Liam's a lively coastal town located in the southwest of England. She was a friendly and well-liked teenager, someone that loved music. Her AirPods were often in her ears. She enjoyed Pink Floyd, Nirvana, Green Day, Queen and AC/DC. She was rarely seen without her phone in her hands. She was almost always with her friends or her boyfriend, Louis. Anyone that knew the pair said that they were head over heels in love and would be together forever. And at 18 years old, they still had forever ahead of them. On November the 20th, 2021, it was a normal day in Liam. Bobby Ann, now 18 years old, was planning on meeting Louis as well as their mutual friends in Plymouth. At around 5:45 p.m, Bobby Ann left her house. She then headed to the nearest bus stop. This stop was on Bampton Road. It was just a few minutes walk from her house. This was a walk she'd probably done hundreds if not thousands of times before. As she left, she told her father that she loved him. She said to him that she was going into town. It only took Bobby Ann a few minutes to get to the bus stop. After all, she knew this route like the back of her hand. 90 minutes or so after Bobby Ann had left the house, her mother Donna sent a text message to her. She asked if she was okay and if she had gotten to where she had planned to go. We can call this mother's intuition. Without an answer, a worried Donna tried to call her daughter, but Bobby Ann wasn't answering her phone either. It was another hour or so before Bobby Ann's boyfriend called her parents and asked if their daughter was home. Bobby Ann hadn't shown up for their date, and all of his calls were going straight to voicemail. He just wanted to check if everything was okay at home. But, as we know, it wasn't. Bobby Ann's parents' mounting worry now left them fraught with panic. After calling all of Bobby Ann's known friends and realizing that no one knew where she might be, they began to realize that something bad might have happened to her. They immediately phoned the police to report her missing. On November the 21st, police and volunteers were canvassing the area. They were looking for any sign of where she could have gone. Leaflets depicting Bobby Ann were distributed throughout the city. Her disappearance was reported both on social and traditional media. Her brother Lee wrote on his Facebook page, "I'm begging every single person in Plymouth to help me search everywhere. Searching for everything, please, please people. If you hear anything or see anything, tell me." Knowing that Bobby Ann was supposed to take a bus into town, police then got in touch with the bus service. Bobby Ann never boarded a bus that evening. However, officers did learn from a local resident that he had driven by the bus stop the previous evening and that he had seen Bobby Ann stood there. This was at around 6:15 p.m. So Bobby Ann definitely did make it to the bus stop. So what stopped her from actually getting on the bus? The evidence that she was indeed at the bus stop was soon corroborated. They found her AirPods in the walkway behind the bus stop. This area was now cordoned off. Police officers combed the vicinity for any possible evidence. The police also appealed to anyone who had any information useful to the investigation to come forward. A large number of officers were involved in this search. They did all they could to find Bobby Ann and bring her home safely as quickly as possible. Investigators attempted to trace the location of her cell phone. This search revealed that her device was in the city limits, but they could not find out exactly where. All calls to Bobby Ann's number were forwarded to voicemail, and that very same day the phone was handed in to the police. It was given to the police by the driver of the bus that was on the route, where the bus stop that Bobby Ann disappeared from was located. As it turned out, a local resident came to the same bus stop at 7:15 p.m. the previous evening. There he found the phone and an AirPods case. Then at 7:23 p.m. a bus arrived. The man then handed over the items to the bus driver, assuming that the owner would soon come looking for them. When the bus driver saw the next day that Bobby Ann was missing and that she was last seen standing at that bus stop, he contacted the police to hand over the items. This was bad news for the family of Bobby Ann. She was an 18-year-old after all. There's not many 18-year-olds that would leave their phone and AirPods in a bus stop. The chances of her doing this by choice were slim to none. The next evening, November the 23rd, the police made a breakthrough. But it was a breakthrough that nobody wanted. A woman's body had been found at Bovesan Beach. This was around 8 miles from the bus stop. It was found in a wooded area about half a mile from the shore. When police found the body, it was fully unclothed. There were serious injuries to the head and the face, namely 14 lacerations. The body was quickly identified. Sadly, it was that of Bobby Ann. Hours before, at around lunchtime, a man walked into Plymouth police station. Upon entering, he asked if he could talk to someone, and he told them that he had information about the missing girl. He said he wanted to help the police. A detective was called, and when he arrived, the man said, "I did it." He confessed to having kidnapped and taken Bobby Ann's life. He gave details of the crime committed and indicated on a map the place where he had left the body. Officers harboured hopes that Bobby Ann might still be alive, and immediately they drove there. Unfortunately, their hopes were not realised. When the inspectors made their way through the dense undergrowth and found the body, which was missing clothing and lying face down, there was indeed no doubt that Bobby Ann had passed. Now they needed to get to the bottom of why. The man that entered the police station was 24-year-old Cody Ackland. He was immediately arrested after confessing to the crime. He was the son of an ex-military man. He stayed with his mum after his parents got divorced. In fact, he lived with his mum only a few miles away from the bus stop where Bobby Ann was last seen. A lawyer issued a statement on his behalf that read, "I take full responsibility for Bobby Ann's death. Ackland also said in a statement that he had never met the victim before that evening. He confirmed that he was the one who had abducted the girl from the bus stop. His car, his phone, computer and several other items were seized by the police. To anyone who knew Cody Ackland, he seemed like a good guy. He was the guitarist and songwriter for the local indie rock band Rakuda. On the outside, Cody was just a happy-go-lucky man who loved his band and his music. No one knew that Cody was also extremely interested in serial killers from around the world. His personal list of idols included Joseph DeAngelo Jr., Andre Chikatilo, Ivan Millet, Fred West, and Tommy Lynn Sells. However, number one on his list was Ted Bundy, a serial killer known for slaying more than 30 victims. It was Ted Bundy and his atrocities that Ackland researched in horrific detail. Investigators uncovered 3,216 images on Ackland's phone. Many of them had a disturbing and dark nature reminiscent of horror films. In the days and weeks leading up to Bobby Ann's death, Ackland's internet searches for serial killers became more frequent. He also browsed for remote locations on Dartmoor and for potential weapons. On the day of Bobby Ann's abduction, Cody Ackland was visiting the website of an online sports store. But he wasn't looking for the sake of a hobby. He was looking for ways to get away with killing someone. He browsed baseball bats, ski masks and waterproof clothing. However, he never made a purchase. Despite his clandestine hobbies, Cody Ackland had never come to the attention of the police, nor had he been in any trouble with the law before. But on November the 20th, that changed dramatically. Bobby Ann was an accidental victim who, by an evil coincidence, ended up in the way of Ackland, who that evening had decided to search for prey. He recounted his version of events to the investigators. A story that is not easy to listen to. Bobby Ann arrived at the bus stop at about 6:15 p.m. Cody, who was driving a Ford Fiesta around the neighborhood, spotted her waiting alone. As he later told detectives, Bobby Ann resembled his ex-girlfriend in appearance. But he said that resemblance was not the emotional trigger that motivated him to attack. In my personal opinion, that is a weird thing to include in a confession if there was not some truth in it. He said he was simply looking for a victim and wanted to carry out his long-held plans, his twisted fantasies. If Ackland had not come across Bobby Ann, he claimed he would have still carried out his plan. He said the victim could have been anyone, regardless of gender. However, on that evening, he saw Bobby Ann. He parked his car in the road just behind the bus stop. After watching her for a few minutes and making sure that no one else was around, Ackland took his pre-purchased hammer, crept up to Bobby Ann, and struck her twice in the head. Thinking that she had already passed, Cody returned to his car and was about to leave the scene. At this point, it was all over. His mission was accomplished. However, this is not where the story ends. It continues down a darker path. As Cody drove away, he saw that Bobby Ann was still alive. She was bravely fighting to stand up. Now panicking, he went back to the bus stop. He grabbed Bobby Ann, and he bundled her semi-conscious body into the footwell of his car. He then drove her 20 miles away to a forest in Dartmoor. They arrived at a car park in the middle of a wooded area at around 7:45 p.m. His plan was to simply leave the body there, but Bobby Ann was still alive, and amazingly still conscious. But by this time, Cody felt like he was too far in. He just wanted to end it once and for all. He could have taken her to the hospital. Bobby Ann could have survived and even recovered. But instead, he helped her out of the car. Bobby Ann heartbreakingly told him, "I'm scared." To which he responded, "So am I. I've never done this before." He then struck her with the same object 12 more times. Trying to destroy evidence, Cody burned Bobby Ann's purse and her belongings. He now marvelled at how the 18-year-old was still able to make a noise. He later sickeningly told the police, "I thought, wow, hats off to you." Even at this stage, he had one more chance to try and save Bobby Ann's life. But again, Cody Ackland did not take it. Instead, he snuffed out her light once and for all. He then loaded her body into the trunk of his car and drove to Bovisand. This was nearly 30 miles from the forest. There, he hid the body after removing his shoes, clothing and jewellery. He then simply returned home and went to bed. The next day, he drove to Tamerton Foley, north of Plymouth. There, he threw the hammer into the river and threw a carrier bag containing his and her bloodstained clothing into nearby allotments in Coombe Lane. That very same day, November the 21st, Ackland went for pizza with friends. He attended his band's rehearsal and then spent most of his night at a pub lock-in. Everyone who saw Cody that day remarked on his unusually good mood. He was happy, joking and hugging his friends, which was rare for him. And then 2 days later, whilst at work, he made the decision to hand himself in. After leaving for his lunch break, Ackland sent a message to a forum where fans of his band hung out, writing, "Love you guys." At the same time, he texted his mother that he loved her very much, after which he went to the police station and confessed to the crime. In addition to Ackland's confession, police had a wealth of physical evidence. This included Bobby Ann's DNA found in his car, as well as on trainers that were recovered from his home. As for motive, Detective Mike West, who led the investigation, said that Ackland refused to go into detail about his motive. He said he avoided answering the question of exactly why he killed Bobby Ann. He could only hope for the family's sake that they would get answers during the trial. Cody Ackland went on trial in May 2022. Ray Tully, Ackland's attorney, said that psychiatrists had found his client was not suffering from mental illness, but they said that he had struggled during his childhood. Cody was diagnosed with ADHD, dyslexia, depression and anxiety, and by the age of 19, had a 7-year depressive history. Cody had confessed that the feelings of depression that he had felt before taking Bobby Ann's life, he said he was not feeling the same resentment as before, as if the violent act had rid him of these feelings. But none of these excuses mattered. Upon sentencing, Judge Robert Linford told Ackland that his act was determined savagery, saying that he was satisfied from the evidence that he intended to kill. He said this was a prolonged and awful ordeal for this poor person. She had the whole of her life in front of her, until it was brutally and savagely snuffed out by you. He added, "You were quite clearly planning murder, and you did murder." Cody Ackland, then 24, was sentenced to life in prison. He will spend 31 years in prison before he is eligible to apply for parole. This is the true story of Ellie Gould, a lover of animals, a driven young woman, someone with a bright future within her grasp. But when young love appeared in her life, things would start to change. An unimaginable chain of events began to unravel. So what would become of Ellie? Ellie Gould was born on the 6th of February 2002. Her family lived in the Wiltshire town of Carn, nestled in the North Wessex Downs, an area of outstanding natural beauty. It's a small community and a very close one. It was the ideal place to bring up children, and the Goulds were, to all intents and purposes, a picture-perfect family. Ellie was known for her bubbly and smiley personality. She had a passion for horse riding and animals, and had ambitions to join the mounted police. When she started 6th form at the Harden School in Chippenham, she quickly made a new set of friends. Ellie was likeable and put a lot into her friendships. The group became close quickly, and as the school year progressed, it also got bigger with more boys joining the group. They'd spend every minute that they could together, bonding over teenage things. They were just normal, happy, carefree teenagers living life to the fullest. Ellie and her friends had their whole lives ahead of them. In January 2019, Ellie's mum received the news that every parent dreads. Ellie had a boyfriend. After school one day, Ellie had told her mum that a boy had asked her out. She was giggly and shy, almost embarrassed. "What's he called?" her mum questioned. He was Tom Griffiths, a boy from Derry Hill. He was in her friend's group at school and was a bright, talented sportsman. Ellie and Tom had an on-again, off-again thing in lower school, but they made it official when they entered sixth form. This, in Ellie's mum's eyes, was a surprising choice. Ellie was just about to start her exams. She didn't think she was interested in a boyfriend right now. Ellie's dad wasn't overly keen on Tom because he didn't say much, but the parents assumed this aspect of his character was just down to his age. They believed the relationship would just fizzle out, and it seemed they were right. Priorities quickly shifted for Ellie, and boyfriend Tom became a less important part of her life. She decided to focus more on revision, exams, and her girlfriends. By May, she was ready to end the relationship. It was a normal Thursday evening when she ended things. Afterwards, she texted her friends with relief that she finally felt free again. But little did anyone know, her freedom would be short-lived. On the 3rd of May 2019, it was a regular Friday morning in Wiltshire. Carol, Ellie's mum, was at work. She'd left 17-year-old Ellie eating her cereal at home when she left. Ellie would have normally been in school on a Friday morning, but she didn't have any lessons that day, so she was staying at home to revise. Her friend planned to pick her up at around 12 o'clock. She would drive both of them to school for their history class. Carol got a phone call from her husband Matt around lunchtime. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary, he often phoned for a chat. But this call was different. Father Matt was hysterical. He said, "Carrie, you need to come home. You need to come home. Ellie's had an accident. She's had an accident. Just drive carefully. Ellie's had an accident." Detective Superintendent Jim Taylor was a senior investigating officer on the case. Father Matt had returned home at around 3 o'clock. He had then walked into the kitchen and found Ellie. He thought she had had an accident and immediately sought help from a neighbour. They called the ambulance and the police, who were faced with a horrific scene. 17-year-old Ellie had passed away. She was found face down in a pool of her own vital fluids. There she lay face down with her right arm across her body, holding onto the handle of a sharp implement. To the naked eye, it looked as though she'd inflicted her wounds on herself. When you consider the nature of her injuries, the amount of blood, and Ellie's family circumstances, after all, she was incredibly loved and happy. The police believed there was no way that this injury was self-inflicted. Ellie's distraught parents believed their daughter's tragic death was just a mishap. Had she maybe put the knife in a toaster and electrocuted herself and fallen backwards? Had she fallen off the cabinet whilst holding the sharp implement? While Ellie's parents were struggling to come to terms with her passing, the police were trying to piece together their own version of the story. A neighbour had seen someone call at the address earlier in the day, and whilst they didn't see their face, they did give a description. They were male with a slim build. The search for the mystery visitor was on. It's uncommon for a homicide to occur inside someone's home. This suggests the perpetrator was likely familiar with the victim. The police began to try and connect the dots in Ellie's friend group. Who, if anyone, would want to hurt her? Ellie's friend was questioned about the day that she was supposed to pick her friend up and take her to the history class. And although she was nervous about being questioned by the police, she did her best to answer their questions. She'd received a text from Ellie shortly before she was due to pick her up. She said that she didn't need a lift anymore. The detective's questioning soon turned from Ellie to Tom, the now ex-boyfriend. The friend said, I was screenshotting messages that Tom had sent, and then I looked on Snap Maps to see where he was. Just coincidentally, I thought I'll have a look on Snap Maps, and it so happened to be that he was still in the area. She further explained, I thought, oh gosh, Tom's gone over to convince her that they should be together. She thought that Ellie being Ellie will have been blunt with him and said, look Tom, it's not happening. We're not getting back together. You need to get over it. The friend also revealed that Tom had messaged everyone on the day of the murder. He sent pictures to a group chat where he shared a photo of himself with scratches on his neck. He said that he had been hurting himself, going through a tough time. His friends offered support and urged him to talk to them whenever he felt overwhelmed. For the police, Ellie's ex-boyfriend Tom wasn't just a person of interest. He was the person of interest. When officers caught up with him, he had injuries to his neck which looked fresh. He also wasn't acting normally. But then again, he was a teenager who just found out that his ex-girlfriend, whom he still loved, was dead. It didn't necessarily mean that he was guilty, but he was suspicious. Tom also matched the description that the neighbour had given. He was then deemed as a suspect and arrested. At the police station, Tom continued to deny any involvement in Ellie's death. He explained that on the day of Ellie's death, he'd been dropped off at school by his mum. He wasn't feeling well, so he then returned home. He had spoken to a neighbour about his stress, ill relatives, and about doing harm to himself, and the neighbour then took him back to school. He again became very upset and asked to speak to the school nurse. He once again explained that he was doing physical harm to himself. They then called his mother. She came to pick him up from school and then took him back home. But the evidence the police were gathering was beginning to cast doubt on Tom's version of events. When they analysed his phone, his story just wasn't adding up. At around 10:50 AM, his phone disconnected from the family router, and it didn't then reconnect until an hour later. His location services were activated on his phone, and they could see that at 10:53 AM, he arrived at Ellie's house. He didn't leave again until 11:51 AM. He'd spent almost exactly an hour inside. CCTV footage from a bus company also had dashcam footage of his silver Ford Fiesta. This wasn't enough to charge him in connection with Ellie's death, but it was enough to show that he was lying about something. After he returned home, there was an 18-minute gap where he dropped off the router again. This indicated that he'd left his home once again for a short time, a 9-minute walk away from his home address. Search teams were deployed and quickly found what they were looking for. The search teams found a black bin liner. Inside, there were blood-stained tea cloths, napkins, and towels. They also searched Tom's home address. Here they found red vital fluid on a pair of his work trainers. When sent to the laboratory, all these items came back as a DNA match for Ellie. Tom had been caught red-handed. Armed with the damning forensic evidence, police charged 17-year-old Thomas Griffiths with Ellie Gould's murder. They had carefully pieced together what had happened that day. On the 3rd of May 2019, Tom was dropped off at school by his mother. After emailing his teachers to tell them he was feeling unwell, he walked to the bus station where he caught a bus back home. His mum had also returned home briefly, forcing Tom to hide in the wardrobe of his bedroom. He didn't want her to know that he was absent from school. When his mother left, he took the keys to the family car and drove to Ellie's house. Following an argument, Tom attempted to throttle Ellie. He then used a sharp implement he had taken from the family kitchen and jabbed her in the neck 13 times. Tom had spent an hour at the house attempting to clean up the crime scene. He washed his trainers in the kitchen sink and cleaned the knife using an apron, before then placing it in Ellie's hand. He used her finger to unlock her phone, posing as her. He then sent a text message to her friend telling her not to pick her up. He went home to change, put his clothes in the washing machine, and then dumped the bag of evidence in a local woodland. A neighbour saw him returning from the woodlands and drove him back to the school. There he was collected by his mum after speaking to the nurse. During his hearing in August, Tom pleaded guilty to Ellie's murder. However, in his defence case statement, he gave a new version of events for the day that she passed. Tom said that he drove the car to Ellie's house and they intended to study. After studying for a while, they began to argue about family members, and at that point, Tom claimed to have suffered from amnesia. He said he remembered throttling Ellie, but he then lost his memory. He came to, but Ellie was lying next to him in a pool of her own blood. This story seemed unlikely. Blind rage can lead to forgetting, but in this case, Tom had used Ellie's fingerprint to send a final text message. This wasn't blind rage, and it certainly wasn't amnesia. It was an excuse for a cold and calculated plan. Tom pleaded guilty to Ellie's murder, meaning that the case would not go to trial. On the 8th of November 2019 at the Bristol Crown Court, Ellie's family came face to face with the boy who had gone from boyfriend to killer. He kept his head down and wouldn't look up at anyone. And although he was within weeks of being an adult, he was sentenced as a child because he had no previous convictions. He was sentenced to life, but with a tariff of just 12.5 years. A lenient sentence that devastated Ellie's family, friends, and the community. Georgia Williams was born in Shropshire, England on September the 17th, 1995. From the time that she was born, she was a ray of sunshine and full of life. She was born into a very tight-knit family. Her father Stephen, who was a detective with the West Mercia Police, her mother Lynette, and an older sister, Scarlett. The family would do anything for one another. Georgia was a straight-A student and head girl at her school. She hadn't always had the easiest of times, struggling with school bullies in her early teens. But by the time she was 17, she really was thriving. She had a part-time job at a petrol station and a great group of friends. She was even a cadet in the Air Training Corps, hoping one day to become a Royal Air Force paramedic. With her big dreams, an infectious personality, and a smile that you couldn't ignore, Georgia was a force to be reckoned with. On May the 26th, 2013, Georgia was at a family barbecue. It was a warm evening and everyone was in high spirits. At around 7:30 p.m, Georgia left the family barbecue to meet up with some of her friends for a photo shoot. There was a group of them and they were trying to help out 23-year-old Jamie Reynolds. He was one of the full-time workers at the same petrol station as Georgia. Jamie had a keen interest in photography and wanted to pursue it as a career, a big dream from simply working at a petrol station. Georgia and the rest of their friends encouraged him, and they offered to help him in any way that they could. And on this particular evening, he took the group up on their offer to model for some photos. Just a little something he could use in his portfolio. Jamie's parents' house was only a few minutes away on foot, so after letting her family know she would be back later, she headed off down the street. Her family continued with their barbecue, enjoying another UK summer. A few hours went by with no word from Georgia, so her mother Lynette sent a text message asking how everything was going and when they should expect her back home. She received a text back saying that although the photo shoot was done, she was going to hang out with her friends for a while longer, and that she didn't know when she will be coming back home. She put her usual 3 kisses at the end of the message. On Monday morning, Mother Lynette woke up at 6 a.m. She noticed that Georgia's bed had not been slept in. Lynette started to get concerned and sent another text to her phone asking where she was at. She finally got a response a few hours later. She said that she lost track of time and stayed over at her friend's place, but she forgot to message her to let her know. At the end of the message, she said, "My battery is dying too." Lynette knew that this wasn't right. Georgia would never want to cause any worry to anyone, and she never failed to let anyone know where she was. That morning, Georgia was supposed to go to a music festival and then take a driving lesson. If she wasn't home for these things, then something had to be wrong. It got to Tuesday morning and there was still no word from Georgia. Her parents now really started to panic. They started calling her friends to see if anyone had seen or heard from her, but all of them said no. Her parents went straight to the police to make a missing persons report. Her parents told the police that she had spent the evening at Jamie Reynolds' family home with their friends. They didn't know too much about him, other than the fact that he seemed to be a quiet and polite boy. They knew that Jamie had started to develop a liking for Georgia, something that he didn't hide. And they also knew that Georgia did not share the same feelings towards him. She rejected his advances. But she was more than happy to help him with his dream of being a photographer. Georgia was just the type of person who would be anyone's friend. She wanted to make sure that everyone felt included. Perhaps this is due to her history of bullying. But when the police did a background check on Jamie, what they found was disturbing. In 2008, when he was 17 years old, he had attempted to strangle a 16-year-old girl, luring her under false pretenses of helping her with a school project. He somehow then got off with only a warning, and the youth offending team at Mental Health Services made visits to assess the situation further. His parents told the team that he had been obsessed with violent adult content and films involving asphyxiation. He also had disturbing drawings of schoolgirls in uniforms with nooses around their necks. After the mental health team's visit, they determined that he was a significant risk and relayed this information to the police. Unfortunately though, the police did not take any further action. They believed the case had been suitably resolved. The police got straight to searching for Jamie, who wasn't at home, but with the help of CCTV and number plate recognition, Jamie and his van were seen at a cheap hotel almost 300 miles away in Glasgow, Scotland. But there was no sign of Georgia Williams. Shropshire police contacted the police in Scotland, and he was found and taken in for questioning. He claimed to know nothing about Georgia's whereabouts. The police were not satisfied and arrested him on suspicion of kidnap, bringing him back to Shropshire for further questioning. But Jamie continued to deny all allegations. The detectives headed back towards Georgia's last known location, Jamie's house. They conducted a thorough and in-depth search, looking for any signs of her whereabouts. No one could have predicted what they would find. They discovered 16,800 images and 72 videos of extreme adult material on his computer. But given his background, this was hardly surprising. After previously being let off with a warning, we can surmise that he felt like he had free rein to do this. But what they came across next was horrifying, even to the most experienced of investigators. They found a camera in the house, its memory card wiped clean. But fortunately, whoever had wiped the data had not done a good job. Investigators were able to recover the data, and this data told the full story. A grainy video clip showed a happy and bubbly Georgia, grinning at the camera with a noose around her neck. This was on the landing of Jamie's house whilst he took pictures. But seconds later, Jamie Reynolds was throttling Georgia with that same rope. The pictures and video showed that Georgia had been forced on top of a box. He had built a terrifying hanging mechanism mounted in the loft hatch of his parents' semi-detached home. He had convinced Georgia to willingly put the noose around her neck, and then Jamie kicked the box right from underneath her. And there Georgia was suspended by the neck. She had been photographed and videoed like this all over his house. Then, after he was done, he had violated her body. The detectives found a script, 5 months worth of work he'd put into a twisted tale, a tale where he described ending Georgia in this very manner. The officers rearrested Jamie and charged him with the murder of Georgia Williams. Even after her death, he continued to play twisted games. He refused to tell investigators where her body was hidden. Instead, the police had to use a timeline of Jamie's movements, covering the days after Georgia's disappearance. The day after Georgia went missing, CCTV footage showed Jamie filling up his van with fuel. In the back of the van was Georgia's body. He then drove 60 miles to Wrexham, where he had stopped to watch a film in a cinema. The film was The Fast and the Furious. With Jamie in custody, the police had gone to the public for help. Police say they need information to fill a gap of about 5.5 hours in Cheshire heading north. Many people did come forward saying that they, in fact, did see Jamie and that they had helped him at the side of the road when his van got stuck. From here, the police searched and searched. 5 days after she had gone missing, they found the unclothed remains of Georgia Williams. She was barely hidden, abandoned in a wooded area near Wrexham. For her family, this wasn't really closure. It was merely devastating.
Friends of Georgia expressed the feelings of many in this Shropshire community who've been stunned at this awful turn of events.
It's just complete shock that it's happened to one of our friends, that someone who wouldn't even harm a fly. It's just strange and weird that it's happened.
She's a lovely person to be around. Like she'd walk into a room and the room would brighten with a smile.
She's just the most intelligent person I knew, and clever, pretty, just lovely in every way.
On December 2nd, 2013, Jamie Reynolds appeared at the Stafford Crown Court. Before he entered the courtroom, he was laughing and joking, showing not 1 ounce of remorse for what he had done. As he entered the room, his demeanour changed to meek and mild. Jamie Reynolds then pleaded guilty to murder. This was a relief to the family of Georgia. They would not have to endure the harrowing pictures showing their daughter's final moments as part of a jury trial. In his final remarks, the judge laid bare the case in front of him. Jamie had written storylines, over 40 of them, where the predominant theme was killing a young woman and then violating her body. Many of the victims in these stories were real girls that he knew and named, girls including Georgia. He'd written of her entrapment, her untimely death, and he carried it out to a T on that fateful evening. After describing her hanging from the rope, he had written, "I can't wait to see you dance with me. I like my girls dead." He lured her with the pretense of a photo shoot that merely mimicked hanging. After placing a noose around her neck and securing her to a contraption created in a loft hatch, he suddenly pulled the noose tight and kicked away the box on which she had been standing. Within minutes, he was taking photographs of her body before violating her repeatedly. He then sent a text message to her mother from her phone in an elaborate deceit. This was to give the impression that she had left his home safely. He then used his stepfather's van to load her body, her clothes and her jewellery, and drove her to a remote area in North Wales where he disposed of the body. And then he bought a new watch March, went to the cinema and checked into a hotel for the night. He thought he'd gotten away with it, but he clearly hadn't. Psychiatrists who examined the depraved 23-year-old had said if he had not been caught, he would progress to become a serial killer. In fact, in the lead up to the very weekend when Georgia was killed, Jamie sent messages to 16 other young women, inviting them over for a photographic shoot involving simulating hanging. Like he told Georgia, he said it was for his portfolio. 2 or 3 of them showed interest and he made plans with them for later on that week. That was if for some reason things didn't go according to plan with Georgia. So this wasn't a one-off. This was the work of a sick and twisted sadistic killer. On December the 19th, he was given the hardest sentence possible under British criminal law. A full life order, meaning he will never get out of prison. He became one of the youngest people in British criminal history to receive this kind of sentence. Jamie had appealed this sentence, but the Court of Appeal said there's no possible way a whole life order could be argued against, and that his sentence was just. With this, his appeal was quickly denied. He will never see freedom again. Money, we all need it. It pays the bills, puts food on the table and keeps a roof over your head. But for some people, money takes over all other urges. After all, the love of money is the root of all evil. Helen Elizabeth Bailey was born on the 22nd of August 1964 in Northumberland, England. She had originally intended to become a forensic scientist, but quickly she fell in love and found herself in marketing. She worked on campaigns for characters in Rugrats and Garfield. In 1996, she married John Simfield. He was the head of a licensing rights company, and Elizabeth now found herself writing. She threw herself into a new passion of writing stories for children and teenagers. This creative outlet quickly turned into a flourishing career. She brought the crazy world of Electra Brown to life. Her books were incredibly popular and well loved. But in February 2011, tragedy struck. She and her husband John were holidaying in Barbados when John went for a morning swim in the sea. But before long, Helen heard John cry out from the water. He had become caught in a riptide and he tragically drowned. By this point, they had been together for 22 years. By way of helping her grieving process, Helen threw herself into her writing. She started a blog called Planet Grief. It was a way of processing her own emotions, and it allowed for others affected by grief and loss to reach out and share their stories too.
The book is based on my blog, Planet Grief, which I started after my husband drowned whilst we were on holiday in Barbados in February 2011. And if you think it's going to be just another misery memoir, a miserable misery memoir, well, some of it is miserable, but some of it is actually very funny, even though I didn't realise it would be at the time. So although I do cry when I take the wheelie bins out or become hysterical buying a single Scotch egg, I also tell you about bereavement therapists who were crazier than I was, going to parties on my own, enduring Christmas, and eventually dating. To grieve is to mourn the loss of someone or something that we cared deeply about, whether that's because of death, divorce, or some other traumatic life event. If you're in that space right now, I really hope that the book brings you some comfort. But whatever your circumstances, I hope that you just have a very enjoyable read.
It was a community-based blog where anyone was welcome. Her openness and honesty made her easy to connect with, and through her blog and her memoir, she helped many other people going through the same things. It was through Planet Grief that in October 2011, Helen met Ian Stewart. Ian's wife, Diane, had died very suddenly in 2010. Their relationship began as supportive friends, but they soon became a lot closer. Helen would describe their union as two grieving families coming together. The pair began dating and eventually became engaged. They moved into a beautiful gated home together in the picturesque town of Royston in Hertfordshire. They lived with Ian's two sons and Helen's beloved dog, Boris. Boris had been around since Helen was married to John. It seemed that after so much tragedy in both of their lives, they had eventually found happiness again. But, tragically, this happiness wouldn't last long. On the 15th of April, just before 4 p.m, 999 received a phone call.
Hertfordshire Police, how can I help?
Hello there. My partner has been missing since Monday and not contacted anyone. Said she was going away, hasn't ended up where she said she was going. So we've just decided we should report it.
Oh, okay, it hasn't been reported already?
No, it hasn't, no.
Okay, right. Has she been missing since Monday?
Yeah.
Okay, bear with me. So, right, bear with me, so I have to pop these details down.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Bear with me, I'm popping these details down. So she's been missing since Monday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's the address that she's missing from? And what's the town? What's your partner's name?
Helen Bailey.
And what's her date of birth?
Oh, crikey. God, she phoned me there. 22nd. Right, just let me double check. 1 second. Oh, God. I'm sorry, I'm just double checking. As you asked that, it just went straight out my head.
No problem.
22nd of August, 1964.
As well as her home in Royston, Helen had another property in Kent by the seaside. She would often go there to write and take some time for herself. But when police arrived at the property to search for her, it was clear that neither she nor anyone else had been there in quite some time. By all accounts, it appeared that Helen had left a few days prior, along with her dog Boris, to get some space and to clear her head. But nobody had heard from her since. This was extremely out of character for Helen. Those close to her wondered if her stressful work schedule had caused her to drop off at the grid for a little while. But days turned into weeks, and with no trace of Helen turning up anywhere, 6 weeks after Helen disappeared, the police started to expand their search. Police spoke to Ian, eager to piece together every last second of Helen's last movements. Up to that point, Ian had been pretty evasive on his whereabouts on the 11th of April. Initially though, they'd put it down to panic over his missing wife. But now they needed his help. It was time for Ian to dig deep.
From what I understand, from what we've discussed and what I've been told by the investigation, is that Helen was last seen on Monday, the 11th of April.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Would like you to take me through what happened that day.
This is what I can't remember very well. I'll tell you what I can remember, but some of what I can remember is maybe what I've said since and when I've looked in the diary. Things like that.
Okay.
When I got to solicitors, he went through the paperwork I'd taken and I realised I'd only taken very old paperwork. I'd left half of here. So I dashed back. When I dashed back, I drove back. Wasn't sure what happened. Saw the other paperwork on the side. Shouted for Helen. Helen wasn't there, so I thought at that stage she was just walking the dog or with his neighbours. I went back to solicitors, it was only in town. Just dropped the paper, didn't stay, dropped the paperwork and came home. Helen still wasn't here. And then I started to think, well, she has gone to Broadstairs.
Police took another look at her seaside cottage in Broadstairs. This time they digged a little deeper and examined her Wi-Fi router. Her phone had been going to voicemail since she had last been seen on Monday the 11th of April. But it seemed that on the 16th of April, there was a glimmer of hope that she had in fact been there. Helen Bailey's mobile had briefly connected to the Wi-Fi in her cottage. Police wondered if Helen had, in fact, just been in Broadstairs the entire time. Following this, a closer look at her bank transactions gave them more hope that Helen was still out there. There had been quite a bit of activity on her account. Further analysis of her bank accounts showed that a standing order from Helen's personal account to her joint account had been increased. This had gone from £600 a month to £4,000 per month. Her bank card had also been used to renew an Arsenal season ticket costing £3,000. It soon became pretty clear that it wasn't Helen moving this money around at all. It must have been someone else. Police went back to the house that Ian shared with Helen. They urgently needed to speak with him, but Ian wasn't there. Instead, he had left to go on a 2-week Spanish holiday, a holiday that both he and Helen were meant to go on together. And then, on July the 11th, 3 months after Helen Bailey had last been seen, officers arrived at her home that she shared with Ian once more. At just after 7 AM that morning, Ian was arrested on suspicion of murder and the theft of Elizabeth's money.
Okay, I'm arresting you on suspicion of the murder of Helen Bailey.
You're joking?
And of disposing her body in for a likely construct of coroner and of money, Helen Bailey. So you do not have to say anything that may harm your defence. Do your mention in question, frontally you later on in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence. Do you understand that?
I guess so.
Alright, then?
Bloody hell, why?
Okay, well, we're going to speak to you at the police station, alright? So what needs to happen, you need to probably get some clothes on, okay, and then you need to go to the police station, and these officers will transport you to the police station.
Why? I don't understand. What? You can't tell me.
We can't discuss it.
We can't discuss it at the moment. We'll talk to you when we get to the police station. Alright?
Where is she?
Police carried out a more extensive search of the couple's property, and on July the 15th, they found what they were looking for. An incredibly disturbing discovery that would leave a nation shocked. Helen Bailey's body was discovered in the house's cesspit, located beneath the garage. Alongside her body was her beloved dog, Boris. She had been suffocated, but it was impossible to tell whether she was suffocated before or after she was put in the cesspit. Both of these concepts are harrowing. Ian had purposely parked the Jeep over the top of the cesspit during the police's initial searches to prevent it from being detected. Ian Stewart was now officially charged with the murder of Helen Bailey.
You're the last person to see her alive. You wait 4 days to report her missing. You're vague about your movements on the 11th, at best, vague. You take a duvet to the tip on the 11th. You don't report her missing for 4 days. The following day you go to Broadstairs. I don't know why. Why did you go there? Did you see Helen on the 16th? Because according to the technical information we've got, her phone is in Broadstairs. And you're in Broadstairs. Was Helen there? She wasn't, was she? Or was she? You tell me. Did you kill Helen Bailey? Did you intend to kill her? Or was this an accident? What happened? Did you just lose control, just lose it? Some big argument and you killed her? And you've been covering up ever since? Because if that's what's happened, you need to tell us now. Because this could be your last opportunity to speak to the police about this. You are here on suspicion of murder. You need to tell us what happened. There is transactions where it clearly shows, from what I've seen, that you have taken money, or someone has taken money, which I believe to be you, from her account into your joint account, which you have obviously access to. Therefore, you've now got access to an extra £12,000. You will have benefited from her death, is that correct? Why do you say that? Financially, you would have benefited from her death, would you not say?
It seemed that Ian had been plotting this for quite some time. Helen had written up her will in 2012. In this will, she had left her fortune to her brother John, stepson Daniel, and her friend Jenny. But in 2014, she changed it so that Ian would inherit the majority of her assets, meaning he wouldn't be left financially vulnerable. Helen also took out a life insurance policy to cover a potential $1.2 million inheritance tax bill. This was in case she died before they got married. Several months before Helen was killed in February 2016, Ian began giving her the sleeping aid Zopiclone. This medication had been prescribed to Ian for his sleeping problems. Instead, he often crushed it up and put it in Helen's breakfast in the mornings. Over the next few months, Helen became concerned about her energy levels and sleeping. She made several internet searches that included, "Why do I keep falling asleep?" and "falling asleep in the afternoon." And then on Monday the 11th of April 2016, Helen spent the morning looking at wedding venues and sending emails. Sometime between 10:51 AM and 2:30 PM, Ian drugged Helen into a stupefied state. The exact timing of her death is still inconclusive. He then disposed of Helen's body in the cesspit beneath the garage of the house, and shortly after, he threw in her dog, Boris, as well. After this, Ian increased the standing order to transfer money from Helen's bank account to their joint Santander account. He was supposed to visit the doctor's surgery just before 3 PM, but phoned the GP and said he was having car trouble and asked to rearrange his appointment for later on. After he visited the GP, he was caught on camera making a trip to the refuse centre. A refuse centre is basically just the dump or the tip to dispose of a duvet. Following this, he met with Helen's solicitor and tried to hastily push through the sale of one of Helen's houses. Helen's solicitor described Ian as being quite aggressive, and they refused to discuss the matter any further on the basis that Helen wasn't present. That evening, Ian went to watch his son play bowls, before buying a Chinese takeaway for them both. He sent a text message to Helen's phone with just 2 kisses in the message. A few days passed and Helen's family and friends were becoming concerned that they hadn't heard from her for quite a while. They contacted Ian, which prompted him to phone the police and report her as missing. Ian claimed that Helen had left a note on the side for him, but nobody else ever saw these notes, so police believe it was all part of a web of lies that Ian was attempting to spin. On April the 16th, 2016, Ian drove to Helen's cottage in Kent with her mobile phone. When he got there, Helen's phone briefly connected to the Wi-Fi. He then continued to live his life as if nothing had happened. This murder appeared to be based on nothing more than pure greed. In January 2017, the trial of Ian Stewart began, but things got more bizarre. In his own defense, Ian claimed that Helen and her dog Boris had been kidnapped on April the 11th, 2016 by 2 men called Nick and Joe. He said he hadn't told the police about this to keep Helen safe, but the elusive Nick and Joe demanded ransom money. Ian said he spoke to Helen for the last time on a phone belonging to one of the men on April the 15th. Following this claim, Ian was presented with 2 men in court. The prosecution believed that they had found the men that Ian had based the descriptions of the kidnappers upon. And honestly guys, this is almost too funny to be true. One man, Nick Cook, was Stewart's next door neighbour, and the other was Joe Capullo, whom he had known for several years prior in his old home before moving in with Helen. He had admitted to knowing both men, but said they didn't match the description of the kidnappers. It's no wonder that Helen was the creative force in the relationship. Ian couldn't even imagine 2 people without using his neighbour and a friend as a template. Several of Helen's neighbours gave evidence that they had seen Helen walking Boris on the day that she disappeared. After an exhaustive 7-week trial and just 6 hours of deliberation, on the 22nd of February 2017, the jury found Ian Stewart guilty of the murder mother of Helen Bailey. By the way, this case goes off on a shocking tangent after I share the sentencing, so stick with it. The next day, Judge Andrew Bright sentenced Ian. Ian Stewart now refused to appear via video link to hear his sentencing. Judge Bright said it was difficult to imagine a more heinous crime. Ian was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 34 years. He would be 90 years old before he becomes eligible for parole. As a result of this case, detectives began re-examining the death of Ian Stewart's previous wife, Diane. Diane passed away after an epileptic seizure at the couple's home in 2010. In August 2018, Ian Stewart was arrested on suspicion of Diane's murder.
Okay. Having left prison property, time now is 10:15 by my watch. Mr. Stewart, I'm arresting you on suspicion of the murder of your late wife, Diane Stewart.
You're joking?
On Friday.
You're digging
Friday the 25th of June 2000.
Well, I'm
say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something which you later on in court.
Well,
you do say
what
may be
rubbish.
given evidence.
Have you got nothing better to do than make
We
things
can
up?
discuss this at Thorpewood Police Station, which is where we're going to.
On the day Diane passed away, the couple were home alone. Ian called the ambulance service at 11:24 a.m, claiming that he had found his wife unresponsive and not breathing.
Are you with the patient now?
I'm just indoors at the moment. I'm just
Can
going
you
out.
see her from where you are?
Yeah, yeah.
How old is she, please?
She's 45, 47. 40.
Is she breathing?
I don't think so. I've turned her to try and put her in recovery position, but I can't do it. She's just flopped back. I think she's had a fit.
You think she's had a fit?
Well, I think so. She does have epilepsy.
When paramedics and later doctors attended, she was already not breathing and without a heartbeat. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Diane took medication for epilepsy, and this was given as the original cause for her death.
What was her cause of death? How long had you been with Diane before you rang the ambulance? Did you try to do anything to bring her round? Did you check whether she was breathing? How did you check if she was breathing if you did? How long were you with her before you rang the ambulance? You said, I found Diane lying on the patio. She was unconscious. And then you said, I went inside to get the cordless house phone. So presumably you had been out there with her before you rang the ambulance. Is that right? You went to get the cordless house phone. Where did you go once you had that phone? Were you inside the house when you made the call? Did you call 999 immediately? Did you do anything else first? You didn't think she was breathing. You said, I've tried, I've turned her to put her in the recovery position, but I can't do it, she's just flopped back. Can you describe to us how you put her in a recovery position? Or how you tried to?
In fact, Diane had only suffered 3 mild episodes in her entire lifetime. Although most of her remains were cremated, Diane's brain had been donated to science. This means her brain was able to be examined by forensic experts. Their conclusions were that Diane's death was most likely caused by a prolonged restriction to her breathing from an outside source. So, Helen Bailey wasn't Ian Stewart's first victim. In 2002, he was found guilty of his first wife's murder. This time, he was given a whole life order. This monster will never be free again. This case is almost too senseless and too sad to mention. There are now over 100 cases on my channel, and I am never not disappointed and horrified with human nature. All I can say in comfort is that there are more good people out there than bad. So as you watch my channel, always remember that reassuring fact. Lily Sullivan was born in Pembroke in Wales. She grew up in Llanelli, a small market town in Carmarthenshire. There she lived with her mother, Anna. Lily was an only child, and her mother understandably doted on her. After a tragic 14 miscarriages, Anna had finally given birth to a healthy baby girl. She had all but given up hope until, that is, Lily came along and gave her real purpose to her life. Lily was a beautiful girl, inside and out. However, she couldn't always see that for herself. Growing up, she lacked self-confidence. She was an amazing artist and kind to everyone, but she was shy. This made it hard for her to find where she was meant to fit in high school. However, by her late teens, she had found her place. She had started college and she was truly thriving. Yes, she was quiet, but she was also quick-witted, a wise old head on young shoulders. She wasn't one for following the crowd either, but she had made new friends and was enjoying the independence that college was bringing her. She had just gotten her first tattoo, a spider in the middle of her chest with ivy leaves going over her shoulder. Really coming into her own, she had just started driving lessons and loved her part-time job at a supermarket. Her life was really just beginning. It was 2021 when Lily turned 18. In the UK, this opened up a world of socialising opportunities for her. She now spent her Friday evenings in the local pub, going on to dancing into the early hours of Sunday mornings with her friends in clubs. This was a different world, and for a girl that loved house music, she was now truly in her element. On December the 16th, Lily was heading to a Christmas night at Out, a nightclub formerly known as Paddles in Pembroke. At around 7:30 p.m, mother Anna had dropped Lily and her friend Lara at the Castle pub for pre-drinks. The girls were understandably excited to let their hair down, and everyone was in the festive spirit. Lily's mother drove away from the pub, wondering what stories of shenanigans the pair would come home with. She normally wouldn't have to wait too long. The plan was for Mum Anna to pick up Lily and her friend at the end of the evening, and the friend was then going to come for a sleepover. However, this plan never came to fruition. Lily and her friend stayed at the Castle pub for around an hour, before meeting 5 other friends and then walking to Out. Once inside, they got more drinks, and then took photos by the flower wall. No one could have anticipated that these would be the last photos as a group. The club was packed out. It was the festive season after all. A few hours later, Lara asked Lily if her mum was coming to get them. She wasn't feeling great and didn't want to stay out, but Lily was having a great time. She had met someone whilst in the club, 31-year-old Lewis Haynes, who was also out with his friends for the night. Lewis was a well-known cricket player in the area, one who liked to party and celebrate his wins. Tonight though, he wasn't celebrating a win. Instead, he'd fought with his girlfriend and was trying to drink it off. And now it seemed that his girlfriend was the last thing on his mind. Throughout the night, Lewis was showing Lily a lot of attention. He was buying her drink after drink and showering her with compliments. His friends had warned them that Lily was only 18, but he ignored them and continued to focus his attention. The pair were spotted kissing in the corner of the club, seemingly in their own little bubble. At around 1 AM, Lara started to have a panic attack outside of the club. She wasn't sure how it started, but she did have them often, so this was a relatively normal occurrence. Amidst the panic attack, there was a scuffle happening in the background. Lewis's female friend was shouting at him and Lily. She said, "What are you doing? She's only 18. She continued, "You have a girlfriend and a baby at home." And then Lily walked off with Lewis, and that was the last time that Lara ever saw her best friend. At 2:47 AM, Mother Anna was parked at a nearby garage waiting to pick up Lily and Lara. She phoned Lily and told her to get a move on. Lily told her that she was on her way and would be with her in just a couple of minutes. The phone call then ended abruptly. Mother Anna tried calling back, but there was no answer. This was unusual. Lily never hung up on her mum, but Anna could maybe put this down to just a drop in signal. She was coming from a club after all. Leaving a club is often a pretty hectic scene, if I remember correctly. While Anna was waiting for Lily, she phoned her friend Lara, but she said that Lily was no longer with her, and that she herself was staying with her grandparents. Anna attempted to call her daughter 30 more times, but each time the call went to voicemail. We can only imagine the panic rising within her. At around 3:10 AM, Anna noticed a man walking by, acting suspiciously. He was shaking his head and then holding his head in his hands. Anna decided to follow the path that he was taking. She was just curious, but soon she lost sight of him. He lost her as he headed down towards a wooded area. Anna had no idea at that moment that the person she had been watching was the very same man who had just murdered her daughter only moments before. She began driving around the local area to search for Lily, but she eventually went home. She lived in hope that her daughter had gone to stay at a friend's house. She did, however, continue to send text messages to Lily's phone, praying that when she did wake up, there would be an apologetic reply and a really good explanation. But, as we know, this sadly would never come. In the early hours of the morning, Lewis Haynes returned to the home he shared with his girlfriend. He was crying hysterically and kept repeating, "Take me to my mum, I need to speak to my mum." On the way there, he confessed to killing someone. He said, "I've strangled somebody, they're in Mill Pond. I've been in Mill Pond." Lewis told his parents how he had met Lily at the nightclub and told them what he had done. Lewis's dad then drove to the pond, where sadly he found Lily. At around 4 AM on December the 17th, the police were called to the Mill Pond area after receiving a call from Lewis's dad. He told them that a female body had been found in the water. She was found with her cream-laced top removed. It was found next to her in the water. Her brown leather jacket and her phone were found in the alley nearby. The police and the ambulance service arrived. But despite their resuscitation attempts, Lily was already gone. When police attended Lewis's home, he told them, "I strangled her." He was arrested for murder and taken to the police station. He then frustratingly gave a no-comment police interview, but he later gave a statement. In this statement, he said he had met Lily for the first time on that night. He said that he couldn't recall Lily's age ever being mentioned, but he remembered his friend saying that he had a daughter and a partner at home. He explained that the pair had sat on a wall chatting after they left the club. They then kissed, and Lily had suggested that they go back to his house. He explained that it wasn't possible as he had a girlfriend. He then alleges that Lily said he would tell his girlfriend that he had violated her. He said that he tried to walk away, but she was hitting his back and saying she was going to ruin his life, saying that his daughter would now be ashamed of him. He said he lost it and grabbed Lily's neck and threw her sideways. This caused her to go into Mill Pond. He said he tried to lift her out, but by that time she was a dead weight. He thought that she was now dead, so he went home. Lewis Haynes was charged with Lily Sullivan's death on December the 20th. In May 2022, Lewis Haynes pleaded guilty to manslaughter, and he was due to stand trial for murder on June the 20th. However, he changed his plea to guilty on the charge of murder on the 13th of June. This was due to the overwhelming evidence against him. During his trial, Lewis had admitted to strangling, but insisted that the attack was not carnally motivated. He also stated that he had gone into the pond to try and save Lily. But the prosecution argued differently. There was bruising to Lily's left eye, her cheek, lower jaw, and upper neck. There was reddening near her collarbone. Her left arm was scratched and her right arm was bruised. There was also tiny spots of bleeding under the skin. These were consistent with manual strangulation. He hadn't just grabbed her neck and thrown her into the pond. This was an altogether different kind of attack. And the judge agreed. Before sentencing Lewis, he said, "I'm sure a degree of intimacy occurred in the alley. I'm equally sure it did not progress to sexual intercourse or anything close to it. I'm sure that did not happen as Lily did not want that to happen. There was no indication of distress, but a clear indication she was now coming to meet her mother. That phone call ended abruptly. She did not want the intimacy between her and Lewis Haynes to go as far as intercourse. I am sure from the evidence that Lily did not remove her top voluntarily to be naked in the middle of the night in December. I am sure Mr. Haynes took it off her. His account of her threatening to tell people what he had done with her does, in fact, have an element based in truth. I find she did say she would complain, not that he had actually her because he had not, but because he had tried to force himself upon her against her will. The court heard that Lewis had a great deal to lose because he was in a relationship and he was going through family court proceedings to have access to his child. He felt threatened that Lily could impact the outcome, and so he wanted to silence her. The judge said he throttled Lily to prevent her from telling people that he had tried to get her to go further than she was willing. His intention was to silence her. He didn't want anyone to know what had happened in the alley. The judge then stated, "You brutally murdered Lily Sullivan because you wanted intercourse. You strangled her face to face. She must have been terrified. An 18-year-old girl alone in the dark with a powerful man, entirely at your mercy. And you showed her absolutely none. You were only concerned about your self-preservation." He sentenced Haynes to 23 years before he will be eligible for parole, a sentence that falls short of Lily's mother. Anna called Lewis pure evil. She said that she would never forgive him for what he's done. She stated, "Overwhelmingly, I feel it's all so senseless. It didn't need to happen. What I can't come to terms with is that the man who killed Lily knew I was waiting for her and passed me by the garage. He chose not to help. He did nothing which I can't forgive." Some people and some cases are like a strange slow-motion car crash. Unsure how those involved can't see that disaster is already in motion. This is very much one of those cases. The true story of Lucy McHugh. Lucy McHugh was a normal 12-year-old girl from Southampton, England. She lived with her mum Stacey and her mum's partner Richard. She was bright, bubbly, intelligent and always eager to learn. Her family called her Brains because she was so switched on. Lucy, who went to Redbridge Community School, loved playing with the babies in her family. She had her heart set on becoming a pro bono lawyer in the US, aiming to help people who could not afford to help themselves. Her school teacher said that at one stage she wanted to be a mechanic, then a fashion designer, but in the end she decided she wanted to study law. No one had any doubt in their mind that she would achieve it, because she was just Lucy. In May 2017, everything changed for Lucy. Stepdad Richard's friend, Stephen, was facing the prospect of being made homeless. So Richard did what any good friend may do and invited Stephen to live with them, Stacey and Lucy, in Southampton. Stacey put in a good word at the care home where she worked and got Stephen a job there. It was an opportunity for him to have a fresh start and really turn his life around. Up until this point, life had been kind of hard for Stephen. He had spent a large part of his childhood in care, and at the age of 14, he was sentenced to 2 years in a Young Offenders Institute. During his time in a Young Offenders Institute for his crime, Stephen, along with 2 other inmates, barricaded themselves in the servery before causing thousands of pounds worth of damage and attacking staff with sharp kitchen implements. In adulthood, Stephen struggled to find a purpose. He became obsessed with reptiles and tattoos. He owned several snakes, and while he was not a tattoo artist, he would provide a tattooing service to anyone looking for a cut-price tattoo. Stephen was covered in artwork himself. A slight or skinny man, he made up for his lack of stature with his arguably impressive array of artwork, including a tattoo of the word freedom across his forehead. This made him a curiosity to 12-year-old Lucy. Stephen was 23, a grown man with an impressive collection of reptiles. It's easy to see how he may have captured the attention of someone her age. Lucy quickly developed a crush on Stephen, a crush that Stephen disturbingly did little to diminish. Instead of rebuffing her, keeping his distance, or indeed moving out, Stephen encouraged Lucy and sadly exploited her interest in him. To him, she was available in the same house, even in the bedroom opposite his, and he took full criminal, sick advantage. Notes written by Lucy told the full story of their relationship. Heartfelt and explicit, the notes give details of the loss of her virginity to Stephen in May 2017. The very same month he moved into her house. The notes described the repeated intercourse between them which followed, and the emotions which Lucy experienced throughout. Obviously, we know that this wasn't a relationship, it was simply In one note, Lucy tells Nicholson that whatever this is between them has to end, but it did not. Unbeknownst to her parents, Lucy was used by Stephen from the moment he set foot in the family home. Her stepfather's best friend was grooming her, from the very moment he was able to get close enough. Over the course of 14 months, Lucy became a shadow of her former self. In Lucy's young and immature eyes, she was in a relationship. Stephen was her boyfriend, and she made no secret of this to her friends. Hearing reports from other pupils, Lucy's teachers were naturally concerned. Although Lucy denied any intimate relationship to her teachers, they immediately did the right thing, referring their concerns to the local multi-agency safeguarding hub, first of all in 2017, and then again after Lucy had moved to a different school in 2018. On both occasions, a team had investigated and found nothing to be concerned about. No action was taken. By May 2018, Lucy told her cousin that her relationship with Stephen had now become a terrible burden. He was violent and she was scared of him. Lucy and Stephen were often arguing in the house, and while Lucy's mother and stepfather were aware of the fights, they put it down to teenage angst. The pair just didn't get on, is what they told themselves. Given her age, it was normal to be withdrawn or secretive, right? In this case, wrong. Eventually, the arguments were too hard to ignore, and Lucy's stepfather asked Stephen Nicholson to leave. Something wasn't right, and he knew it. On the day Stephen moved out, Lucy told Richard that he had something she needed to tell him and her mother later that night. But Stacey didn't return home until Lucy had gone to sleep. The moment had passed. A couple of days after moving out, Stephen left work early. He claimed to be suffering from sickness and diarrhea. Working in a care home that looked after the elderly, Stephen knew that he would not be allowed back to work until 48 hours after the last symptoms had presented themselves. But Stephen wasn't actually ill. He was simply buying himself time. On Wednesday the 25th of July 2018, Lucy left her house at 9 AM. A CCTV camera at the local Tesco shows Lucy walking across the car park at 9:30 AM, just half an hour after she left home in a white top and camouflage leggings. She had no phone, but she can be seen walking purposefully, glancing down at her watch. She didn't want to be late to wherever it was she was going. A woman walking her dog in the sports centre grounds around 10 AM recalled seeing a girl matching Lucy's description heading towards the top of the cricket pitch. But Lucy never made it home. When she wasn't home later that evening, her parents began to worry. They phoned the police, who launched a missing persons investigation. And the next morning, Stephen comforted Stacey and Richard. They were obviously growing increasingly concerned for their missing daughter. Stephen sent a text message to Stacey saying, "I hope they find her safe. Police are good at their job and they will find her soon. Keep your chin up and stay positive." But the police would not find Lucy safe and well. Just hours later, her body was discovered. Lucy describes the harrowing moment she was informed of her daughter's death. "I felt the blood turn to ice inside my veins. The room began to spin, and I had the sudden urge to vomit. I dashed from the room, feeling like my whole world was about to implode. I couldn't breathe." On the 26th of July 2018, a dog walker found Lucy's body at the Southampton Outdoor Sports Centre. She had been attacked with a sharp implement until she was no longer breathing. The police didn't wait around. Stephen was arrested on suspicion of her murder the day after the body had been found. His arrest sparked one of the biggest evidence searches in UK criminal history. They trawled through thousands of hours of CCTV footage in the local area, all to piece together his movements in the day before. On Tuesday the 24th of July, he phoned in sick to work. He told the office that he had sickness and diarrhea. He knew that it was company policy for carers to remain off for 48 hours after the last symptoms had passed. But Nicholson was not sick, at least not in that meaning of the word. That afternoon, he cycled up to the flat of an elderly man whom he knew in Curzon Court, a home situated right beside the sports centre where Lucy was found. He was there for around 3 hours. There, he ordered a pair of new trainers for delivery first thing the next morning. That evening, he messaged Lucy on Facebook Messenger, but he deleted the messages soon after reading them. We'll never find out what those final messages read. At 8:15 AM on Wednesday, Nicholson cycled from his mother's home to the flat at Curzon Court, arriving at 8:30 AM. At around 9 AM, he took a trip to the nearby Tesco Express. He then met Lucy at the sports centre. CCTV unfortunately fell short here, but the police strongly suspected that Nicholson took her into the woods to the side of the top cricket pitch. Lucy told Stephen that she was pregnant and the baby was his. We can assume this was the given reason for the meeting, and there, deep in the foliage off of the beaten path, he attacked her. She was found with 27 markings to her body, most to the face and neck. The pathologist noticed that Lucy had some stab wounds on her arms and wrists. These could have been defensive wounds, as if she was desperately trying to protect herself. There was one unusual incised wound right across her wrist, as if the murderer had initially tried to make it look as if Lucy had done this to herself. Damage to the carotid artery led to sudden high-pressure blood loss, then unconsciousness, and very soon after that, her demise. After he had ended her, Nicholson returned to the flat at Curzon Court before cycling home. During questioning, Stephen admitted to detectives that he had corresponded with Lucy via Facebook Messenger. When police attempted to gain access to his Facebook account, it became apparent that he changed the passwords in the day prior to his arrest. He refused to hand over his new password. Officers were now at a loss. There was no DNA evidence at this point, and they could only hold him for 96 hours without charging him. They turned to a piece of legislation often used when dealing with terrorists, Section 53 of the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act, or RIPA as it's commonly known. Stephen was bailed in relation to Lucy's murder, but charged again under RIPA for failing to hand over his Facebook password. He then went to trial at Southampton Crown Court, where he was sentenced to 14 months in prison for not handing over his password. This sentence bought police the time they needed to continue their investigation. Stephen had been very careful to cover his tracks. The police knew that they had their man, but there was no physical evidence or DNA linking him to the scene. The police turned to a cloud data analyst to study the location of Stephen's phone on the morning of Lucy's death. They didn't have the physical phone. This too had strangely disappeared before his arrest, but they didn't need it. They were able to pull location data from the cloud. This investigation showed Stephen had been in the vicinity where Lucy's body had been discovered. This was obviously exactly what they expected. It also showed that he deviated from the most direct route back to his house, stopping off at Tanner's Brook on his way home. Police immediately launched a fingertip search of the area. There they found a bag of partially burnt clothing, including a blood-soaked hoodie. It contained Stephen's and Lucy's DNA. They knew they finally had the evidence to charge their man. On the 18th of July 2019, Stephen was found guilty of Lucy's murder as well as 3 counts of violating her. The judge didn't hold back as she delivered the sentence. She was a 13-year-old child. Your selfishness and savagery have blighted her family's lives forever. The sentence is one of life in prison. Stephen was sentenced to life imprisonment and told he would serve a minimum of 33 years behind bars. He was also given 17-year concurrent prison sentences for each of the violation charges that he faced. It's unlikely he will ever see freedom again. Maddie Durdant-Hollenby was born on April 21st, 1999 in Wimbledon, Cambridgeshire. She grew up in a happy family with her parents Steve and Rachel and her younger brother Fabian, who she really doted on. She was bubbly and caring and loved by all who knew her. After graduating from high school, she pursued her passion for marketing and, upon completion of her studies, she joined the company where her dad worked, Alimask. She was talented and going places, and everyone around her could see it. She caught the eye of Benjamin Green, her head of department. At 41 years old, he was 19 years her senior. Ben was born in Dewsbury, Yorkshire, and studied at the University of Manchester, where he met his future wife. Although they later divorced, he maintained a positive relationship with the mother of his 3 children. Ben wasn't just interested in Maddie for her marketing eye. Since his divorce, he had several flings with young and attractive women. For him, Maddie fit the mold. Maddie, a young woman in her early 20s, was also interested in Ben. He was tall, dark and handsome and knew how to make her laugh. As time progressed, their professional relationship took on more of a personal dimension. They started seeing each other over Christmas in 2019. Initially, the relationship was casual, with both Maddie and Ben showing no interest in anything more serious. Maddie was young, she didn't want to be tied down. Ben, on the other hand, had 3 children, and he had no plans of introducing Maddie to them. Keeping it casual really did seem to work for the both of them. Maddie was also flourishing in her professional life. She was headhunted for a new role as project director at Keyline Civils. It was a big step up and one that she rightfully deserved. She was out there making a name for herself in the industry. Whilst Maddie found her feet professionally, her relationship with Ben was starting to dwindle. After more than a year together, Ben desired more commitment from Maddie. He saw a future with her and wanted more. This included introducing her to his children and his family. Maddie, on the other hand, was satisfied with the status quo and wasn't ready to settle down. These differences in perspectives led to numerous discussions and arguments. This put a big strain on their relationship. Ben felt rejected. He was losing more and more confidence in himself and in this relationship. The situation was a catch-22. As he felt rejected, he became increasingly more jealous and possessive. He would check Maddie's phone whenever he could. He became upset whenever she received a notification or a message. When he acted like this, Maddie would pull back even further. He wanted to be seen with her in public. He wanted her to commit. However, Maddie just felt suffocated and oppressed. This situation wasn't healthy, none of this was. Maddie had always dreamed of buying her own home, and now that she was working and earning a good income, she was seriously considering it. Ben was also considering moving and proposed that they buy a house together. However, Maddie refused. This was not at all what she had envisaged. Maddie wanted to buy her first property alone. Ben said that he understood, but deep down he was hurt by this. However, he went on to buy a beautiful house alone in a quiet residential estate. And while he waited for it to be built, he moved in with Maddie and her parents. In my opinion, a pretty bold move. This cohabitation arrangement went well. Her parents got to know Ben and they actually liked him. And yes, the age gap was quite worrying, but if their daughter was happy in this relationship, then that was the most important thing. And then once his house was finished, he moved in, hoping that Maddie would also move in with him. But she didn't. That was never what she wanted. In August of 2021, her parents had planned to go on a family vacation to Jamaica. A vacation without Ben. Him not being invited didn't sit well with him. Ben felt excluded and rejected even further. After living with them for more than 6 weeks, he would have expected her to invite him on a trip. He was now sad, angry, and extremely disappointed. After one final argument, Maddie left Ben's home and began to question their relationship, feeling that they had reached the point of no return. Maddie felt increasingly suffocated and had had enough of his tantrums and constant arguments. Maddie was done with the whole situation. On August the 25th, 2021, Maddie was going to end her relationship with Benjamin after being together for over a year and a half. The night before, she had talked to her 2 best friends about it. The relationship was exhausting, and she felt that she could not give him any more than what she already was. They were just not on the same wavelength, and they did not have the same plans for the future. In Maddie's eyes, it was now the perfect time to end the relationship. And although she knew that it would be hard, she believed it was the right thing to do. Maddie didn't feel like she wanted to do it over text or phone. She wanted to tell him in person. In my opinion, the bravest, hardest and most humane option. She planned to go to his place in Kettering that evening after work. Maddie was nervous about the confrontation. She didn't know how he would react. At 3:35 p.m, she sent a text message to her friends. She was anxious, but like any good companions, they encouraged her, telling her that it was the right thing to do. As she got closer to his house, she sent a text saying that if they didn't hear from her in an hour, they should give her a call. Just a minute later, she sent another message telling them that she loved them. Time passed, and after an hour, her friends still had no news from her. They tried to call her, but they got no answer. This lack of communication continued for several hours. It caused increasing worry and anxiety among the close friends. Benjamin's friends and colleagues were also unable to get a hold of him too. The night passed with no contact from either of them. And then the following day, one of Benjamin's friends decided to contact Maddie's mother. The friend wanted to find out if she had any information about Benjamin. They were concerned because they hadn't heard from him. Rachel, Maddie's mother, was shocked to receive the call. She realised that she had not seen her daughter return home the previous night. She checked the GPS tracker on her daughter's phone. This showed that Maddie was at Ben's house, and thus everyone assumed that everything was fine. But things were not fine. Not by a long shot. Up to this point, she had no idea that her daughter was planning to break up with Benjamin. She had called her daughter's office and was horrified to learn that Maddie had missed an important meeting and hadn't shown up for work. This was not normal for Maddie. Benjamin's colleagues were also concerned about his absence from work and his total lack of communication. One of his friends decided to check on him at his home, but there was no answer at the door. Strange, as Maddie's phone suggested that she was there. Maddie's parents then went to the police. They quickly arrived at Benjamin's house in Kettering to investigate the situation. After knocking on the door several times with no response, they were left with no option but to break it down. And what they found inside was horrifying. First responders immediately found Benjamin. He was lying on the floor in a pool of red fluid in the kitchen. He had a fatal wound to his neck and a sharp kitchen implement was near his head. Ben was already lost, but where was Maddie? After a brief search, they found a second body in the house, a body belonging to Maddie. She was found upstairs on the left side of the bed. She had been jabbed with a sharp implement 3 times. Her phone and the handle of a sharp kitchen implement were found beside her. There was no sign of a struggle, forced entry, or open windows or doors except for the back door. It fell on the police to undertake the formidable task of piecing together the sequence of events and resolving this dreadful crime. In the wake of the tragic events surrounding Maddie's passing, a hypothesis of an intruder in her house quickly gave way to the arrival of multiple police cars in the normally quiet neighbourhood. This tragic story quickly spread across social media, and then it reached Maddie's parents. They recognised Benjamin's house, and from that point on, they knew their little girl was gone. Analysis of Maddie's smartwatch revealed that her heart rate had stopped at around 6 p.m. the previous day. This was just minutes after she had sent messages to her best friends. An autopsy showed that Maddie had no defensive wounds. She did, however, have 3 wounds made by a sharp implement to her left shoulder and her chest. She may have been alive for a short time after these injuries, but a pathologist could not say how long she would have lived. The blade of a broken knife was found snapped off inside one of the wounds. Benjamin had suffered severe injuries as well. This included a severed jugular vein and superficial wrist wounds. With no evidence of any third-party involvement, the police determined that Benjamin had killed Maddie before taking his own life. If he couldn't have her, no one would. Our preliminary hearing went ahead on July the 7th, 2022. All of the evidence was presented at the hearing. Maddie had gone to break up with Ben face to face. As we know, she decided to do this as she thought it was the right thing to do. However, within minutes of arriving at the house, she had been ended with a sharp implement. This was done in such ferocity that the blade snapped off inside her. After doing this, Ben then went downstairs and snuffed out his own light. Though some of Maddie's friends had noted that Benjamin could be possessive and controlling, there had been no prior signs of aggression or violence towards her. Similarly, Maddie's father, who had become close with him during the 6 weeks that he had lived with the family, had never observed any indication of domestic maltreatment. Despite feeling the strain of their relationship slipping away, there were no obvious warning signs that Benjamin would resort to such violence. Interestingly though, a strikingly different image of Benjamin emerged from other people in his life. According to anonymous declarations, Benjamin was a predator who arrogantly wielded his powers of seduction, hunting for much younger women. He mistreated women, boasted about his multiple conquests, and even spoke about them with contempt. Shockingly, even when he was in a committed relationship or married, he was unfaithful. He even bragged about having 8 mistresses at once. His former neighbours who had known him for 18 months also noted his arrogance and indifference towards them, all whilst bringing many young and attractive women to his home. He typically went for younger women, potentially as a way to stay in control. A pretty classic tactic. It is possible that he was deeply hurt or angered by the breakup with Maddie, particularly as he was accustomed to starting and ending relationships on his own terms. Benjamin wanted exclusivity with the only woman who didn't feel the need for it, and it was because of this that he became attached to her. Just like that old saying, you always want what you can't have. Following the announcement of Maddie's intention to leave him, Benjamin couldn't help but make her pay for it in the worst possible way. The hearing led to the ultimate conclusion that Benjamin had ended Maddie when she attempted to break up with him, before ultimately ending his own time on this earth. Maddie's mother made an impact statement in court. "I feel as though our lives have been destroyed, ripped apart. I can't quite see a way forward. There is a huge hole in our lives. I want to be a family of 4 again." She was just perfect. With no answers or justice possible for Ben, there's no way for either of the families to get the closure they so need and deserve.
It's not a day that goes by where we aren't expecting her to walk back through the front door. Our lives have been torn apart through this loss. No amount of time in prison can bring Megan back.
You got something in your ear?
This case exposes one man's dark secrets as he carries out a betrayal of the worst imaginable kind. Megan Newborough was a 23-year-old from Nuneaton, UK. She was part of a really tight-knit family and had a close group of friends. One friend described her as a 1 in a million person. She always had a smile on her face and found a positive in people. She worked in the HR department at Ibstock Brick, a company who, funnily enough, manufactured bricks. It wasn't the most exciting job in the world, but she got on well with her colleagues and enjoyed going to work every day. She was doing really well at work, she was well liked, and she was looking at a promotion. She was just about to get a house and she had everything to look forward to. Her mum would describe her as a magnet. Everyone was drawn to her. This included her colleagues. In fact, she had just started seeing someone who worked in the lab at Ibstock Brick. Everything was falling into place for Megan. On Friday the 6th of August 2021, Megan had set off from her parents' home in Nuneaton. It was around 7:30 p.m, but it was still light outside. It was the middle of summer and she was making the most of it. The summer before was filled with unprecedented lockdowns, but this year was different. She was living her life to the fullest. She jumped in her car, a white Citroen C3. Her departure was caught on her family's Ring doorbell as she drove off. She had told her family she was off to meet a friend from work for a walk and would be home before dark. This was kind of true. Yes, she was off to meet a friend from work, but it wasn't for a walk. The two had been seeing each other for 6 weeks or so, and he had the house to himself for the evening. He didn't live far, and they had been getting on like a house on fire. Megan was excited, and so was he. As she said goodbye to her family, no one anticipated it would be for the final time. By the next morning, Megan hadn't returned home. Her family was starting to worry. This wasn't like her. Not at all. She wouldn't stay out all night, at least not without calling first. Something about this didn't feel right. Her parents reported her missing to Warwickshire Police at 12 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday the 7th of August. They told the police the last they knew was that she'd gone for a walk with a man from work called Ross McCullum. Ross was a 30-year-old laboratory assistant who was living with his parents on Windsor Close in Colville. Windsor Close is a quiet street, a nice street. Nothing untoward happens on Windsor Close. A few hours later, the police arrived at Ross McCullum's parents' house. They were looking for Megan or any information on her whereabouts, but they came up short. There was no sign of Megan, or for that matter of Ross. Ross wasn't home. Instead, he was in Loughborough, but his dad helped the police to get him on the phone.
Hi, is that Ross?
Hi, it is Ross, yeah.
Hi Ross, my name's Mia, I'm a police officer with Warwickshire Police. Hello. We've just come to your mum and dad's house. We're just looking for Megan, she's been reported missing. Have you seen her at all?
She came on Friday. I've been trying to call her loads.
Have you?
She came on Friday for about an hour.
Yeah.
Then she left about 9ish.
Okay.
I went to McDonald's.
Yeah.
And then she said she'd give me a call or a text when she got home. She never did.
She never did. Okay. So you haven't seen her since yesterday about, was it 9:30 you said?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Okay. And where are you at the moment?
I'm in Loughborough right now.
You're in Loughborough. Okay. What are you up to in Loughborough?
Sorry?
What are you up to in Loughborough?
I'm just having a few drinks in Loughborough.
Oh yeah. Okay. No worries. Whereabouts are you?
You know where the Griffin is?
I'm a Warwickshire officer, so I have no idea whereabouts anything is, but I can sure find it. Is it the Griffin, is it?
It's right next to Sainsbury.
Loughborough. Okay. Near Sainsbury's. Do you know the road name or anything like that?
I don't, if I'm honest with you. I'm walking down there now as we speak.
Yeah. Okay. Are you in a relationship, you and Megan?
Yeah, we've been seeing each other. She's HR at work. I work with her.
Yeah.
We've been seeing each other for about a month, and supposed to go out of the house this weekend.
Yeah.
Her mum and dad are at the house. I'm supposed to be going round, but she never turned up today. I'm supposed to meet me at like 12 o'clock.
Right. And did she say anything of where she might be going or where she might be?
All she said was she was going to go to. She's like going to McDonald's on the way home to get like a vanilla milkshake.
Yeah.
That's it.
And she didn't say where she'd be going today. All she said is that she'd meet you.
Well, no, she said she couldn't stop mine. She was going to stop last night around mine, but she said she couldn't.
What? How come she didn't stop? Just being nosy.
Sorry?
Bear with me 1 second, sorry, my sergeant's just ringing. Go ahead, Sarge. Will do, no worries. I'm just speaking to Ross on the phone at the moment. I'll give you an update shortly. Yep, already done. Sorry, Ross. It's just my sergeant ringing me. So she said that she couldn't stop last night. Did she say why she couldn't stop?
No, well, when I texted her to say if she wanted to, she said she couldn't. She never went into detail, no.
She just said she couldn't stop, and then she came round after that.
I think it's because her mum and dad didn't know that I was going to be coming round.
Okay.
And I don't think she wanted them to know.
Okay.
Have you not heard anything from her at all?
Nothing at all.
I've sent her about, that sounds really creepy, I've sent her about 15 WhatsApp messages. She said she was going to call me when she got home or text me or something. I've sent her loads of like WhatsApps and I've rang her up loads.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're obviously worried about her.
Yeah. No, she's honestly, she's lovely, she is. I work with her, she's HR, she's a really nice person.
Yeah.
But I am really worried.
Have you known her for a long time?
I've known her for a couple of years. Then we started seeing each other. I'd say more like 3 months ago.
About 3 months ago we really started seeing each other.
Yeah.
But then when it started, there's going to come quite... Well, she's bought a house in Ipswich and it's going to be a bit more serious, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. So, do you know if she... I mean, I know you say you've gone to Loughborough. Does she know anybody in Loughborough?
Not that I'm aware of, maybe. I don't know. She's got loads of friends. I don't know.
Not that you're aware of. Okay. Okie dokie. And what vehicle do you drive, Ross?
Sorry?
What vehicle do you drive?
My company?
What car do you drive?
I don't drive.
You don't drive? Okay.
No, I don't have to drive.
Oh, bless you. Okay. Okie dokie. I mean, I appreciate I've probably ruined your night out now by worrying you.
No, honestly, I was worried anyway. I wasn't really on a proper night out, I wasn't.
No.
I just wanted to get out. I was really worried earlier. I told Mum and Dad.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not like her to do it. It's really, I don't know if you've spoken to the family. It's not like her to do this.
No, they're really worried about her as well.
Yeah.
So, okay. Are you planning on coming home soon?
I'll be home tonight. I can go. I'm at Sainsbury's now.
You're at Sainsbury's now? Okay.
In Loughborough.
Okay. Alright then. If you wouldn't mind, I've just got some other bits to do. I need to speak to my control room and stuff like that. Are you planning on staying there for a bit then, are you?
I can come back whenever you want me to. I can get a taxi or my dad can bring me home.
Yeah, okay. Let me give you a ring in 5 minutes. I just need to sort some details out and stuff, and I'll give you a ring back if that's okay, Ross.
Okay, thank you very much.
Alright, no worries. I'll speak to you shortly.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, bye.
Ross's recollection of the evening that he gave the police was very precise, some would say overly detailed. With Ross's information, the police began to pursue a number of different leads. Whilst they did this, Megan's family were doing some tracking all of their own. Using an app, they were able to trace Megan's current phone location and wasted no time in going to find their little girl. In the moment, this must have brought some relief. However, the relief quickly turned to dread as they retrieved her phone. Megan's phone was pinging on Hermitage Road in Whitwick. It was deep inside a large overgrown hedge surrounded by brambles at the side of the field. Megan was, in this way, a typical 23-year-old girl. Leaving her phone anywhere, let alone abandoning a hedge, was just out of the question. Something sinister must have happened. Less than 13 hours after she was reported missing, the police made an arrest. At 11:35 p.m. on the 7th of August, Ross McCullum was arrested on suspicion of kidnap. This is real police body cam footage from that arrest.
I'm DC Gallagher from Warwickshire Police. At this moment in time, we have reason to suspect your involvement in the disappearance of Megan Newbury, and as a result, I'm arresting you on suspicion of kidnap. So you do not have to say anything. In the Mayhem defence, you don't want to mention one question, something which you may later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. So I'm just going to pop some handcuffs on you, alright? You can. I'll put these on first.
So you're downstairs then?
Yeah, that's fine, no worries. Can you feel that, yeah?
Yeah.
We've got a bit of room in it. Okay. In relation to Megan, can you tell us where she is? You got something in your ear? What is it? Okay. Ross, in relation to Megan, can you tell us where she is? Say again. Talk down the police station. Can you tell us here, just quietly?
It's
Woodhouse Eaves. What is that?
It's near Loughborough.
Near Loughborough. What is it though? What kind of location is it?
It's on Charlie Road.
Charlie Road. Whereabouts? In the lay-by. Okay.
He's going to call me this tomorrow morning.
Is she alive? No? Okay. Right, do you want to come with us? Yeah.
Police officers were immediately dispatched to the area. Sadly, they found Megan in a remote area underneath an overgrown hedgerow, treated with as much respect as her mobile phone. Ross McCullum was further arrested on suspicion of murder. The officers found Megan's abandoned car at around 2 AM on Sunday the 8th of August. Megan's blood was found on the passenger side of the car and on the outside. Nearby, they found her blood-stained car keys. The car was the last piece of the puzzle. On the 10th of August 2021, Ross McCullum was charged with Megan Newborough's murder. He confessed immediately. He filled in the blanks for the police. Megan had met Ross at his parents' house, but something had gone wrong and he flew into a rage. He strangled her but then panicked. Unsure whether or not she had passed away, he used a sharp implement to cut her throat. He used sheets and fancy dress clothes to mop up the blood. He grabbed a change of clothes from the end of the banister and at around 9 PM he put Megan in her own car. He didn't have a license, but he also felt like he didn't have any other options. He drove her car and her body to nearby locations. He dumped Megan partially clothed over a wall on Charlie Road. He then threw her phone into a hedge off Hermitage Road and then abandoned her car outside a fitness centre in Loughborough College car park shortly before 10 PM. In this car park, he also dumped his blood-stained clothes and the clothes he'd used to clean up the scene in a skip. This is the real CCTV footage that you're seeing. He then got a taxi home, but he asked the driver to drop him off some distance away from his house. He got in the door at around 10:45 PM. They had the timeline, but they didn't have the motive. The real question here was why. Why had Ross ended the girl that he was seeing? What had gone so terribly wrong on that night? Ross said that it was due to childhood trauma. He tried to plead guilty to manslaughter using a defense of temporary loss of control. For this, there needs to be a qualifying trigger, some kind of event that was sufficient enough to cause him to lose control of his actions, of his mind. Ross said that Megan was talking to him about the future. He felt uncomfortable and told her to shut the up. She slapped him playfully on the side of the leg. Then, in a way of coming onto him, she pulled him closer and said, "Come here." This "come here" was enough. He claimed to trigger memories of events that had happened in his childhood, and this sent him into a blind rage. At that point, he attacked her first with his hands and then with a sharp implement. He was scared that she might wake up and then tell people what he had done. However, these reasons weren't enough. His plea offer wasn't accepted. The Crown Prosecution Service, or CPS, argued that it didn't qualify as a trigger. While the defence had a doctor to back up Ross's claims that he had lost control due to his PTSD, there were questions raised about when this PTSD episode would have stopped. If he lost control when he first attacked her, had he regained it when he decided to get the sharp implement? There were too many questions. The case would go to trial. In November 2022, the case began. The prosecution presented their evidence. Megan had arrived at Ross McCullum's home for a nice evening with a man that she was seeing, but within 40 minutes of arriving at the address, she was no longer breathing. The autopsy concluded that pressure to the neck was the cause of her untimely end. However, he also ran a sharp implement across her neck, not something that could be explained as any kind of accident. If that wasn't intent, I don't know what is. The prosecution argued that each of his actions were calculated decisions and that he was fully aware of what he was doing. Cell tower data from the day after Megan disappeared showed that he had retraced his steps from the night before. Maybe he was checking for evidence, or maybe he was reliving the moment. It also showed that as he retraced his steps, he passed within 100 yards of Megan's brother, dad, and other family members, all while they were out looking for Megan's phone. The prosecution had a theory. It was pointed out in court that Ross and Megan had met up the previous weekend at a woodland for an intimate encounter, but it hadn't gone to plan. Shortly after, Ross ordered some special pills online. These pills are typically used to treat male performance issues. I'm sure you can piece together what happened in the woods for yourself. The prosecution suggested that Ross attacked her in a blind rage because he had been humiliated. Ross replied that whereas he did feel humiliated when they were in the woods, he didn't strangle her there. He was adamant he would never do something that awful just because he was humiliated. The prosecution pressed on. Did it turn you on when you had your hands around her neck? You were trying to take her head off, weren't you? You were trying to dismember her body. Ross denied the accusations, but the prosecution kept on. Not helping his case, while he was on remand, a prison warden heard him joking with other inmates, saying that if he had gone a bit further, he'd have taken her head off. He also bragged to a cellmate about using the sharp implement and suggested he would use his mental health as a tool at trial. Thankfully, all of this was used against him. With his confession, no other suspects, and his statements whilst in custody, the case was practically open and shut. The final nail in the coffin was his own mobile phone. Having gone through his WhatsApp conversations with Megan, the police discovered that their conversations quickly changed from largely innocent to overwhelmingly and extremely intimate in nature. There became a point where the tone of Ross's messaging became increasingly distorted and unpleasant kinks emerged. He demanded that Megan addressed him as Lord Commander in fantasized scenarios. I'm sorry guys, but that really made me laugh and I had to do a few takes of that line. Lord Commander. That's ridiculous. Back to the case. The rest of Ross's phone history is just as damning. Not only does it show what was going through his mind, but also the level of deceit. When Ross got home from disposing of Megan's body and belongings after 10 PM, he sent her a text. Did you get back okay, baby? At 11:18 PM, a few hours after he'd ended Megan, he googled how to tell a girl you love her. Just minutes later, he left her a voicemail in which he said, "You haven't rang back or text me or anything, it's probably nothing. You fell asleep. I had a fun time earlier. I'm guessing you've gone to bed or your phone has died. I'll talk to you in the morning and then we can go around yours." In the next hour and a half, he browsed various YouTube channels and websites. He looked up the weather forecast. He asked what club soda is. He googled the serial killer and kidnapper Levi Belfield, and then at 6:30 AM the next morning he was back online. Again, he looked for more details on Levi Belfield, then the news, and then it was on to more adult websites. He texted Megan's phone saying, "Morning baby," and a few hours later he phoned her, pretending to be concerned. Then he went back to researching serial killers. Ian Huntley, Harold Shipman. At some point, he searched up Category A prisoners. Who cuts your hair in prison? How do you pay? His mental state was clear, guilty, worried, and already accepting that jail was inevitable. The prosecution asked Ross about him looking at adult websites after ending Megan, to which Ross laughed. "I'm being completely honest, I know how bad it makes me look." He went on to explain that he was using adult material as escapism for what he'd just done. But for him, there was no escaping of what was to come. The prosecutor asked Ross if he thought the cover-up messages were worse than the murder. In short, Ross said yes. He wasn't in control of the murder, but he was in control of the cover-up. The defense, however, tried to paint a very different picture to that of the prosecution. On the 8th day of the trial, they brought up his childhood trauma. Ross was allegedly by Stephen Beedman, a man who violated and then ended Measham's schoolgirl Kaylee Hayward in 2015. A witness who Ross had confided in was called to testify. Speaking to the jury, he said, "I asked him at one point if he knew the individual who had him. He said there were 3 of them. 1 had ran away, but 2 remained. But for the court, the trauma story wasn't enough. On Monday the 12th of December at Leicester Crown Court, following a trial spanning 6 weeks, he was unanimously convicted of murder. He has never given a full explanation of why he ended Meghan, or at least not one that really makes sense.
Meghan's brother, John, spoke outside court after the sentencing.
It's difficult for me to put into words how it felt when it became apparent Meghan was missing. We found her phone, or when we were told her body had been recovered. It's a feeling I wouldn't wish upon anyone. There's not a day that goes by where we aren't expecting her to walk back through the front door. We're a very close family, of which Meghan was the glue that held us together. Our lives have been torn apart through this loss. I know how difficult it's been for my parents and sister to sit at court every day, listening to the web of lies spun by someone Meghan not only knew, but whom she trusted, someone who clearly had no love for her at all. We're the ones now serving a life sentence. No amount of time in prison can bring Meghan back. We have to carry on with our lives as best as we can, but Meghan will never leave our thoughts. Meg was an exceptional person through and through. She was and is loved by all who knew her, and was nothing but pleasant to those she came into contact with. She had a whole life ahead of her. She was about to buy her first home and was excited for everything she had coming up. She was so eager to start the rest of her life, she ended up losing the one she was living.
On Friday the 16th of December, Ross was sentenced to life with a minimum term of 23 years. No sentence will bring Meghan back, but her family can go to bed at night knowing that the sadistic killer is, for now, behind bars. This is the true story of Meghan Newton, a driven and talented 18-year-old girl, a young woman that had already achieved so much and was ready to take on the world. But then, after entering her apartment one night, she would never walk out. So, what happened to Meghan? Meghan Newton was a shining star in her community in Stoke-on-Trent in the West Midlands. At just 18 years old, she had already accomplished more than many in her lifetime. With an unwavering dedication to academics, sport and the community as a whole, she was also a well-rounded football player who stood out from the crowd. Her coach at Stoke Town Ladies said, "She loved life and she was a ball of energy, a force to be reckoned with." And a force she was. Her dreams were big, but she was determined to make them a reality. With her ambitious spirit and love for football, she dreamed about securing a scholarship to go and study in the United States. Her dream was to be the first of her family to go to university, and she intended to pursue a career in sports therapy. She had a genuine hunger for football coaching. She coached the Norton Wanderers under-7 side, and she was getting ready to undertake a Football Association coaching course. By all accounts, it seemed that Meghan was well on her way to achieving her goals and ambitions. She was on course to leave a lasting impression on the world. But everything would change on the 19th of April 2019. It was a Friday, but not just a normal Friday. It was the start of the Easter weekend, and for 18-year-old Meghan and her friends, that meant a bank holiday in the UK. Bank holidays in the UK are an excuse to go out with your friends and let your hair down, and this is exactly what Meghan had every intention to do. Meghan worked her shift at a local fish and chip shop in Trent Vale and finished just after 10 PM, but the late shift wasn't about to stop her night out. She headed straight home to freshen up and change into something more clubbing appropriate. She met up with her friends at around 11:30 PM, and as is the case with people of this age, for them, the night was still young, and the excitement was palpable. Meghan and her friends hit the town first, stopping at a local bar to kick off the festivities. Glasses clinked and laughter filled the air as they toasted to the start of the Easter weekend. But the real festivities were just beginning. As the night went on and the party continued, the group made their way to a popular nightclub where they danced the night away. Meghan was in high spirits, giggling, dancing and proudly showing off her new tattoo. She was basking in the moment and living life to the fullest. The party eventually came to a halt at 2:20 a.m. Not by choice, the clubs were all closing. Megan said goodbye to her friends and made her way to a nearby taxi rank so that she could catch a cab back home. Little did she know that this seemingly routine journey home would become a fateful turning point in her life. When Megan got to the taxi rank, there was already a long queue as other partygoers all seemed to have the same idea as her. Everyone just wanted to get home. Knowing that her wait would be a long one, she braced herself for a tedious wait while standing in line. Waiting for a ride, Megan ran into Joseph Trevor, an old friend from school. Well, friend was a stretch, more like acquaintance. They saw each other out and about on nights out and would say hello. Their shared love for football often sparked conversation between the two. Joe, as he was more commonly known, also seemed to have a bright future ahead of him. He was a semi-professional footballer. He was the son of 2 police officers, and although his parents were strict, he had a normal upbringing and grew up in one of the most affluent parts of Stoke-on-Trent. He was in the process of studying for his A-levels, and he had already secured a scholarship to study at an American university. But it seems that, despite his promising future, his path was far from certain. Unlike Megan, he appeared to lack the drive and determination needed to succeed. He wasn't really willing to make the sacrifices needed to reach the very top. Despite his relatively comfortable life, he was prone to getting into trouble at school, and his illicit substance use was a constant source of concern. In fact, while standing in line with Megan that evening, he told her of the disastrous night that he'd had. He said that he was at the same nightclub as Megan and her friends, but he had been focusing on drinking excessively and indulging in illicit substances. It was at this nightclub that a bouncer caught him with a bag of ketamine, and this then resulted in a run-in with the police. Joe, however, was let off with a warning. He told Megan the last thing he wanted was to face his police officer parents at home while still under the influence. He told Megan that he was already in trouble with the police, and he didn't want to go home intoxicated and get into any more trouble with his parents. Desperate for a place to stay until he sobered up, Megan handed him her phone so that he could call some friends and find someone to help him out. However, none of his friends answered his calls. It seemed that Joe was now in a bit of a pickle. In a moment of compassion, she offered her couch as a refuge for the night, and Joe gratefully accepted. Little did she know that this act of kindness would spark a chain of events that would change everything. While in a cab on their way home, Joe actually received a text from his dad asking when he'd be returning home. At this point, Joe lied and said that he was staying over at a male friend's house. Megan and Joe are then seen walking on the side of the road on their way back to her flat. They eventually arrive at her apartment at around 4 a.m. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. They are quite jovial as Megan tries to unlock her front door. Joseph can be seen standing behind her. He takes a quick glance to his left and to his right, almost as though he was scouting his surroundings, checking to see if anyone spotted him arriving home with Megan. Was this just a normal reaction, or was it an indication of the darkness that lay ahead? A few moments later, the door is unlocked and Megan enters her apartment, with Joe following closely behind. This is the last time that Megan is seen alive. On the morning of the 20th of April 2020, another resident at Megan's apartment building made a gruesome discovery. Whilst taking out the trash, they found Megan's apartment key and fob, stained with a reddy brown substance. In their building, you couldn't get in or out without a fob. If Megan's fob was in the trash, where was she? Alarmed by the sight, they raced to Megan's door. They pounded at it with urgency, desperate for a response. When the neighbours heard nothing back, they used the stained keys to gain access to the flat. There they were greeted with an even more gruesome discovery. The apartment was eerily quiet. In Megan's bedroom, they were confronted with an horrific image. She lay lifeless and unclothed on her bed. The multiple visible wounds suggested this wasn't an accident. Someone had ended the life of Megan Newton. When police arrived to investigate, they noted that there were no signs of forced entry. Megan must have known the attacker. She would have had to have let them in herself. And once she did, she was throttled, intimately violated, and jabbed a total of 9 times in her neck and back with a sharp implement from her own kitchen. Police immediately turned to the CCTV footage from her building. At first, it appears to be just a young couple coming home after a night of fun, but what lies beneath the surface is shrouded in darkness and deceit. As she fumbles her key and gleefully makes her way into her flat, she's closely followed by Joseph Trevor. Their mood appears to be happy and nothing is out of the ordinary. The two are seen entering the apartment shortly after 4 a.m. And then, less than 90 minutes later, Joseph is seen leaving the flat again. But this time, he's alone. His demeanour is calm and he appears relaxed. He's then seen exiting her apartment building and strolling through the parking lot. He goes to the nearby bins where he discards Megan's apartment key before leaving her complex. Footage from a nearby camera captures Joseph as he's walking down the street. At some point, he turns his hand to look at it, and the camera captures him with blood on his hand. Joseph here was quite literally caught red-handed. Joseph Trevor walked for another 15 minutes towards a bridge over the A500. This is a major dual carriageway in Stoke. Here he sits down at the edge of the bridge with his feet hanging over the road below. We can only guess the thoughts running through his head at this time. Was he reliving the last hour? Was he thinking about what had occurred within those 4 walls? Was he thinking about how he had thrown his scholarship, his life, away? He wasn't there long before catching the attention of a driver passing by. Alerted by the sight, the driver notified the authorities, who immediately rushed to the scene. The police apprehended Joseph and took him to the Heartlands Hospital to evaluate his mental state. They were determined to keep him from harm. After concluding that he was not a danger to himself, they called his father to take him home. Little did they know, they were releasing a cold-blooded killer. After reviewing the CCTV footage, police rushed to Joseph's home and brought him in for questioning. The evidence was already, frankly, damning. They just needed a confession. But that wasn't what they got. Joseph admitted to the police that he had been with Megan the previous evening, and he told them that they were consensually intimate before his memory went blank. He said that he didn't remember what happened after their relations, but that he was 100% certain that he hadn't attacked Megan. He wasn't a killer, he knew that much. But CCTV suggested otherwise. The police arrested Joseph Trevor for the killing of Megan Newton on the same day. Despite the mountain of evidence against him, Joseph Trevor remained steadfast in his claim of innocence. He intended to plead not guilty, forcing Megan's grieving parents to endure a full trial and prolong their suffering. After 10 months of gathering evidence, the state was ready to bring him to trial. They believed that he was responsible for the heinous crime involving Megan. Before proceedings could even begin, Joseph stood up in court. He shocked everyone in the room by declaring his guilt. The once defiant defendant now stood before the court ready to tell his version of events. He told the court that when he was 15 years old, he was accused of violating a 14-year-old girl. There were no charges and the matter never even went to trial, but the stigma followed him for years. He was bullied at school, nicknamed and Rolf Harris. By the way, just Google it at your discretion if you're not from the UK. And on the night of the crime, he ran into Megan in a taxi rank. The two had a brief conversation and Megan apologised to him. She told him that she was the one responsible for spreading these rumours around the school. He said that when Megan admitted this to him, it had brought up old demons. And it was ultimately this admission that drove him to murder. The prosecution, on the other hand, didn't believe a word of Joseph's version of events. There was nothing in Megan's character that suggested she would start those rumours. She had always been nice to him. The prosecution argued he wasn't triggered by a confession, but instead by rejection. They argued that when Megan invited Joe back to her place, it was purely platonic. She was being nice and he was in a sticky situation. He was having a bad night and he had nowhere else to go. Joseph's motives for going back to her place were for intimate relations, and he most likely tried to come on to her when they got back to her flat. When she rejected him, Joseph flew into a fit of rage. Joseph was used to getting what he wanted, but he couldn't have Megan. When she said no, he ended up throttling her for 15 to 30 seconds, and he ultimately jabbed at her with a sharp implement. This case was surely black and white. The judge agreed. He stated, "The attack on her was driven and motivated by your serious and violent sexual conduct. You violated her. You went on to strangle her. You went on to arm yourself with an implement from the kitchen area and jabbed her no less than 9 times. There was no question of whether or not he was guilty, only of what his punishment would be. Joseph Trevor was sentenced to a minimum of 21 years and 65 days in jail before he could then be considered for parole. This means that he may be back out on the streets by the time he turns 40, a fact that Megan's parents find difficult to digest. No amount of time could ever bring their loving daughter back, but they believe the light sentence Trevor got is much too lenient for the heinous crime that he committed. This is the true story of Molly McLaren, a much-loved and driven young woman, someone that was building the brightest of futures, having already overcome so much. So when a whirlwind Tinder romance fell apart, why did Molly feel like she was being watched in her every move? And what would become of Molly? Molly McLaren was a 23-year-old student at the University of Kent. Surrounded by friends and family, Molly had a support system that was setting her up for the brightest of futures. She was making amazing grades and gaining significant popularity on social media. All of this was working towards securing her career as a personal trainer and fitness influencer. Although she had struggled as a teenager with an eating disorder and anxiety issues, she had worked hard to overcome them and prioritise her own health, both mentally and physically. Molly desired to be an encouraging influence in the lives of anyone going through what she had once endured. She wanted to reach the lives of people that felt exactly the way that she did, educating them, bringing awareness and providing resources for those struggling with eating disorders. Her friends and family described Molly as a ball of positivity, fun and kindness, spreading an infectious light to everyone she came into contact with. This case takes place in Kent, a popular tourist destination and one of the top 10 wealthiest counties in the UK. Because of its beautiful fields and orchards, Kent is lovingly referred to as the Garden of England. As a student, Molly was active on Tinder, probably the most well-known dating application. Popular among mainly single people, it's a fast and easy way to meet new people. Molly had used the app numerous times before, but had never yielded a relationship that lasted longer than 6 months. In July of 2016, this trend in Molly's dating life would change. She was swiping left and right on Tinder, until that is, she came across a man named Joshua Stimpson, a 25-year-old warehouse worker with striking eyes. They began talking immediately, quickly getting into the intimate details of their own lives. Joshua had shared his own struggles with mental health throughout his life, revealing to Molly that he had bipolar disorder. Molly was able to resonate with Joshua's struggles. She detailed her own issues with anxiety and disordered eating. Molly saw the pain that Joshua had gone through, feeling the pull to support him through his anxieties. After all, her calling in life was to help people who struggled like she did, and the attraction between the two was too difficult to ignore. Molly told Joshua to pretend that they'd been talking for longer than just a few days. She felt like she had known him for a lifetime. After spending months talking non-stop, they finally had their first date in November of that year. By that point, they were already so infatuated with each other that meeting face to face made their passion for each other ignite into flames. Molly introduced Joshua to her parents, and her mother was a little apprehensive towards him. The fact that he had bipolar disorder scared her. She didn't want her daughter to be brought back into the dark place that she once was. Nevertheless, she supported Molly in her decisions, knowing that she was an adult who was capable of a mature relationship. The two couldn't go more than a couple of days without seeing each other. That is, until the honeymoon phase of their relationship came to an end. It was time, at least in part, to go back to reality, and Molly wanted to live her life with Joshua as an important part of it. Unfortunately, Joshua didn't have the same vision of their budding romance. As the weeks went on, Joshua became increasingly more controlling, always wanting to know where Molly was, where she was going, and what she was doing. He was now obsessed. He would ask to come over and see her every single day. He even quit his job at the warehouse to spend as much time as he could around his beloved. Even when Molly was busy with homework and told Joshua that she couldn't see him, he would come over anyway, leaving Molly frustrated with where their relationship was headed. She had finally escaped the control that her mental health and eating disorder had over her life, all to be controlled once again, but this time by a man. On the other hand, Molly knew that Joshua's mental state was fragile. She couldn't bring herself to end things with him despite the turbulence that she was feeling inside. By April of 2017, the relationship had taken a huge downturn. Molly had found out that Joshua was taking photos and videos of her without her knowledge. This left her feeling violated and completely out of control of her own body. She didn't know what to do anymore. She asked her mum for advice. Her mother later recalled the situation, saying that Joshua remained cool as a cucumber during the whole ordeal. He felt no remorse for taking these photos and videos, and he didn't even believe that he did anything wrong in the first place. By June of 2017, Molly was exhausted. She couldn't take any more of the countless arguments, lack of trust and insecurities on the part of Joshua. This was supposed to be a relationship, and it was turning more into a prison sentence. She finally broke the news at a belated birthday celebration. She told Joshua that they could no longer be together. He didn't take it well at all. He cried and screamed, turning the heads of Molly's friends in the middle of a birthday party. Despite the messiness of it all, Molly was relieved to be rid of the man that was watching her every move. But unfortunately and predictably, it didn't stop there. It was only a matter of time before the photos and videos that Joshua had taken of Molly were weaponized against her. He took to social media to post the content that he had taken of her, labeling her as an illicit substance user and as an all-round awful person. It was devastating that it had come to this, but with the support of her family, Molly knew what she had to do. She gathered all the posts that Joshua had made about her and brought them to the Kent police. The tactic and response of the Kent police was to scare Joshua into leaving Molly alone. They called him on speaker and attempted to intimidate him, asking, "We wouldn't want Molly to come to the police station again about you, would we?" The alarming response they heard from Joshua through the loudspeaker was, "Wouldn't we?" Joshua aggressively asserted that he had done nothing wrong, saying that if what he was doing was wrong, they could be assured that there was more to come. Fortunately, the police called later and told Molly and her family that Joshua had agreed to take the posts down. He was afraid about what the bosses at his new job would think about his social media slander campaign. Molly felt that she could relax, hoping that the nightmare was finally over. Trying to get back into her regular routine, she visited the Ship and Trades pub with some friends. It was a night to celebrate her enrollment into a personal training course. But to Molly and her friend's surprise, a familiar face walked through the door with a girl on his arm, none other than Joshua Stimson. He had walked by Molly and her girlfriends with his new date, with Molly rolling her eyes and calling him a creep. The group pondered how Joshua would even know that they were at a pub in the first place, but they quickly realised that they had posted about it on social media just hours before. Was Joshua stalking Molly? Molly's friends recalled seeing him walk by without his date, and seeing him standing in the smoking area to watch them. But Joshua didn't even smoke. The group was able to leave safely and without issue, and Molly shook off the otherwise unsettling situation. Sometimes breakups are just messy and people can be immature. On the morning of June the 29th, Molly continued to try and return to her normal single life. She arrived at her local gym at 10 a.m, ready to begin her day with a workout. It wasn't long before Joshua was caught on CCTV footage following her into the facility, walking to work out next to her in the otherwise empty room. Molly immediately texted her mother, letting her know that Joshua had shown up to the gym, and that she was there alone with him. Molly's mother responded by calling her in urgency, telling her to leave the gym without looking back. As Molly packed her stuff and briskly walked to her car, she sent a text to her friends relaying this same information, complaining about how she felt she always now had to look over her shoulder. But this would sadly be the last text that Molly would send. The Kent police arrived at the plaza where the gym was situated, and what they found was like a scene from a horror movie. Numerous bystanders had witnessed a vicious attack on Molly, her driver's side door being ripped open, and her body being inflicted with 75 wounds made by a sharp implement. Benjamin Morton was the man that had called the police, valiantly attempting to stop the attacker and block him from leaving the scene. He had slammed the attacker's leg in the car door, and he attempted to pull him away from Molly. But the assailant's fit of rage would not be interrupted. When the police surveyed the scene, the attacker strangely approached them almost immediately. Wiping the red spatter from his face, he calmly looked at the officers and said, "You want me." To the officers' horror, the assailant was the subject of their phone call earlier that month. It was, of course, Joshua Stimpson. Hero Morton had tried to revive Molly from the gruesome attack, but it was without success. Molly's life was pronounced to have officially ended at 11:43 a.m, the cause of which being trauma to the neck. The arrest and interrogation of Joshua required little effort on the part of the police. Joshua had admitted to the acts that he had committed, saying that although he ended Molly's life, it was not premeditated. According to Joshua, he had been so overtaken with rejection that he had to end his pain in the only way that he knew how, by taking revenge and taking Molly's life. Joshua would stand firm on his statement as his trial began in early 2018. His defense team asserted that Joshua couldn't control the pain of Molly's rejection. This was due to his mental health issues. They claimed that Joshua had been heavily affected by the divorce of his parents and the subsequent abandonment by his mother. He frequently visited mental health clinics throughout his life, attempting to deal with his extreme hypersensitivity to rejection, and, according to the defense, a personality disorder. For these reasons, Joshua didn't have the mental capabilities to premeditate his attack on Molly. His acts were outside any type of normal cognitive function. But for the prosecution, this couldn't be further from the truth. If Joshua's attack wasn't premeditated, then he wouldn't have been seen on CCTV purchasing a sharp implement just days before. This same implement would be used to take Molly's life. Further than this, if Joshua was so overtaken with the pain of rejection, why did he wait weeks to commit this awful deed? Nothing about this assault seemed to result from a lack of control, nor did it seem purely impulsive. However, the defense's assertion about Josh's mental state was still an important thing to consider. Because of this, the prosecution welcomed a psychiatrist who evaluated Joshua to testify to his condition. But according to him, there was no evidence of Joshua having a personality disorder or any mental defect. Instead of that, the psychiatrist did suggest that Joshua had traits of narcissism, having absolutely no remorse for the crimes that he had committed. By the time the closing arguments rolled around, it was unclear which side had the advantage. Molly's mother and family members must have been struck with anxiety. After only 3 hours of deliberation, the jury had made their choice. Molly's family and friends breathed a sigh of relief. The jury declared that Joshua Stimpson was guilty of a premeditated, vicious attack on their beloved girl. At his sentencing, Judge Adele Williams had some choice words to say as she committed him to a minimum of 26 years in prison for his crimes. She detailed how Stimpson was a highly dangerous man, believing that women would be in danger if he were free to walk the streets. She hoped that he would never be released for the things that he had done to Molly, to her family, and to her future. Molly's family released an official statement thanking the bystanders of the assault for their brave efforts in saving Molly's life. Regarding the proceedings, they said, "The verdict has brought us a small measure of comfort, but it seems that nothing will take away the pain, or allow us to come to terms with our Molly being taken away from us. We are serving a lifetime of pain, anguish, and loss. A light has gone out in all of our hearts, but shines bright as a star forever glowing." Following the trial, the Molly McLaren Foundation was launched by Molly's family. This is an organisation that would continue the dreams that Molly had for her life that ended too soon. The foundation holds a huge event every year, full of games, food and fun, raising money for and bringing awareness towards charities that seek to reach people who struggle with eating disorders. Since its establishment, they have raised over £30,000, all in support of Molly's goals for positivity, confidence, and change, turning the most horrifying events into a beacon of light for the world. This is the true story of Sally Ann Bowman, a kind and extremely talented 18-year-old girl, following in the footsteps of Amy Winehouse and Adele, seemingly destined for huge success in the entertainment industry, but after an argument with her boyfriend, she never made it home. Where and who would authorities look to for answers? Not where you'd expect. Sally Ann Bowman was born on October 5th, 1987 in Swindon. A star in the making, she was known for her warm personality and infectious smile. It was said she could light up any room she walked into. Bright and bubbly, Sally Ann loved the stage and performing for audiences. She could sing, she could dance, and she was accepted into the Brit School, a prestigious school for the performing arts. A school known for producing such stars as Adele and Amy Winehouse, Sally Ann was well on her way to hitting the big time, achieving her dreams. Standing at 6 feet tall with a slender frame and classically beautiful features, Sally Ann was also at the start of a successful modelling career. Even at the tender age of 18, when many of us have no idea what we want to do with our lives, she truly had everything going for her.
She was mainly in theatre at college at the start. And then she was doing dance, so she could act, she could dance, and as well as this she could sing. Like, I never knew, while I was at Brit School for the 2 years she was there, I never knew that she could sing so well. And then one day I went to her house and she got a karaoke machine out, and I just remember her singing "Stand By Your Man."
Sally's family was the centre of her world and she cherished the time spent with them. But keen to get some independence, she had moved out of the family home and was renting a room in a shared house nearby. It wasn't anything grand, but it was hers and she loved having her own space. On the 24th of September 2005, Sally Ann was at her mum's house. She'd spent her day relaxing before getting ready to hit the town with her older sister Nicole and her friends. At 6 PM she headed off, telling her mum she loved her as she walked down the driveway. Not wanting to travel into London, the women decided to spend their evening on Croydon High Street at Lloyd's Bar. It was a girls' night and they were letting their hair down. They were dancing, drinking and laughing. By 1 AM, Sally Ann and her friends were all partied out. Just a quick note from me, the thought of partying for 7 hours now makes me realise how old I am. I actually can't imagine being able to do that. But back to the case. Jumping in a taxi, they headed back to Sally Ann's sister's house. But Sally Ann wasn't in the mood for an after party. She had gone through a breakup recently and it was playing on her mind. She'd been dating Lewis Sproston for 2 years on and off, and the two had called it quits a few weeks earlier. Soon after arriving, Sally Ann phoned Lewis, who was out in Kingston with his mates. She wasn't over him yet and invented a bogus story to get his attention. She told him that Sister Nicole had been arrested for fighting and she asked him for a lift home. He wasn't happy about leaving his friends, but he couldn't leave her stranded. He picked her up in his car at around 2:20 a.m. and began to drive her back towards Blenheim Avenue, where she rented her room. With the breakup fresh, emotions were running high. Quickly, the pair started bickering in the car. They argued about their relationship ending, both accusing each other of cheating. It was heated. This really is young love in action. The argument lasted for around 2 hours, and for Lewis, it's forever stamped in his memory. He said, "I thought she had been with boys at night and she thought I'd been with girls. It was just jealousy. There may have been raised voices, but not shouting. Nobody outside of the car would have heard it. We then made up, hugging and kissing. But Sally Ann didn't want me to leave and we started to argue. At around 4:15 a.m, Sally Ann got out of the car and Lewis drove off. He didn't know that this would be the last time he would see Sally Ann. A neighbour reported being woken up by the sound of a gargled noise followed by a scream. It didn't seem right, so they got out of bed. Looking out of the window, the street was still. There was now no other noise. No one was around. So they simply went back to bed. But 5 minutes later, unable to shake the sound of the screams, the same neighbour returned to the window, spotting a man walking down the street. But there was no one else in view. It was just one man walking. Nothing untoward. They returned to bed, putting the harrowing noises down to foxes. Foxes are common in London. The next morning at around 6:30 a.m, something caught the eye of the same neighbour. Hidden just out of view behind a skip, they saw what looked to be the legs of a mannequin. Getting closer to investigate, they were met with a truly horrific sight. They said about that morning, "I put on my dressing gown and slippers and went across the road. I walked around the left side of the skip. I just felt I knew what I would see. I knelt just as a natural thing and said, 'Oh, poor darling.'" Mother Linda Bowman recalled hearing knocking at her front door. It was still early in the morning. She assumed it was Sally Ann, who must have been locked out. From what I could tell, this wouldn't have been the first time. We've all been there. But in a moment that must have been confusing, but then crushing, she instead was met by 3 police officers. It was then that the officer told her the horrifying news. Sally Ann would not be coming home. Mother Linda remembered screaming, she recalled. Just screaming, I couldn't believe it. My whole world fell apart. Her youngest daughter had been struck with a sharp implement until she was no longer breathing. Within hours of the investigation being launched, her sister and mother were faced with the terrible ordeal of identifying her body. Speaking about the experience, Mother Linda explained that she thought it was a cruel joke at first, saying, "I remember going into the room and for a split second, I thought it wasn't her because her hair was dark. And I just moved forward and saw her little button nose and freckles and knew that was it." 2 days after Sally Ann had been found, the family made the decision to learn more about what had happened. Stuart Cundy, the senior investigating officer, arrived at Linda's house to talk the family through what they knew so far. When the police were called on the night of the 25th of September, the quiet road was cordoned off. The police moved quickly as this shocking crime rocked the community. All eyes turned to Sally Ann's ex-boyfriend, Lewis. Lewis recounted the last moments he spent with her, saying, "I went to get into the car again, but she didn't want me to, and she grabbed my t-shirt, ripping my chain from my neck. After a couple of minutes, I got back into the car and locked the doors. Sally Ann picked up her handbag and I saw her walking away through the rearview mirror. The last thing I saw of Sally Ann was her entering her front garden. Lewis was arrested on the 26th of September, the following day. He was the last person to have seen her alive, and they had been fighting. His ripped shirt and broken necklace could very well be seen as signs of Sally Ann defending herself. His phone record showed him threatening to spit in her face if she'd been with another man earlier that evening. However, something wasn't quite adding up. There were no witnesses. There was no CCTV. They only had one piece of evidence on their side. The killer had left his DNA. The autopsy was performed quickly. Sally Ann had been jabbed with a sharp implement many times. But shockingly, she had also been bitten. Bite marks were found on her neck, chest and cheek. Boyfriend Lewis's DNA wasn't a match, and he was released 4 days later without charge. The case was going cold. If Lewis wasn't responsible for ending Sally Ann, then who was? That fateful night in September had been a night out for many in the Croydon area. While Sally Ann drank in Lloyd's bar, another celebration was happening 2 miles down the road. Mark Dixie had just turned 35. He was a chef and had spent the night celebrating with friends at the Windsor Castle pub. It was a heavy night of drinking and he eventually left the pub at around 2:30 a.m, then returning to an after party on Avondale Road where he was left on the sofa downstairs, seemingly alone for the rest of the night. 9 months later, in June 2006, Mark Dixie was arrested following a bar brawl in Crawley. The England football team were playing. A lot of people were drunk. Things got out of hand and punches were thrown. The police were subsequently called. Police took DNA samples from everyone involved as they were taken into custody. It was only a minor assault, so when Mark Dixie began to sob as the custody officers checked him in, the officers were slightly confused, bemused even. But the reason for his emotional outburst was a sinister one, and it would soon become apparent to everyone. It took 2 further weeks for Mark Dixie's DNA sample to make its way through the system. These things just took longer back then. And shockingly, when the result finally came back, it was an exact match for the DNA found on Sally Ann Bowman. Mark Dixie was arrested on the 28th of June 2006. He pleaded not guilty and he went on trial at the Old Bailey in February 2008. During the trial, the jury heard how Dixie had indeed gone back to her house on Avondale Road on that fateful night. 3 weeks before Sally Ann's ending, Dixie was thrown out of his home he shared with his girlfriend and son. And on this very night, Dixie had tried to convince his girlfriend to take him back, but she refused. He had truly slept on the couch at his friend's house, but he had awoken in the early hours. He locked his friends in their bedroom so they wouldn't realise he'd left, and then he exited through the front door. Whether he stumbled upon Sally by chance or he had set out to commit a heinous crime, we'll never know. He told the court that he had violated Sally Ann, finding her unconscious. He claimed he was not responsible for her passing, but that he had taken advantage of the situation. He said that he only realised she wasn't alive when he bit her cheek. This defence was far-fetched, but it was the only one that he had. In my opinion, a totally shameless reach for an excuse to try and minimise what he did. He was relying on the fact that Sally Ann had gotten into a fight with Lewis before she passed, but the jury didn't believe him. It was also revealed that this wasn't Mark Dixie's first offence. It wasn't even his second. It was his 17th. When he was just 16, he violated a woman in her own car before tying her to the door and setting fire to the vehicle. Luckily, she escaped. Mark then went on to commit multiple crimes. In 1998, Dixie threatened a student in Australia with a bladed weapon before bludgeoning her. She survived to tell the tale and Dixie got off scot-free. Strangely, confusingly, he wasn't imprisoned. He wasn't placed on a register. Instead, he was ordered ordered to pay a fine and then deported, a decision by Australian authorities that haunts Sally Ann's mum. She said, "We now know he was arrested at least 3 times in Australia, but he was deported without any warnings being issued by the authorities. They didn't do their job properly, and that is the reason my daughter's dead." The courts in the UK were less forgiving than Australia. Detective Superintendent Cundy said after the trial, "The public is protected from a truly dangerous killer. Sally Ann was a young woman who had her whole life ahead of her. Mark Dixie cut that life short in the most horrific way imaginable." On the 22nd of February 2008, he was found guilty after just 3 hours of deliberation by the jury. He was sentenced to a minimum of 34 years in prison, one of the longest minimum terms handed out in the United Kingdom at that time.
Parked my car up, and then the van come up behind me, flashed me. They all jumped out, and then they took this girl. They said, "You've done good," and I don't know whether my family's going to be arrested, but they threatened to take my family away from me. So at that point, I'm doing what I can to protect my family.
Sarah Everard was born on the 14th of June 1987 at Redhill Hospital in Surrey. It wasn't far from the 1930s 3-bedroom semi-detached home in Hawley, where her parents lived with her siblings James and Katie. Her mother Sue was a physiotherapist, and her father Jeremy was one of the nation's most brilliant engineers. He was an expert in microwaves and low noise oscillators. After gaining a PhD from Cambridge in 1983, he went on to teach at King's College, London. When Sarah was 6, he was made a professor of electronics at the University of York, and the family moved north to a new home in the city. Here, Sarah had a great childhood. She was bright and beautiful. Even as a child, she always put others first and had an amazing sense of humour. Her quick wit made it easy for her to make new friends. After finishing school in 2005, Sarah went on to study geography at Durham, but this was never her passion. Her warm, sociable personality made her a perfect fit for a career in marketing instead. After graduating, she immediately moved to London to embark on a career in marketing. Aged 33, her career was developing. She was living in Brixton Hill. She was in a happy relationship, and the promise of her life was only growing. On March 3rd, 2021, Sarah had gone to visit her friend in South London. Her friend lived in the Clapham Junction area, so she stopped in at a Sainsbury's in Brixton Hill to buy a bottle of wine on her way. This was a strange time, right in the midst of the lockdowns, so it was nice to have some normality, if only briefly. At around 9 PM, Sarah headed home, walking around a big local park. Home was around 2.5 miles away and would take around 40 minutes. But Sarah was smart. She stuck to the brightly lit roads, not walking through the park itself, and she phoned her boyfriend for the first 15 minutes. She was also dressed in a bright green rain jacket, navy blue trousers with a white diamond pattern, turquoise and orange trainers, and a white beanie hat. Sarah was hard to miss. Now again, this was during the lockdowns. In the UK, you were only meant to be out of your home for 1 hour, and you also weren't supposed to meet other people unless they were within your bubble. Whilst Sarah met with her friend outside, she was still on edge about the lockdown rules. Shortly after 9:30 PM, her worst fear was realised. Sarah was flagged down by a policeman. He told her she was breaching the lockdown guidelines. She chatted to the officer on the pavement outside Poinders Court, pleading with him to let her go with a warning. But he wouldn't relent. He showed her his police warrant card before putting her in handcuffs. 2 witnesses watched as she was put into the back of an unmarked police car. The onlookers felt sorry for her. It seemed that she was arrested for simply being outside. But during that period, the UK was fed a lot of confusing messaging. Everything seemed to be against the rules. For us normal people, anyway. She'd probably broken the law, the onlookers assumed. Sarah wasn't someone who would ever just get into a car with a stranger. She, like most people, would have had the sense to run or scream or shout, a natural instinct. But when you're a law-abiding citizen who's under arrest, you don't really have a choice. And Sarah willingly complied. But when Sarah didn't come home the next day, her boyfriend sounded the alarm. The hunt for Sarah started almost immediately. The Metropolitan Police launched an official missing persons appeal for Sarah on the 6th of March. Posters were distributed across London and a media campaign was launched to find Sarah. The case was huge and her face was everywhere. There was still hope that Sarah might turn up alive and well. Police were combing through CCTV footage from the area. This included bus cameras and Ring doorbells. They had no real idea what they were looking for, but they knew they needed to start with the police car that had picked up Sarah shortly after 9:30 p.m. They found bus camera footage that showed Sarah getting into a white Vauxhall Astra, and by a stroke of luck it had captured an image sharp enough to reveal the number plate. Inquiries led them back to Enterprise, a hire car company in Dover. There, staff handed over details provided by the person who had hired it. This included a mobile phone number. Detectives ran this number through their databases, and to their absolute shock, this phone number had been registered by a serving police officer, a man named Wayne Cousins. Wayne Cousins was a normal family man with a wife and 2 children. He was born in 1972 in Kent. He was serving with the Metropolitan Police as a police constable and firearms officer. He had joined the Met in September 2018 and in February 2020 was assigned to the Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection, or PADP branch, the division responsible for uniform protection of government and diplomatic premises. Was it possible that a serving officer could actually be responsible for Sarah's disappearance? The investigation gathered some steam. They slowly pieced together Cousins' movements after he picked Sarah up. He had left London completely, and by 1 a.m. on the 4th of March, he was in the Tilmanstone area of Kent 4 hours after plucking Sarah off of the street. Several hours later at 8:30 a.m, he returned the hire car. While the investigation into Everard's disappearance gathered pace, Wayne Cousins started to unravel. On the 5th of March, he reported to work that he was suffering from stress. On the same day at 2 p.m, he was captured by CCTV at a B&Q DIY store in Dover buying 2 green Builder's bags for $9.94. On the 6th of March, he emailed his supervisor at the Met Police to declare that he no longer wanted to carry a firearm. The same day, he ordered a 2x2 meter tarpaulin, along with a bungee cargo net from Amazon. On the 8th of March, the day he was due back on duty, he declared to his supervisors that he was too sick to work. By Tuesday the 9th of March, detectives had enough to move in. At 7:50 p.m, Cousins was arrested at his home in Deal, Kent. Because of the hope that Sarah may still be alive, an emergency interview was authorised. This meant there was no need for a solicitor to be present. Arresting officers recorded the bizarre interview of Cousins in his own home on their body cameras.
So we're here to talk to you about Sarah. I'm going to show you a picture. Do you know Sarah?
I don't know.
Okay. Sarah went missing. I'll show you some pictures of her on the day.
Okay.
Sarah went missing on Wednesday, and her parents obviously and her family are really worried about that now. The inquiry that's been conducted so far has led us to come and speak to you about it and to see what you know about Sarah, okay? So, Would you like to? Do you know where Sarah is?
No.
Right. Okay. Do you know anything about what happened to her?
I know that she went missing up in London somewhere. About a week ago or so. Just from what I've got on the news.
Okay. Have you ever personally met her?
No, not personally, no.
Have you had any interactions with her at all?
No, why would I have personal interactions with her?
Well, it's very difficult because I can't go into a lot of the evidence because obviously that's not part of what an urgent interview is, okay? This interview is just about trying to find her. Because
Sure.
she's been missing for a while now.
I'm sat in handcuffs and I know her, so you must have something to say that I know her.
Well, as I said, you've been arrested on suspicion of kidnap, and we believe that you've been involved in her disappearance and taking her away from her family.
Okay.
So we are trying to find her. Obviously, everybody is very worried about her. She's got, parents. She's got, she's got siblings. She's got a boyfriend. There's a lot of people that care about her.
Sure.
You've seen her on the news, the number of people that are reaching out about her.
Sure.
Out there looking for her every day, and she's missing. And our job, our primary job here, is to find her and to try and find her safe and well.
Okay.
Now, we believe that you know something about where she is, and that's why we're here, to look for her and to try and find her. And that's why we're talking to you now, is to try and get you to have a good think about it and tell us anything you can about whether or not to find her.
Okay. Well, I am in financial, and I've been lent on by I don't know who they are. They're a group, a gang, whatever, and they told me, right, I need to go and pick up girls and give them to them. So I said, not happening, and it then came through that they're going to harm my family, take them away, and they'll use them instead. At that point I had no option to try and find somebody. So I don't, there's a couple of names. I was told a place to take her. That's it. That is all I know. This group of people.
Tell me about them. I need to find them. Tell me everything you know that I
Okay.
think that you'll help me.
There was a white Sprinter van. They was between sort of Lenham, Maidstone area that I dropped her off. I still don't know. I don't know. They just I just parked my car up, and then the van come up behind me, flashed me. They all jumped out, and then they took this girl. They said you've done good, and I don't know whether my family's going to be alright still, but they threatened to take my family away from me. So at that point I'm doing what I can to protect my family. That's it. So all I know is that it was a roundabout. We could drive there now, I could show you, but roughly I don't know Lenham, Maidstone area at all.
If we did it on Google, if we did it on Google Maps, like Google Earth, if we drove it, would
Right.
you be able to do it?
I drove from Ashford to Maidstone.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
There's a roundabout that breaks up, I guess. So this is the first big roundabout that I've come to. You would carry straight over to Maidstone, but instead I went round that roundabout and back up another road. And at that point I was flashed and pulled over. You guys got out, opened my door, opened that door, pushed me out against the front of the car, took the girl, drove off. That's it. They said, we'll be in touch. So I'm here, I'm off work with stress because I'm here to protect my family. I want to be here 24/7 for my family. They come from my family. I've got nothing myself. I've got no choice.
I'll go back through the route with you in a minute, alright? But how do they contact you? How did you contact them?
I tried to take over one of their call girls and rip her off. So she's told them, and they've got me. So
how do they? No, but how do they contact you? How is it they've been in contact with you to make these threats?
They just tell me, be here, be here. So Hotel Burston down in Folkestone, got to be here. Okay, so I turned up. But I've got no mobile number, and they have got my mobile number. They're obviously outside watching, following. I just, honestly.
How are they telling you to be there? And be there? How is it they're giving you those directions?
Yeah, they'll come outside. So they'll be outside here.
Yeah.
And then they'll say, right, you're going to be in Folkestone at this time, or you're going to be in Ashford at this time. And that's it. There's no links, no telephone numbers. I'm completely on my own, but at the same time being threatened. It had Romanian plates on the van, white, like Mercedes Sprinter type van.
Cousins described the location and gave a description of the men, but no one was buying it. Instead, the police were more interested in a plot of land he and his wife had purchased in 2019. It was a small plot of woodland off of Frid Lane in Ashford. Phone data also sparked police interest in that small area. Intensive searches began, and just before 5 p.m. on the 10th of March, a body was discovered, approximately 100 metres away from the area owned by Cousins. The body of Sarah Everard was found in a large green builder's bag, similar to the one Cousins had bought days earlier and left dumped in a stream. Sarah was identified by her dental records. Her promising life had been ended by strangulation. On that same day, Wayne Cousins was rearrested on suspicion of murder. A day later, he was hospitalised following a head injury sustained in custody. He was again briefly hospitalised the following day after another similar injury. Police said that these injuries were self-inflicted. Whilst he continued to try to escape justice, police pieced together Sarah's final hours. On March the 3rd, Wayne told his family he would be out working late. Then he drove to London, bought some essential things and started prowling the streets. He was deliberately looking for a woman on her own, someone he could trap. And there was Sarah walking by the park. She was doing everything right to stay safe, but she had no idea how much danger she was in. Wayne pulled up beside her and convinced her that she was being legally arrested. He put handcuffs on her and drove her towards what she thought was a police station. Instead, he drove for 80 more miles before transferring her to his own car at 11:43 a.m. By then, she must have been terrified, but she was completely unable to save herself, trapped in handcuffs. Not long after this, he throttled her, ending her life with his police uniform belt. He then stashed Sarah's remains in a fridge on the woodland that he owned. On March the 5th, he bought some gasoline in a can and tried to use it to dispose of her entirely, leaving the remains in the pond nearby. He thought he could get away with it and carry on with his life forever, but alas, he was charged with Sarah's kidnapping and murder on the 12th of March. On the 8th of July 2021, Wayne Cousins was now the one that was cuffed, scared and trapped against his will. He went on trial. He pleaded guilty to kidnap and intimate violations, and he admitted responsibility for Sarah Everard's death. The trial was highly publicised in the UK at the time. Sarah's death had called for an investigation into the Metropolitan Police, and the Met didn't do themselves any favours in the weeks after the case was closed. They were forcibly, arguably violently breaking up visuals to commemorate Sarah. visuals that were mainly large groups of women. As the UK came to terms with the idea of a serving police officer brutally ending an innocent woman, the images of policemen manhandling peaceful protesters were not welcomed. They also came under fire for their failure to prevent this murder. Not only did police not take any action after an alleged incident of indecent exposure from Cousins in 2015, but he also faced at least 2 accusations of indecent exposure that had not been properly investigated earlier in 2021. Had these incidents been investigated properly by the Met at the time, Sarah may still be alive today. Sarah's mother said in her impact statement, she lost her life because Wayne Cousins wanted to satisfy his perverted desires. How could he value a human life so cheaply? He treated my daughter as if she was nothing, and disposed of her as if she was rubbish. The judge agreed, calling what he did warped, selfish and brutal. The judge added in court that Wayne had only shown self-pity and attempted to avoid or minimise the proper consequences of what he had done. Because of this, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. He was given a whole life order, meaning he'll spend the rest of his life behind bars with no opportunity for parole.
Police emergency, what's the problem?
I've lost my 8-year-old daughter. She's been missing about an hour and 3/4 now.
Right. Was she playing with anybody at all?
She's playing with her brothers and her little sister, and she's sort of walked away from them.
And what's the name of the little one that's missing?
Sarah.
Sarah Payne was born on October the 13th, 1991. Her home was Hersham in Surrey. As an 8-year-old girl, she spent her free time playing with her older brothers Lee and Luke. Occasionally, her younger sister Charlotte would tag along too. Sarah was a loving daughter to her parents, sharing a name with her mother and closely tied to her father Michael. She was a typical young girl who enjoyed being outside and engaging in playful activities. The 4 siblings were together all the time. They visited their grandparents most weekends to roam the fields near their house. Although they experienced their tiffs, they were a close-knit family that all enjoyed being together. The kids looked out for each other like the best of friends. Hersham is a small, quaint village in Surrey. Whilst it's not the most popular place to visit, those that do can enjoy long walks and tranquility. On July the 1st, 2000, Sarah and her family were enjoying another peaceful weekend. They were at Sarah's grandparents' house in Kingston Gorse. This is a beautiful seaside location in West Sussex. Her grandparents had 4 acres of land. This meant that the kids had free roam to play, all whilst giving Michael and Sarah the security of knowing the kids were safe outside by themselves. Sarah and her siblings were doing their normal activity, playing in the cornfields near the house. It was the perfect place for a classic game of hide and seek. Sarah had been running, trying to get away from the seeker when she fell and hit her head. Her older brother Luke had found her crying, but it said that he was rather insensitive to the injuries that she had sustained. The two then got into one of their routine tiffs. This resulted in Sarah running away through the fields back towards the grandparents' house. Shortly after, the siblings went to follow Sarah back to the grandparents' house, but they didn't see her walking back. They looked for her far and wide, eventually coming to the road leading towards the home and seeing no sign of her. When brother Lee arrived at the edge of the field in pursuit of Sarah, he saw a white van driving down the road with an older man in the driver's seat. The man waved at Lee as he passed by. He described the man as scruffy and unkempt, quoting him as being greasy and stuff. When it was abundantly clear that Sarah could not be found, the siblings ran back to the house to alert the adults. And then all hell broke loose for the Payne family. Within hours, a manhunt had been initiated which spanned the entire country. Everyone was on the lookout for Sarah Payne. But where could she possibly have gone? Was she just lost? Had she run away? Was the bang to the head worse than they thought? Or had she been taken? When questioning the family, Lee mentioned the sighting of the old man in the white van. the police were quick to pursue the now very real fact that Sarah had been abducted. Sarah's parents quickly made numerous TV appearances, pleading for the return of their beloved daughter.
Let her go.
Let her go.
Or if you know that someone's got an extra child somehow, or whatever,
you know,
get in touch with your local police, you know.
Look around you, everybody just look around you.
Meanwhile, the police scrambled to track down a mysterious man in the van. The first order of business was to make a list of possible suspects. The kids were away from home, so who would have known that Sarah would have been with her grandparents? Was this all just up to chance? On the other hand, the Payne children went to visit their grandparents frequently, and anyone could have been watching Sarah during her usual frolics in the cornfield. The police very much had their work cut out. Kingston Gorse was an extremely safe, wealthy town, somewhere where celebrities and sports players would often go on holiday. It was secluded and quaint, and there was only one road in and out. Whoever had taken Sarah had to have previously known about the cornfield where the kids frequented, meaning that it had to be someone who lived in or around Kingston Gorse, someone that was familiar with the area. Because of Sarah's age, there was an obvious way to narrow down the list of locals, the offender registry. Luckily for the investigators, there were only 8 people on that list in the Kingston Gorse area. This allowed them to question each person individually. Officer Chris Saunders was one of the detectives who was assigned to go door to door. The first name on his list was a man named Roy Whiting. Whiting had been released from prison 2 years before, convicted with kidnapping and attacking a preteen girl. He was sentenced to a 4-year term in prison. After his release, he was one of the first people in England to be entered onto the offenders registry list. Officer Saunders arrived at Whiting's residence. He rang the doorbell numerous times without response, convinced that Whiting was avoiding him. He decided to call the landline inside the house. Here, Whiting eventually picked up. He finally allowed Officer Saunders inside his home. There, Saunders explained to him that they were investigating the disappearance of an 8-year-old child. Saunders immediately became suspicious of Whiting, not only because of his reluctance to answer the door, but also because of his reaction to the reason Saunders was standing in his home. He basically didn't react at all. When Saunders questioned him about his whereabouts the day before, Whiting answered in, according to Saunders, an automatic and unnatural way. He said that he was in the next town over during the time of Sarah's abduction, and he was in bed sleeping peacefully by 9:30 p.m. His behaviour during this interview alone catapulted Roy Whiting to the top of the suspect list. He was the main person of interest in this case. Later that evening, Roy would be arrested on that suspicion. To their advantage, the case had received national media attention, with an established tip line for people to call and share information about Sarah's disappearance. This tip line would prove to be extremely useful, as Cynthia Reed, an eyewitness, had called to let investigators know that she had seen the white van that Lee had described. She saw this van leaving the scene of Sarah's abduction, fearing that Sarah was most likely inside of it. Police had struck gold once again. Whiting had been bragging about the white van that he had bought just less than a month before. Whiting's confidence in revealing this information had come from the fact that he had taken steps to make cosmetic changes to the van, and he did this in the days following Sarah's abduction. Whiting had purchased new doors. This added windows to the back of the van, changing its appearance. Despite this slight confession, it still wasn't enough to find Roy Whiting guilty of Sarah's abduction, and when the time came, they had to release him from police custody.
We're trying to stay as positive as we possibly can, you know? And Sarah, if you're watching, Mummy loves you. And we miss you. And we're looking for you, darling, and we're going to find you. Okay? We're going to find you. And you'll be home. You'll be home, darling.
Yeah, I'm still hopeful. We've got to try and keep our spirits up in some way.
16 days after Sarah's initial disappearance, this kidnapping case turned into one of murder. Sadly, Sarah's body was discovered by police 18 miles from Kingston Gores, found in a shallow grave just off the roadway. She had been badly attacked, with almost all of her hair being pulled out. The very next day, the tip line would prove its usefulness once again. Someone had discovered a child's shoe at a petrol station. Sarah's mother was able to confirm that it belonged to her daughter. This amount of new evidence was concrete enough to make serious chargeable connections to Roy Whiting. They got to work to analyse every aspect of both Sarah's body and the shoe. On July the 23rd, Roy Whiting was arrested for stealing a car and then crashing it. This gave the police the perfect avenue for inspecting Roy's notorious white van. Upon inspection, police had found a receipt inside the van. The receipt was from the same petrol station where Sarah's shoe had been discovered. The timestamp on it read 10:30 p.m. But Whiting had said that he was peacefully asleep by 9:30 p.m. Inside, they also found children's toys, a spade, restraints, baby oil, candy, and a child's blanket. Whiting was establishing a pattern. Directly after his previous abduction, he had purchased new doors for his red Ford Sierra to cover his tracks. But now the Littlehampton police were onto him. They had to continue their work on this physical evidence. Due to decomposition, it was difficult for coroners to define what exact injuries Sarah had endured during her abduction and passing. But Sarah's hair and shoe would prove to be the key to what the police needed for charging Roy Whiting. But at this time, it took months to analyse. Sarah's hair contained fibres from a sweater inside the van, and the sweater also contained hairs that matched Sarah. Contributing to this evidence, fibres from the passenger seat were also found on Sarah's shoe. This evidence is what the police needed to charge the already incarcerated Roy Whiting.
You are charged that on Saturday, the 1st of July 2000, at Kingston Gores, West Sussex, you unlawfully took or carried away Sarah Evelyn Isabel Payne against her will, and that's contrary to common law. You are also charged that between Saturday, the 1st of July 2000, and Monday, the 3rd of July 2000, at Kingston Gores, West Sussex, or elsewhere, you murdered Sarah Evelyn Isabel Payne.
He was now on the hook for the abduction and lethal attack of Sarah 7 months earlier. Roy Whiting's trial began on November the 14th, 2001. His defence denied his involvement in what had happened to Sarah Payne. Over the next 4 weeks, the prosecution would attempt to convince the jury of Whiting's guilt, during which they heard from Lee Payne and his account of his interaction with Whiting. He identified him as the unkempt, greasy man that he saw that day. They would also invite more witnesses, like Cynthia Reed, who had seen him driving away, as well as others who had seen his van parked on the side of the road where Sarah was buried. A lot of the evidence was circumstantial, but it was hard to deny the physical connection Sarah had to that van. But the defence did their best to explain it all away. The defence asserted that there was nothing that could tie Whiting to Sarah. The physical evidence they had was generalised. They said the fibres in her hair could have matched numerous sweaters, and the fibres on the passenger seat could be from any van, not specifically Roy Whiting's. They also said that the remainder of the prosecution's evidence was nowhere near concrete, explaining that the restraints found in the van were too large to use on a child, and the receipt for the petrol station wouldn't have been left in an obvious place, not if he knew it would incriminate him. As far as the defence's evidence for Roy's innocence, they presented mud samples from the spade in Roy's van. This sample didn't match the mud at the location where Sarah's body was found. They were pushing the point that there was in fact no connection between him and Sarah Payne. The defence's closing and central argument was that Roy was an open book to the police. He never hid anything, leaving all of his supposed evidence for the police to find with ease. Why would he do these things and testify openly in court if he was guilty. This did prove to be a rather convincing argument. Whiting even admitted in court that he had cleaned his van the day after Sarah's disappearance. This left the decision of the case completely up in the air for both parties. The jury went out to deliberate. Sarah's family waited apprehensively at the possibility that Roy Whiting would walk free. However, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison.
Moments after Whiting was taken to the cells, Sarah and Michael Payne faced the world's media.
This doesn't make us happy, but justice has been done. Sarah can rest in peace now. But let's make sure that this stops happening time and time again. People are being let out of prison when everybody concerned knows that this is going to happen again.
As Whiting had committed similar crimes before, there was anger amongst the family and general public that this could have been prevented if Whiting was monitored more heavily. Because of this, media outlets throughout Britain stood with Sarah's family. They vowed to reveal the names and locations of similar offenders throughout the country. Sarah's mother rallied and petitioned for stricter monitoring, fighting tooth and nail for change over a number of years. Both parents appeared on television, news interviews and took photo opportunities. And in 2011, 10 years after Sarah's passing, Sarah's Law was passed. It allowed parents to formally ask the police whether someone who has access to their child has a record of committing crimes against children. This law has proven to be extremely protective. There were over 1,600 inquiries by parents in the first year. This resulted in hundreds of identified offenders, and it could have saved over 200 children from suffering.
Yeah. Well, just as long you just don't do it again. And if you come near the house again,
I won't come near the house again. I won't contact you again. Okay?
Shana Grice grew up in Portsdale near Sussex in England. She was the only child to her parents, Sharon and Richard. She was a kind-hearted soul, always going out of her way to help others. After leaving Grove Park School, she moved into a home in Brighton with 3 friends. Even as a teenager, her friends described her as the mum of the group, always making sure that her friends were taken care of. Shana had her life together. She'd been dating Ash, a 20-year-old carpenter, for about 3 years. They had an on-again, off-again dynamic, but generally it was a healthy relationship. In the summer of 2015, at the age of 18, Shana had got her first real job as a receptionist at Brighton Fire Alarms Company. She'd been excited about the job. It was a real job and she thought it would look great on her CV. It also allowed her to save money for her dream wedding with Ash. There, she'd met some great friends. To the naked eye, her life was perfect. But behind the scenes, things were less so. While working at Brighton Fire Alarms Company, she met a 26-year-old man named Michael Lane. He was a mechanic at the same company. They started talking and there was an instant connection. They didn't set out for it to be this way, but Shana and Michael entered into a secret relationship, obviously unbeknownst to Ash. It was exciting at first, but Michael quickly began to change. At the beginning of their relationship, he would publicly display affection. This was despite Shana obviously wanting to keep it a secret. He sent her flowers at work and made a big deal out of it, even after she asked him not to. The relationship and Michael's behaviour spiraled quickly. Shana, perhaps with feelings of regret, attempted to end the relationship. Additionally, Michael continuously stalked Shana on a daily basis. Shana was seemingly unprepared for this level of relationship. This started in February of 2016. Shana consistently reported this to the police. In her initial report, she mentioned that Michael had hidden outside of her house, that he slashed her car tyres and keyed Ash's car, leaving a note saying, "Dear Ash, Shana will always cheat on you. Happy New Year." The officer who took down the stalking report spoke with the HR manager at Shana's workplace. The HR manager expressed concerns for her safety. The police claimed that there wasn't enough evidence at the time to charge him, giving him only a verbal warning. However, the verbal warning only made it worse. On the evening of March the 24th, 2016, Shana returned home from work with Michael following her closely. Upon arriving home, Shana was on the phone when Michael entered the house. This led to an argument between the two. Michael then chased Shana out of the house. He pulled the phone from her hand and yanked at her hair. The fight was severe enough that a passing car stopped to check if Shana was alright. They picked her up and drove her to Ash's house. The assault was reported to the police. Michael was arrested on suspicion of assault. The very next day, the police arrived at Shana's house. There she was with Ash and his family. They were providing support and comfort after the attack. Against their own guidelines, a police officer proceeded to interview Shana in front of Ash and his family. During the interview, Shana told the police that she and Michael were only friends, that they were not involved romantically. As we know, this was untrue. But she didn't want to admit in front of Ash and his family exactly what she had been doing. They were completely unaware of the relationship. Everything else that Shana told the police about the assault and the harassment, however, was true. The police then questioned Michael separately. He admitted to having an on-again, off-again relationship with Shana. He confirmed following her, but denied attacking her. To prove their relationship, Michael showed the officer text messages exchanged between the two. The police then later re-questioned Shana. She then admitted to being romantically involved with Michael. She continued to emphasize the stalking and harassment, as well as a physical attack, particularly the hair pulling. But this wasn't enough for the police. They didn't see it as stalking, they saw it as a tiff. In fact, Shana was the one who was punished. For reporting her assault, she was fined and charged with filing a false police report and wasting police time. So despite everything that Michael had done, pulling Shana's hair, stalking her, damaging her property, none of this mattered because they had exchanged affectionate messages. This excuse absolved Michael of any responsibility for his actions, perhaps even empowering him. After this incident, Shana had finally reached a breaking point. She decided to quit her job, citing Michael as the reason. Little did she know this wouldn't be enough to escape Michael. By this point, he had placed a tracker on her car. After Shana received the fine from the police, she felt disheartened and helpless. She stopped reporting incidents out of fear of not being believed. She officially ended things with Michael in July, asking him to collect his belongings and remove them from her house. However, unbeknownst to Shana, Michael stole her house key whilst he was inside. The next morning on July the 9th at around 6 AM, Shana was still sleeping. Michael entered her home using the stolen key. He went into her bedroom and stood there. He watched her sleep for a minute or two, thinking that she was unaware. But in reality, Shana was wide awake. She was scared and covered her face with her sheets, pretending to be asleep. She laid there terrified, listening to him breathe and say, "I wanted to see you, and I knew you wouldn't let me in. I'm just not right in the head, otherwise I wouldn't do it." Shana continued to feign sleep until she heard him leave. After confirming that he had left, she got up and looked out of her window. She saw him walking back to his car. Throughout Shana's reports to the police, they kept telling her that they didn't have sufficient proof of stalking to arrest Michael. But this time she would be smarter, she would be prepared. Before reporting him for breaking into her house and watching her sleep, she called him to confront him about it and recorded the phone call as evidence. This is that call.
One question that's really bugging me. Why did you take the key in the first place?
I wanted to see you.
Yeah, but that...
I wanted to see you and properly talk to you, and I knew you wouldn't let me in otherwise.
Yeah, but that's not good because it's putting us in danger. You could have flipped at any point. What about
No,
if...
I wouldn't have flipped.
What about if I took... What about if I took someone home or something and then you came in and saw that I was with someone else?
Oh, I just would have left.
Well, but you left anyway.
Yeah, I know I did.
But it's just, yeah, you had no right at all to...
Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, no, I got no right with nothing. I know that.
Well, you need to apologise to the girls because it's out of order.
Yeah, I know. I just don't want any trouble because the last thing I want is to go to prison and that.
Yeah. Well, just as long you just don't do it again. And if you come near the house again,
No, I won't come near the house again. I won't contact you again. Okay?
I think that's best because it's just going to keep on going around this vicious circle, isn't it?
Shana questioned him and Michael admitted to what he had done. So after the phone call, Shana reported Michael to the police once more. She thought that now they were no longer in a relationship, the police would have no excuse to dismiss her. Shana emphasised her fear, highlighting how terrified she was of Michael. As this unfolded, Michael showed up at Shana's house to return the key. However, the police were already there. This led to his arrest. Michael admitted to taking the key, but once again, instead of being charged with stalking, harassment or breaking and entering, he was only charged with theft. Shana was left vulnerable yet again. After this event, Shana and her housemates changed the locks in the house. By July the 10th, Shana went to the police with more reports of harassment. She was receiving a series of multiple phone calls from unknown numbers. When she would answer, there would just be heavy breathing on the other line. She gave the police the numbers that had been calling her, numbers that she didn't recognize. They were able to trace it back to a landline number. Predictably, it was Michael's house. Now, at this time, Shana had started a new job at a grocery store. She hoped that she would be left in peace, able to start afresh. But working a job separate from Michael obviously did not stop him from following her. At this stage, she did start to notice his car following her very closely behind. She then called the police on July the 12th to report that she was now being followed by Michael to and from work. After this, Michael was labelled as a low risk for harmful behaviour by the police. They sent Shana a letter in the mail telling her that no further action was going to be taken on her case. At this point, Shana knew no one could protect her. We can only imagine how alone she must have felt. She told her family and friends that if they hadn't heard from her in more than a few hours, that something had probably happened to her, and it was probably at Michael's hands. By mid-August, Shana finally agreed to meet up with Michael at a local hotel. There, they spent a few hours together, and apparently they came to the mutual decision that the relationship was officially over, once again, and that Shana was now going to put her full attention on Ash. She left feeling satisfied and thought that maybe, just maybe, all of this was finally over. But Shana was wrong. Michael had called a friend right after this meeting. He expressed that he was depressed after being dumped. He also told the friend that Shana was going to pay for what she had done. After this, Michael sent Shana a formal legal letter. He demanded that she pay him back a debt of £250. This was the money that he had spent on her throughout their relationship. Big spender. He wanted the money back for all of the dinners, dates, perfumes and other gifts that he had bought for her. However, this debt was never paid off. On the night of August the 24th, 2016, Ash had slept over at Shana's house. He then had to leave for work the next morning. At around 7 AM, the two had woken up, kissed and then said their goodbyes. They had plans for that evening to meet up after each of them had gotten off of work. However, that morning, on August the 25th, Shana didn't make it to her job. This was very out of the ordinary. She was usually very timely and reliable, so about 3 hours into her shift, her manager called Ash to see if he knew where she was. And right away, Ash knew that something had to be wrong. He immediately called his dad, who was closer to Shana's home. He asked him to go and check on her to see if everything was okay. When Ian got to the house at around 10 AM, he immediately saw smoke coming from the house and the fire alarms were blaring. When he walked closer, there was a red footprint on the front porch. Then he went over to Shana's bedroom door. He wasn't actually able to open the door because it had been wedged shut with a piece of cardboard. He did finally make it inside of Shana's room, and to his absolute shock and horror, he found Shana lying on the bed, covered in a red substance. She was no longer breathing. The police quickly determined that Shana's life had been ended in her bedroom that morning, and then whoever did it had moved her body to the bed afterwards. They also determined that the fire was most likely purposely started by the perpetrator. They had poured petrol all over her room. The medical examiner determined bad injuries to her neck. There was a deep laceration around 10 centimeters in length. The police started interviewing everyone in Shana's life. This included Michael Lane.
So at about 9:45 yesterday morning, Shana Grice was found dead in her bedroom. Tell me what happened to her. Well, when her body was found, it was clear that someone had assaulted her, and they'd tried to set fire to her body. Tell me what you know about what happened to her yesterday.
I only know what I've been told since being in here.
He had a very interesting story to tell. He told the police that he had actually left his house at around 8 AM that morning to go to work. However, police confronted him with some CCTV footage. This showed him walking nearby to Shana's house at 7:29 that morning. His car was also seen driving in the same area between 7:36 and 8:12 AM. He then admitted that he was at her house that morning, but he maintained that he had nothing to do with her murder. His story was that he drove his car past her house that morning, saying he saw that her car was still in the driveway. He thought this was weird because Shana should have been at work. He said he went into her house and noticed that the front door was half open. He then entered the house and he saw that her bedroom door was also left half open. This is when he saw her body in her room, slumped across the bed, still wearing her nightgown, with vital fluids all over her body, the floor and the bed. He also added that he didn't see a fire, and he didn't see any sign of petrol being poured anywhere in the house at that time. But instead of calling 999, he actually left and went to a convenience store to go and buy a lottery ticket. When he was asked by the police why he left and didn't call them, he said that he had just never seen a dead body before. He said that he was scared, that he was in shock, and he just didn't know what to do. He said that he got scared that if he just stood there too long in the house, the police would show up and they would think that he was responsible for the murder. And apparently this is when he noticed that there was blood on his white shoes. And this had gotten there not because he murdered her, but because he had just stumbled upon the body. But by this stage, he started to hear police sirens, so he panicked. But instead of turning himself in or helping the police, he decided to hide his shoes outside on the road. After all this, he then went to the dentist. An unlikely tale and one that the police were already able to disprove. Michael Lane was arrested and charged in connection with Shana's death. On the night before the murder, Michael was caught on CCTV footage buying petrol. Then on the morning of Shana's death, Michael went over to her house and then waited outside. He waited until he saw Ash and her two housemates leave. Once he knew that she was alone, he then entered her house and took a sharp implement from the kitchen. He then dragged it across Shana's neck. He then used the petrol that he had bought the night before and attempted to burn down the house and destroy all of the evidence, which obviously he did not do very well. He took Shana's debit card and walked out of her house. A CCTV camera then picked him up walking towards an ATM. He withdrew £60 from her bank account. Even with this evidence, in March of 2017, Michael entered a plea of not guilty. His defense argued that the two had a consensual relationship, saying that there was no evidence of any violence towards Shana. But the prosecution argued that Michael was obviously obsessed with Shana, and this was proven through his 8 months of continuously stalking her. The defense went on to say these complaints of stalking had been exaggerated and blown out of proportion. However, Michael had a very long history of violence, harassment, and stalking against other women. In fact, shockingly, there had been a total of 12 other women. They bravely came out to talk about their experiences with Michael. There were women who said that they had dated Michael and that, during their relationships, he was very controlling and manipulative. Then there were other women who didn't actually date Michael, but they said he was very persistent and tried to get them to date him. They said that he would send unsolicited, explicit pictures of himself to them. There were other women too who said that he would just continuously harass them. That was until they finally agreed to sleep with him. The jury was then shown a video of Michael walking up to the ATM and using Shana's card. The footage showed him trying to withdraw £250, the amount that he felt he was owed. But Shana's account only had £60, so that is all he was able to withdraw. The jury went into deliberation on March the 22nd, 2017. Unlike the police, the jury found Michael Lane guilty. Judge Nicholas Green said to Michael, "You have robbed Shauna of her life, and you have caused grief untold to her family and friends. This was a cold-hearted murder. I have not detected in you any appreciation of the devastation that you have caused, nor have I detected remorse." He was sentenced to a minimum of 25 years in prison. This is the true story of Zara Alina. She believed that no woman should have to worry about walking home alone, and she led by example. But on one such walk after a night out, she would cross paths with the antithesis of everything that she was and what she stood for. What would become of Zara? Zara Natasha Alina was her mother's only child. Growing up, she loved ballet, tap dancing, and skating. Even as a child, she was an extrovert. She could talk for hours, but she was a great listener too. Zara, or Zash to her close friends, knew what she wanted in life from the age of just 5. Zara was going to be a lawyer. When she put her mind to something, nothing would stop her. Zara worked hard to earn a law degree from the University of Westminster. She was strong and independent, and by the time she was 35 years old, she was a trainee solicitor who had just started at the Royal Courts of Justice. Her dreams were all coming true. She told her friend that she was as happy as she'd ever been, and that she could now start thinking of her future and starting a family of her own. Things were falling into a perfect place. On the 25th of June 2022, Zara met a friend for a catch-up. They met at a local pub, the Great Spoon of Ilford. There they had dinner and a drink before moving on to a bar. Here, Zara only drank water, but the two were just enjoying each other's company. At around 2 AM, they called it a night. The friend got in a cab, but Zara decided to walk. She was close to home and it was a warm evening. Ilford is a bustling, diverse area in East London. Zara began to head home along Cranbrook Road, a well-lit residential street just 10 minutes walk from her house. Here she arrived at the junction of Cranbrook Road at the same time as a man, in what would be described as a fatal coincidence. The man had also been in the Great Spoon of Ilford earlier in the evening, but he was kicked out after harassing a female bartender. He staggered around the streets of Ilford, following different women. This is the real CCTV of his actions. One woman, noticing he was trailing her, dived into a supermarket to hide. He marched up and down the aisles looking for her before waiting outside. Later, he went into a chicken shop, staring at a female customer. He had his hands down his trousers, and he then followed her too. But she luckily managed to lose him. He then followed a third woman along the street. When she noticed him, he overtook her, pretending to enter a house. But in fact, he was just hiding in a driveway, lying in wait. Fortunately, the woman went into her own house before she reached him. Wandering back to Cranbrook Road, the man spotted a fourth woman. This was Zara Alina. He crossed the road to begin walking closely behind her. He followed her for a while along the well-lit road. He was caught on camera several more times before he took his opportunity to grab her. He pounced on Zara from behind, placing one arm around her neck and a hand over her mouth. She was now just minutes from home. The fact that Cranbrook Road was a busy road, it had traffic flow and residential houses, as well as CCTV cameras. This didn't deter the man. He dragged Zara to the ground and into the dark shadows of a driveway. She fought back so hard that she was able to stand back up, but he struck her again repeatedly until she fell unconscious. He removed some of her clothing before forcing himself on her. He then kicked and stamped on Zara. CCTV, which captured the full attack, showed him walking away from the scene twice, but returning to viciously stamp on her once again. He used a fence post for balance to maximize the power of his blows. The attack lasted 9 minutes. He then stole her purse, keys, phone, leggings, and underwear. What he didn't want to keep was just strewn on the pavement nearby. Zara lay alone for 20 minutes before she was discovered by 2 passing couples. She was terribly injured and struggling to breathe. Paramedics were called at 2:44 a.m. and for over an hour they desperately tried to save her life on that driveway. She was then taken to the Royal London Hospital. Surgeons fought tirelessly throughout the morning, but tragically her injuries were just too great. Zara Alina's life officially ended at 9:58 a.m. A post-mortem examination revealed that Zara had suffered 46 separate injuries in a 9-minute attack. Severe blunt force trauma to her head, deep lacerations to the scalp, bruising to the lips, eyes, nose and jaw, as well as to intimate areas. Her cause of death was traumatic brain injury and prolonged pressure to the neck. The brutality of the attack is almost impossible to imagine, but it was this brutality that caused Zara's killer to leave crucial evidence. 2 fingerprints were left on the fence post he had used to balance himself whilst he attacked. However, both prints were only partial, and neither of them were sufficient enough to generate a match from the millions of prints in the fingerprint database. But the police wasted no time. They collected CCTV footage and very quickly worked their way backwards from the attack, piecing together the suspect's movements in the lead-up. Investigators noticed something significant. He was wearing what they described as a prison-issue vest. This was someone who had been in trouble with the law previously and perhaps recently. An image was circulated around local police stations, and one vigilant officer recognized the man from a previous arrest. He was able to provide a name, and therefore the partial prints were compared to the ones they had on file for this potential suspect, and it was a positive match. The man's name was Jordan McSweeney. But it wasn't just CCTV of his movements before the crime that they gathered. They watched him walk back down Cranbrook Road after the attack, before making his escape by climbing a wall into nearby Valentine's Park. There he entered a fairground and made his way to a set of caravans towards the back. Valentine's Park skirts Cranbrook Road, and at the time there was a carnival or travelling fairground on it. Police made their way there and passed around the picture. The staff recognised McSweeney immediately and pointed towards a caravan. He's in that caravan, there, asleep, they told the police.
Jordan McSweeney?
Got cuffs on, yeah?
Can you just stand up for us, mate?
Just tell him.
You're under arrest for rape and murder of a female at Cranbrook Road. Right? Okay. I've got it. Yep. Come forward. Just going to search you now, alright?
Less than 72 hours after Zara drew her final breath, McSweeney was arrested on the 29th of June. Jordan was 29 years old and a career criminal. He had 28 convictions for 69 previous offences: burglary, assaults on police and members of the public, driving offences, shoplifting, criminal damage, racially aggravated harassment, possession of a weapon, theft of a vehicle. A long and varied career. As a child, he took part in bare-knuckle fights for cash, and he was expelled from 2 schools, one for selling illicit substances to other kids. Much of his childhood was spent in and out of youth offender institutes, and this trend continued into adulthood. Prior to Zara's attack, he had served 9 separate prison sentences. Even in prison, he managed to notch up over 100 separate incidents: violence, threatening guards, misogynistic behaviour towards female staff members. He even started a fire in prison and took part in a riot. This riot saw one guard requiring emergency treatment for a wound to the head made by a sharp implement. And unsurprisingly, McSweeney also had a history of domestic maltreatment. He had a restraining order placed on him by one ex-partner, and a ferocious attack on another almost left her blinded in one eye, resulting from a kick to the face. Following his arrest, McSweeney was interviewed by police 3 times. Knowing how to play the system, he refused to answer any questions. He wouldn't even provide his name or information on where he lived. The only time he spoke was to make threats. He told one officer he was going to bite his face off. He showed nothing but disrespect for the situation that he'd found himself in, right up until the point he was formally charged with Zara's murder. He didn't deny that the CCTV images were of him, and he didn't show a shred of remorse. In fact, at one point, he yawned loudly and complained he was bored. His crime had been opportunistic, and he knew it. He should have been in prison on the night of Zara's murder. Jordan McSweeney had only been released from prison 9 days earlier. He'd served part of a sentence for robbery before he was released on license. This was on the condition that he attended regular meetings with his probation officers. Released on June the 17th, he missed an appointment that very same day, and then another on June the 20th. The police weren't informed to arrest him for another 4 days on June the 24th. Police went to the address that they had on record for him, his mother's house. This was on June the 25th. But he wasn't there. This was the morning before the murder. An internal review later revealed that a series of errors and miscommunication meant that, despite his long history of violence, he'd been incorrectly labelled as a medium risk to society. He had no tag, and there was what has been described as no clarity whatsoever on where he'd been living. The evidence against McSweeney was overwhelming. Already the CCTV footage and the fingerprints placed him at the scene. But there was more. Police obtained footage from the fairground. This was captured the afternoon following the attack. McSweeney is seen wearing the same prison-issue vest and carrying a bag. He reappears just minutes later, shirtless and bagless. The bag was found hidden beneath the skirting of another caravan inside the park. Inside was the vest and his shoes, covered in Zara's DNA. He initially tried to blame all the DNA evidence on having been bitten by a dog. The weight of all this evidence against him gave him no alternative but to lie. McSweeney then pleaded guilty on all charges on November the 16th. Despite this, he still wasn't ready to face up to what he had done. When it came to his sentencing on December the 14th, he refused to leave his cell. The court saw this act as one final act of sheer disregard for Zara's life. At sentencing, the judge said, after satisfying his lust, he proceeded to destroy the woman he had just degraded. With sickening deliberation, he stamped on her. The defendant had the physical advantages of strength and surprise. In everything else, she was better than him. She was talented, spirited, intelligent, and kind. The defendant is a pugnacious and deeply violent man, with a propensity for violence. I have no doubt Jordan McSweeney intended to kill Zara Alina. The nature of his attack, stomping on her head, and the fact he returned twice drives me to the conclusion that this was a determined intention to kill. Jordan McSweeney was sentenced to life imprisonment. He will serve 38 years as the minimum term. Given his previous track record in prison, it's likely he will never see freedom again. This is the true story of Terry Edmonds, a kind and intelligent 17-year-old girl, someone that was already finding their own way in the world, that resided in a notoriously safe town. So when she was seen on train station CCTV before vanishing into thin air, where would authorities even begin to discover what had happened? The train station, the hostel where she lived, her 26-year-old boyfriend's house, or somewhere not yet discovered. Terry Edmonds of Hadlow in Kent, UK, was described as a joyful and bright girl who was both brilliant and intelligent. She had 8 A-grade GCSEs, she was independent, and when she was 16 she made the decision to leave the family home. She went to live in a Christian Alliance Housing Association hostel in Royal Tunbridge Wells. Her mother Helen said that this was Terry's choice to be more grown up and stand on her own 2 feet, and not due to a bad home situation. Terry aspired to be a nurse because she was compassionate, kind, and headstrong. She was too young to start training at the time, but she planned on going to the Hugh Christie Technology College in Tunbridge to make this nursing dream come true. Her mother said she had her whole life ahead of her, and it was to be a good life. With lots of friends and being so well liked, everyone expected great things. On April the 17th, 2006, now 17 years old, Terry had a boyfriend. He was Nigel Fitzgerald and he was 26 years old, 9 years her senior. He lived with his mother and sister in Hadlow near Tunbridge. Nigel said that he dropped Terry off at 12:20 PM that day outside the Pizza Hut in Royal Tunbridge Wells where he worked. He said he later received a text message from Terry saying she was going to Maidstone, and then a second text message saying she was on her way to Tunbridge. He was expecting to meet up with her again later that day. He said, "Terry said she wanted to talk to me about something, but that it wasn't bad and we could talk after work." To meet up with boyfriend Nigel in Royal Tunbridge Wells, Terry had to take the train. She was captured on CCTV getting off the train in Royal Tunbridge Wells at 6:23 PM. With a population of around 55,000 people, Royal Tunbridge Wells is a small town in Kent, England, around 30 miles from central London. The area was described by locals as safe, wealthy and middle class, and that women could feel very safe walking around at night. They said it was a peaceful life, and that crimes don't really happen here. So we should expect 17-year-old Terry to be safe on her journey. However, the time that Terry and Nigel were to meet came and passed. Nigel began texting Terry to see where she was. It was unusual for her not to respond to text messages, especially those from Nigel. The couple normally texted each other daily and at least hourly. He got no answer from her after sending 20 text messages. Starting to worry, he contacted Terry's mother, Helen. Helen, also unable to reach her daughter, made the decision to phone the police. Police started searching for Terry. Nothing immediately turned up. They held a press conference to ask the public for assistance. Terry's story shocked the locals because for them this was a first-time occurrence. Royal Tunbridge Wells was meant to be safe. These things didn't happen here. On April the 27th, they released the CCTV footage of Terry in the train station. On that footage, there were several potential witnesses identified by the police. These individuals were all quickly found and were willing to help the investigation to move forward. However, none of these individuals held any information. All that police knew is that Terry arrived at the train station at 6:23 PM, and then she vanished. On April the 29th, police discovered a suspicious dark green suitcase under a ramp in a car park. When they opened the suitcase, they discovered the unthinkable. 12 days after she went missing, the search for Terry was over. The body in the suitcase was identified as Terry Edmonds. Mother Helen said in a press conference, "My worst fears came true when I heard that Terry's body had been found. It is every mother's worst nightmare. It changed our family's life forever." Paying tribute to Terry, she stressed, "I will never get over losing my beautiful daughter. She was young and clever and had her whole life in front of her. She had lots she wanted to do. I don't understand how someone could do this to her. Someone must know who did this. Someone must have a son or a husband or a partner or even a daughter who knows something, or knows someone who has been behaving differently since Terry went missing on Easter Monday."
I am begging you, please, if anybody knows anything, however little, get in touch, because anything to help catch the person that's done this will help.
According to the autopsy report, Terry was raped. She had scratches on her back and was throttled with the scarf that she was wearing, and police were able to determine that she was most likely smothered with a sheet found near the scene. The sheet was covered in blood when they discovered it, as were Terry's sneakers and a lighter. They sent the suitcase and the other items of evidence to be tested by the crime lab. The first suspect they looked into was Terry's boyfriend, Nigel. His DNA was found on Terry's body. He was under greater suspicion by some due to him being 26 years old. He was arrested in Hadlow on April the 30th, 2006. He was interviewed by police and his home, which he shared with his mother and sister, was searched. However, his colleagues were able to provide a solid alibi for his whereabouts at the time that Terry vanished. And after additional testing, police were able to rule him out as a suspect. Police forensic investigators now look to the suitcase for answers. They were able to obtain a DNA sample from the luggage's handle. Police immediately identified and then brought in the owner of the case. This suspect was interviewed by the police, revealing a detail that startled them. The suspect told the police that yes, they did own the suitcase, but that they recently donated the item to the Salvation Army. The suspect's story was investigated, and what sounded like a weak excuse actually checked out. However, this meant the police were once again at a dead end. Investigators returned to the apparent scene of Terry's passing. They discovered that the car park where her body was found was not a part of her usual route, but that she sometimes used it as a shortcut back to the hostel where she lived. After scouring CCTV, it showed Terry entering the car park. However, the cameras at the other side of the building did not show her exiting, as would have been expected. Police therefore deduced that Terry was ended somewhere in that car park. This car park was home to several homeless people. It was relatively unmonitored and gave a source of shelter. Police then approached the homeless community sleeping in the parking structure. They asked if any of them had a suitcase, had lost a suitcase, or had even seen a suitcase. They all responded, no. However, a police officer then recalled that there was one homeless individual that he knew of that carried his belongings around in a suitcase. They went to the man in question and asked him about it. He stated that no, he did not have one, something the police now believed was an outright lie. Police now believe they were on the right track. They once again went to go and speak with the homeless man. His story changed. He now confirmed that he did have a suitcase which he kept in the stairwell and contained all of his clothing, but that the suitcase was stolen. Police then decided to arrest him. The man was Philip Bell, 21 years old. Philip Bell dropped out of school at the age of 15. He did for a short period work as a removal man, but he then became involved in petty crime. This lifestyle escalated and he eventually became a drug dealer living on the streets. Philip had been living in Royal Tunbridge Wells for nearly 2 years. He was addicted to a variety of illicit and illegal substances. He was, at the time of Terry's disappearance, living in the stairwell of the car park that Terry walked into, but never made it out of. Forensic investigators discovered Terry's DNA in the basement level of the stairs. They now believe that this was where Terry was attacked and subsequently passed. Philip denies that he had anything to do with the allegations regarding Terry. He claimed that he was not on the stairwell, that he had no idea who she was, and that he had never even seen her. These claims weren't enough to deter the police in their ongoing investigation. Police took his clothing in as evidence to try and further tie him into the case. They discovered scratch marks on his trousers and knees, consistent with the nature of the assault. He claimed that he received these scratches from playing football. Strangely, police could confirm he was actually involved in playing football, but when the other players were interviewed, they all confirmed that he did not fall on his knees at any point. But would this be enough to gain a charge from the Crown prosecution? Police were forced to grant Philip Bell bail since they had no physical evidence to charge him, only circumstantial evidence. Police believed that Philip Bell was responsible for Terry's death, but they needed physical evidence to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt. They began combing through endless hours of CCTV footage in search of anything that would help the case. That is when they noticed Philip Bell on CCTV taking the same path as Terry Edmonds, following closely in her footsteps, entering the car park moments after she did. An hour later, CCTV showed Philip exiting the car park, but as we know, Terry never made it out. They also noticed that Philip was wearing a different pair of jeans when he entered the car park than when he exited the car park. One pair of jeans had a slim fit while the others were baggy. Police believed that Philip changed his jeans after getting Terry's DNA on them. This also matches up with the scratches on his knees. With this new evidence and a stronger case, on August 1st, 2006, Philip was once again detained. He was questioned about why he was in the car park, to which he responded that he was never there. Police then showed Philip the CCTV footage that showed him entering the car park. He then simply admitted that yes, he was in the car park. However, Philip claimed to have smoked 7 grams of cannabis, so he couldn't have been responsible for what happened. However, an analysis studying the CCTV footage revealed that Philip was not under the influence. His stories were starting to be broken down one by one. To add to the evidence against Philip, police took his hoodie in for forensic testing. They discovered a small marking of blood around the size of a penny on the hoodie. This was analysed and was proven to belong to Terry Edmonds. They collected and inspected more of his belongings, including his sleeping bag, which showed 2 significant stains. Both of these 2 contained Terry's DNA. Terry's blood was also found on a pink sheet with a partial footprint mark that matched Philip's shoes. Finally, they discovered reproductive fluid on Terry's underwear that matched Philip Bell's DNA. Bell was then charged with first-degree murder. This is the police's theory as to what occurred. They suspected that when he noticed Terry taking a shortcut home, he followed her into the car park. He then tried to seduce her, and when she refused, he became enraged. A struggle ensued in which Terry passed. Only then did he sexually assault her. All he had as a means of disposal of the body was his suitcase, so he forced her into the fetal position, stuffed her into the suitcase, and dumped her beneath the car park. Philip's trial began at Maidstone Crown Court a year after Terry was reported missing on April 23, 2007. He pled not guilty, and his defence cast a finger at another homeless person that resided in the same car park. It turns out that this other man was actually a convicted murderer. To the jury, this was enough to cast doubt on Philip's guilt. They believed that this other man could be responsible for Terry's passing. The trial lasted 6 weeks, and the jury failed to reach a decision after 22 hours. The second trial with a new jury began on January 10th, 2008. According to the defence, Terry's blood was on Philip's hoodie not because he attacked her, but because Philip walked by the location where Terry was, and the blood then got on him. The jury once again failed to reach a verdict after 19 hours of deliberation. The trial then began for the 3rd time. The prosecution pursued the defence's claim that Philip's hoodie contained Terry's blood since he brushed against it somewhere in the car park. However, they tested the stain and said that if he had touched the blood at a later time, it would have dried and turned flaky. But the blood on the hoodie was fresh. A 15-year-old girl also testified that Philip Bell had invited her to the same car park stairway that he was staying in. But on this occasion, she was able to flee because thankfully Philip was interrupted. This time, after just 3 hours, the jury returned with a verdict. Philip Bell was guilty. He was then sentenced to 28 years in prison. Terry's family was able to finally watch their daughter, sibling, niece and cousin receive the justice that she deserved. Do you think the punishment fits the crime here? Let me know down in the comments. In life, sometimes we can do all the right things, but we're not rewarded for our actions, and sadly, sometimes we're even punished. It is hard to conjure up reasons for bad things happening to good people, and the actions of an evil few leave us scratching our heads, asking the question, why? This is the true story of Sasha Marsden. Sasha Marsden was a 16-year-old student seeking a career in childcare at the Fylde College. It takes a very specific kind of person to be drawn towards caring for children, one that is nurturing, patient, kind and empathetic. These are all words that can be easily used to describe Sasha. Sasha came from a loving family in Blackpool. She was born to Jane and Gary Marsden alongside sisters Gemma and Katie. Sasha was described as an attractive, bright young woman, someone with the prospects of a promising future ahead of her. Her older sister Gemma described her as cheeky and caring, saying that Sasha was attached to her all the time as Gemma's little sister. Unfortunately though, Sasha's past had changed her significantly. After experiencing an assault when she was just 14, the trauma she endured had caused her to struggle greatly as she aged. She frequently ran away and struggled in school, fighting to deal with the pain that she had endured, and the lack of accountability that her attacker had received. Despite these struggles, Sasha truly wanted to make a difference in the world, showing her true colours on her quest to become a caregiver and educator. This is why she enrolled in the Fylde College to make a better life for herself, refusing to let her assailant have any more power over her life. For those of you outside of the UK, Blackpool is a seaside town that acts as a famous vacation spot in Lancashire, England. It is the stag and hen party capital of the UK. In summer, it thrives on tourism. People love to visit its beautiful beaches, the tower, the zoo and the gardens, and it's even been voted as the UK's favourite seaside resort. But unfortunately, Blackpool is not only home to sunshine and smiles. In the winter, it cuts a starker shape. Sasha Marsden was hard at work on her college studies, managing her time enough to where she began looking for a job to make some extra money. Unfortunately for her, it was wintertime in a town that thrived on the summer sun. Businesses were slowing down and were reluctant to hire. Luckily though, she had met a man through a mutual friend, and he gave her the prospect of a job. The man was named David Minto. A 23-year-old barman and groundskeeper, Minto worked for the Grafton House Hotel. The hotel was a quaint getaway owned by Minto's girlfriend and her mother. Upon meeting with Sasha, he decided she would be perfect for the job. She could work for their hotel as a cleaner during the winter months. This is because his girlfriend Rachel would be away working at another job. Minto messaged her through Facebook. He was offering her the position and invited her to come over the following day so he could show her the ropes. Sasha excitedly agreed to the employment opportunity. It didn't seem too strange to Sasha when David Minto replied, "Will it just be you because I get a bit nervous around new people?" She calmed Minto's mind and made plans to visit the hotel the following day. David and Sasha had agreed that her first official day of work would be January the 31st. So on that day in 2013, Sasha's father Gary drove her to a shoe store near the Grafton House Hotel. Sasha told him that she would send him a message when she was ready to be picked up. Gary returned home to his wife and the family continued their day as normal. He was, however, prepared to pick up Sasha when they received her message. But by the time 8 PM rolled around, her parents became extremely worried. They had called her and texted her to check on her status status but had heard nothing back. Instead of panicking, they decided to call Sasha's boyfriend, Danny. It was possible that he had gone to pick her up instead, but Danny hadn't seen or heard from her either. We can only imagine this causing an ominous feeling in the pit of their stomachs. Sasha's parents decided that they needed to find the hotel that Sasha was working at. Fortunately, boyfriend Danny knew Sasha's Facebook password, and this was a method of communication between Sasha and David Minto, the man who was now her boss. They quickly found the name of the hotel and hopped in the car to pay a visit. Upon arriving at the hotel, they walked inside to find David Minto at the front desk. Knowing that he was the man that hired Sasha, they asked him if Sasha was ready to come home yet. But to their surprise, David explained that Sasha had already gone home for the night. This was a great cause for concern. Sasha had no way of getting home without either her parents or Danny giving her a lift. Even though she had disappeared before in the past, things seemed different now. They thought that part of her life was over. Hours would go by without any news, and when 11 PM rolled around, Jane and Gary Marsden knew that something had to be wrong. It was time to report Sasha missing to the police. The investigators that spoke with Sasha's parents were diligent in taking down Sasha's description and last known whereabouts. When they had received the relevant information, including the fact that Sasha was working at the Grafton House Hotel, the investigators couldn't ignore the possible connection that Sasha could have to a case they had received just hours earlier. A neighbour of the hotel had discovered a fire in the alleyway behind the Grafton House Hotel. This was after it caused his smoke alarms to go off. The neighbourhood recalled a man and woman coming out of the hotel to view the commotion, with the man saying that it was a mannequin that had been set ablaze. This man was David Minto and the woman was his girlfriend, Rachel Butterworth. During the neighbours' attempt to put out the fire, it had become increasingly clear that this was not a plastic person, but a real one. They were wrapped in rubbish bags, carpeting scraps and bedding. There was no way to visually identify the body due to the state that it was found in. Police investigators had to find another way. Using Sasha's toothbrush, they were able to match her DNA to that of the body that had been found in the alleyway just hours before. She had been terribly assaulted, receiving 58 wounds to her neck and head made with a sharp implement. The only man that had any sort of connection to Sasha was David Minto, the man that had hired her. Because of this, David and girlfriend Rachel were both arrested for Sasha's attack. Before they questioned the two suspects, police had done a thorough investigation of the hotel and the alleyway. They had found a huge amount of Sasha's DNA, namely in the form of blood. Vital fluids were in the alleyway, hotel halls and bathtub. DNA had also been found on a knife inside the hotel, one that would later be determined to be the sharp implement that was used in Sasha's attack. In addition to this, investigators found Sasha's clothes, purse and phone inside the hotel. Upon questioning, Rachel denied knowing anything about the occurrences from that night. She said she had arrived at the hotel at around 9 PM, smelling a strong odour of bleach in the air. David said that he had cut himself and got it on the carpet. He had then used bleach to clean it efficiently. Rachel had no clue that David was talking to Sasha, or that he had hired her or invited her to the hotel that day. In fact, David had no authority to employ anyone or pay them, having absolutely no say in the business or any access to the bank account. The police believed Rachel's story. They released her from custody and turned their focus to David Minto. The evidence against David was overwhelming, but his confession would seal it all in place. Despite the cards that were stacked against him, David aggressively denied any involvement in Sasha's passing. His story went as follows. Sasha had arrived at the hotel to complete her first day of cleaning. While she was there, she made aggressive, intimate advances towards him. This almost forced him into an intimately charged situation. He finally succumbed to her advances, and then he had consensual relations on the floor of one of the hotel rooms. He said that she suffered a nosebleed during the event. This is how he explained the red fluid they had found inside of the hotel. He stuck to the notion that this was the last time that he saw her, and at that time she was alive and well. Even though the investigators couldn't gain a confession, they still felt confident enough to charge David Minto with ferociously ending Sasha's life. Police described it as one of the most horrendous scenes they have ever investigated. As they prepared for the trial, the evidence against David only continued to accumulate. CCTV footage had shown Sasha entering the hotel along with David Minto, but she was never seen leaving. And even if she had left, why would she leave her clothes, her phone and her purse behind? In addition, the investigators had gone through Sasha's phone. There they found 2 drafted but unsent text messages. The first was drafted at 4:58 and said, "Pick me up at Madame Tussauds. This is a wax figure museum nearby to the hotel." This message was sent to her boyfriend's father. This was unusual as Sasha was aware of the fact that he was currently out of town. The second, drafted at 4:59, was for Danny, which read, "I love you, tell Dad to pick me up from Madame Tussauds." This was equally as strange as there was no previous text messages between the couple. In fact, they almost never communicated through text messages at all. It was quickly deduced that Sasha did not write these messages at all. They had been written by her attacker. Not only was the hotel slow in the winter months, it was completely closed down for renovations. This meant that the fact that David even hired Sasha at all without the owner's knowledge was completely nonsensical and at the very least suspicious. On July the 15th, 2013, David Minto's trial began. The prosecution aggressively asserted their version of events. When Sasha rejected Minto's advances, he flew into a frenzy rage. He defiled Sasha's body and then started the fire. As for the defense, David's story had changed since his discussion with the police. His new story asserted that although they did have consensual relations at the hotel that night, that she had in fact passed away inside the hotel. After their intimate encounter in the hotel room, he said they had gone their separate ways. Sasha was to go home and David was to finish cleaning up. A short time later, David had discovered Sasha's body in a hotel corridor, saying he found her maimed and defiled from an attack by an anonymous intruder. And then, in a state of shock and confusion, he moved the body to the back alleyway behind the hotel. He did this because the sight of her made him queasy. The defense asserted that the real attacker was still out there roaming the streets, whilst the prosecution was pursuing an innocent bystander. The prosecution ignored these accusations, confidently presenting the overwhelming evidence against Minto, and hoping that this was enough. 11 days later, it was time for the jury to deliberate. It only took 3 hours for the members of the jury to arrive at a unanimous decision. They found David Minto guilty for everything he had done to Sasha Marsden. He was sentenced to a minimum of 35 years in prison, and the judge had plenty of choice words for him, saying that his deeds were ferocious and sustained, and that there was no sense of humanity within him. Sasha's family is doing everything in their power to ensure that David Minto never sees the light of day again. Sasha's sister Katie is ready to fight as hard as she can to make sure that Minto stays in prison forever, saying, "He will be 57 when he gets out. We believe he will do this to someone again. He's got no remorse and was not sorry in court. He took selfies on his phone while Sasha's body was there."
I'm breaking up the family badly. Help for me. The ambulance are on the way to you. I've already called them. I'm just trying to say where you are.
This is the emotionally draining case of the UK's very own Night Stalker. It's 1997, a quiet springtime in Lewisham, England. In Brockley Mews, a cul-de-sac with only 19 homes, everything is still. It was a quiet close with rail tracks on one side and Honor Oak Crematorium on the other. The cul-de-sac sat near some of South London's busiest roads, but it was itself quiet enough to see children playing in the road in the summertime. A leafy barrier of trees protects a terrace of 3-story homes from the railway track opposite. Taking advantage of the sheltered feel of the mews, the neighbours bring their garden chairs out into the street to hold barbecues and domino games. It was pretty much a picture-perfect place to live, and in the last house on the left lived a happy family. The wife was wheelchair-bound, the husband, a former carpenter and minicab driver, was her full-time carer. It might sound challenging, but they seemed happy. He was a number one to all of us on the street because he was so kind to her and so gentle, said Ray, a neighbour. He would take her on day trips if the weather was nice and come to my allotment to pick up fresh vegetables for her. The house was strikingly neat and clean, exceptionally tidy. There wasn't a speck of dirt and nothing was out of place. An almost ideal family home. The family were Jehovah's Witnesses. On a Saturday, they would come out in their smart suits and all go off to church together. The boys were friendly but respectful. They were always smiling, the neighbour added. The dad was definitely very attentive and caring. He was affectionate. They were a nice family. But no one could have suspected what was going on behind closed doors. The nice family in the last house on the picture-perfect street had a dark secret. Everything was not as it seemed. It was the 12th of October 1992. In Orpington, Kent, an 89-year-old woman was settling down to sleep in her bungalow when a loud noise woke her. She thought it was her neighbour, who often worked late shifts. It wasn't unusual for them to clang and clash as they let themselves into their door. Not everyone is careful or considerate, so she wasn't worried. Now fully awake, she headed to the kitchen to make herself a cup of tea. Once back in bed, she settled down with a book. As she turned a page, suddenly she felt eyes burning into her. There was a figure standing in her doorway. She saw a man. His face was covered by a balaclava. He moved towards the end of the bed, blinding her with the torch, shining it directly at her eyes. She tried to ask whether he wanted money. He shouted at her to be quiet. She scrambled for her purse, giving him everything she had. It was around £25 in notes and coins, not a lot, but he wasn't there for money. He unscrewed the bulb from her lamp, then forced a black glove over her face and mouth, leaving her feeling like she was being smothered. She couldn't breathe, she couldn't see, but she could hear. The man whispered, "Don't scream, I won't hurt you." But that simply wasn't true. He intimately violated her. The pain she felt was inexplainable. He was really brutal, I just wanted him to stop. The pain was awful, she said. The man went to the bathroom and when he returned, he threw her a towel for her to use. He then picked up his gloves from the floor and left. The woman, who suffered from osteoarthritis, had cuts to her lips. She also had horrific injuries to her waist and hips which required major surgery. The ordeal was terrifying and lasted what felt like hours. But crucially, there was DNA evidence left behind. When police reached the bungalow, they found an unsettling scene. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment crime. It was well thought out. It was meticulous. The light bulbs had all been unscrewed. The electricity meter had been switched off and the telephone wires had been ripped out. The window had been removed to allow easy access and as to not cause any noise. But even with DNA evidence, the culprit had been too smart. The case simply went cold. His next offence occurred in 1998. This time he subjected an 81-year-old woman to burglary, indecent assault and other attempted intimate violations. Again, a DNA sample was left at the scene which allowed the crimes to be linked. But this was the 1990s. DNA just wasn't enough to catch him. Britain's National Police DNA database contained samples from anyone arrested for a recordable offence after 1995. But when they ran the samples of his DNA, they were coming up blank. It appeared that the suspect wore gloves every time, so there were no fingerprints. The hunt was on for a serial predatory individual attacking the elderly. In 1999, he struck again, this time in Beckingham, Colston, Croydon, Kent and Orpington. He burgled 6 times, indecently assaulted 4 times and intimately violated 2 elderly women. Many of his victims, aged between their 70s and 80s, were blind, deaf or suffered from Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. One of his victims, who had only just returned from a hospital stay, told how she was awoken in the early hours of the morning in August 1999, seeing a man shining a torch in her face as he removed the bulb from her bedside lamp. He again had gained entry by removing a pane of glass in the living room window. The 88-year-old woman who lived on her own in Croydon said, "I was shocked, petrified, dumbstruck. I did not know what to do." He pulled away her bedsheet, undid his trousers and grabbed her arm, forcing her to touch him. The woman pulled her hand away, quickly saying, "What would your mother think of you if she could see you now?" She was terrified and shocked. She was just staring at his face, paralysed with fear, wondering how long it would go on for. But to her surprise, it wouldn't be long. The mention of her assailant's mother was enough. Without harming her further, he left the woman in her bedroom, ransacked the house, and then left. The predator wasn't always cold and combative. The victims, who were both men and women aged between 68 and 93, said he would kiss them on the cheek, take their pulse or engage in conversation with them for hours, before ultimately assaulting them in their beds. Even as he ransacked homes and terrorized them, he somehow showed compassion to some of his victims. He helped one to a chair and then back to bed while he was breaking into her home. At times, he almost seemed caring. He knew how to support a frail elderly individual, carefully holding the elbow to guide his victims around their homes. This made the police suspect that he had a background as a caregiver. In one case, he took a woman's pulse and after attacking her, he apologized to her. He said, "I'm really sorry. I won't do this again." But despite these fleeting moments of compassion, his reign of terror continued across South London, and he wasn't always so compassionate. In a particularly egregious attack on August 5th, 1999, he violated his victim twice and left her bleeding from internal injuries which nearly proved fatal.
I'm afraid I'm raped, I'm bleeding badly. Can you please get some help for me? The ambulance police are on the way to you. I've already called them and just trying to say where you are.
In the later attack, he broke into an elderly Polish man's house in Croydon. He'd robbed the same house once before. This time, the 88-year-old man hadn't gone to bed yet. On this occasion, the perpetrator showed no compassion. Disturbingly, he intimately violated him. But this act wasn't for gratification. Instead, it was to embarrass the elderly man into not calling the police. Sadly, this was an effective method of silencing the elderly. It was believed that the predator had committed over 200 offences, but only a handful were reported. The media named the man the Night Stalker. He often took money, but only in small amounts. He also took credit cards and obtained pins from his victims, but there was no record of him ever using them. With so many offences, so many victims, and so many opportunities to catch him, it really is a wonder that he was able to continue for so long. In 1998, the police launched Operation Minstead after detectives forensically linked an offence in 1997 in South London to the first known case back in 1992. With no identity for their suspect, they nicknamed him the Minstead Man, and break-ins and characteristic signs became known as Minstead burglaries. Operation Minstead was the largest and possibly most controversial investigation Britain had ever seen. By 2001, there were 73 cases linked to the Night Stalker. DNA was found at most scenes, but as with the early cases, there was no DNA link to the national database. The Minstead man was careful not to be caught. Detective Superintendent Simon Morgan took charge of the investigation. Looking through the case notes, he realised that the perpetrator had a distinctive method. From flattened grass found in the victim's gardens, police could see that the Night Stalker was prepared to wait for hours until he knew for certain that the victim had gone to bed. He'd attack by carefully and quietly removing the whole window in one piece to gain entry. He would move any ornaments away from the window sills to avoid making noise as he entered. He'd switch off the electricity supply at the mains, cut the telephone wires and unscrew light bulbs around the house. He also placed any mobile phones above cupboards, making them harder to find. The police had little to go on. Descriptions from his victim suggested a black male aged between 25 and 40. He was described as about 5'9" to 5'11" tall, of slim athletic build and tending to wear darker clothing. He was usually wearing gloves, a mask or balaclava, and occasionally a baseball cap. He was also described as being softly spoken. Some of his victims reported a curious, sweet smell. Most victims were so traumatized, they were unable to recall any further details. It was left to behavioral profilers to help shine some light. They detected that he must have worked with the elderly at some point. He used similar techniques when lifting and moving his victims. They also worked out that he must have worked at night, as his comings and goings didn't arouse suspicions. In nearly every case, the police were astounded at just how clean and tidy he was. It was believed that the person they were hunting must have had obsessive-compulsive disorder, or OCD. He was described as a gerontophile, someone drawn to older women for carnal gratification who often spends times in his victims' homes. DS Simon Morgan said that he believed that he enjoyed the domesticity of being with elderly people, but even with the profile, they were coming up short. In order to move forward with the case, the police decided to use a pioneering new technique called ancestral DNA profiling. It concluded that both of his parents originated from the Caribbean. This pointed towards Caribbean, probably the Windward Islands, St. Lucia, Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Tobago or Trinidad. More than 50 police staff volunteered to provide further samples that narrowed the profile down to the Windward Islands. Operation Minstead identified around 21,000 possible suspects that fitted such a profile. In 2004, detectives hand-delivered a letter to hundreds of black men in South London, asking for their help in voluntarily providing DNA samples for elimination purposes. They needed to reduce the number of suspects in the operation, and this was the best way to do so. Volunteers were assured that DNA samples would be destroyed as soon as they were confirmed to be unmatched with the Minstead man's DNA. The majority of those potential suspects were eager to help if it would assist police in catching the suspect. However, 125 men initially refused to provide samples, believing that the exercise was discriminatory and breached their human rights. Police pressured those who refused, explaining that their behaviour could be construed as suspicious, and they would be arrested for suspected intimate violations. 5 men were arrested. 5 innocent men. They were, however, subsequently cleared. Although they were able to reduce the list of potential suspects from 21,000 to 1,000, police resigned themselves to being able only to obtain the DNA of certain suspects still on the list if they were arrested for an unrelated offence. But the damage was done. The incident was seen as an abuse of power, but the criticisms for the police didn't stop there. After nearly 10 years of violent attacks on the elderly, the police were desperate. Detectives flew to Trinidad to make an appeal for information, but nothing. 4 of the country's leading criminal profilers were enlisted to create a comprehensive profile of the attacker. Detectives say this provided an amazingly detailed but chilling portrait. This still brought nothing. A new appeal was broadcast on BBC's Crime Watch programme, which featured a recording of a 999 call made by one of its victims. A reward of up to £40,000 is offered to anyone who provided information that led to the man's arrest, prosecution and conviction. But still, it was fruitless. On October 13th, 2002, 10 years after the first attack, he struck again. This time he left a vital clue, a footprint from a size 10 Nike Air Terra Countego trainer. 7 confirmed attacks took place in the summer of 2003 before another gap. In 2007, the police saw the Night Stalker's pattern of behaviour changing. He became more focused on stealing money. More importantly, his careful planning was beginning to falter and mistakes were being made. The frequency was also ramping up. There was a burglary on May the 11th, 2008 in Norwood, another burglary in Downham on May the 17th, a third on June the 4th in Lee. Detectives weren't sure why, but he seemed to be getting desperate. In 2009, the crimes rose to new prolific levels when 16 attacks were reported in just 19 days. The Metropolitan Police called in Detective Chief Inspector Colin Sutton. Sutton had just caught Levi Belfield. Belfield was responsible for the death of Millie Dowler, and they believed Sutton was the man to help. DCI Colin Sutton said, "I had been handed a poisoned chalice. It was left to Sutton to try and catch the perpetrator. Sutton decided that the DNA evidence was proving a red herring for the police. He changed tack and decided on a new radical plan, a stakeout focusing on the attacker's favourite hunting grounds. He discovered that in just one street in Croydon, the Night Stalker had been his most prolific. Deciding that this must be a significant area, he put in a request for 150 officers and 80 cameras to observe the region. The request, however, was declined, but a compromise was reached. Sutton got just 70 officers. On the first night of the observation, the Night Stalker attacked 3 times. This was a major breakthrough, but unfortunately the attacks were just outside of the areas being policed. The Night Stalker evaded capture once again. However, CCTV cameras showed a man fitting the description running towards a vehicle. Experts were able to identify a silver Vauxhall Zafira. This was potentially the car owned by the Night Stalker. 17 days later, a member of the surveillance team noticed a similar Vauxhall in the neighbourhood. An hour later, a man was spotted running to the same car. The police sprung into action and moments later they had caught up to and pulled over the car. The officer who pulled the car over, David Matthews, said, "I was quite aware that if this was the suspect, that he'd be prepared to fight. We searched the car and I opened the boot. There were latex gloves, a crowbar, a balaclava in there. This appeared to be a burglar's kit. He looked at me and he said, 'What's this really about?' And I just said, 'I think you know what it's really about.' And it was like someone had switched a light out within him. His eyes glazed over and he never spoke another word. At around 2 a.m, the Night Stalker was arrested. The Night Stalker was Delroy Easton Grant. He was born in Jamaica in 1957. At 2 years old, his mother walked out of the family and left Grant in the care of his elderly grandparents. His father, a devout Christian, made the decision to move to the UK. Delroy Grant was 15 at the time, and not long after arriving in Britain, his criminal career began. It started small. At first it was petty theft, but he gradually got worse. He soon moved on to more serious offences, including burglary, later spending time in jail for armed robbery. In 1975, he met his first wife, Janet Watson. Many thought that this was the woman who could put him on the straight and narrow. Within 2 weeks, they got engaged. Janet believed she'd found her own Prince Charming, but after the wedding, things took a dramatic turn for the worse. She quickly discovered that he had an obsession with tidiness and being in control. Knives and forks needed to be in the correct drawer. If they weren't, there were consequences. Consequences that left her bloodied and bruised. Delroy Grant was a modern-day Jekyll and Hyde. In public, he knew the perfect way to behave and the right things to say, but in his own home, he was the master, in control, and his family must obey. The young couple had 2 children together, but after 5 years of Grant's abuse, Janet left. Delroy moved to Leicester, where he fathered another 2 children with a new girlfriend. This relationship didn't last too long, and in 1991 he was sent to prison for handling stolen goods. Shortly after that, the relationship ended and he headed back to southeast London. It's there he met his second wife, Jennifer Edwards. She was a devoted Jehovah's Witness and the community welcomed him in with open arms. Finally, Grant had somewhere that he belonged. The couple moved into a house in Brockley, southeast London. There they raised their 2 boys and Jennifer's 2 girls from a previous marriage. When Jennifer was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, Grant, a former assistant in a care home, had to take care of her. He became a taxi driver by night and his wife's carer by day. His neighbours admired the way that he looked after her. He was known as a pillar of the community, good-natured, always smiling, a church-going family man. But unknown to everyone around them, beneath his devious exterior lay a sadistic, brutal burglar. Someone who targeted the vulnerable elderly and subjected them to the most horrific experiences.
Delroy Grant's court appearance was brief. The many charges he faces, rape, assault and burglary, weren't even mentioned. Police were given 3 more days to question him. At his home nearby, forensic investigators were still looking for evidence against him. His alleged crimes go back 17 years, to around the time his family moved in here. Neighbours described a friendly community and a man devoted to his disabled wife.
He's such a nice guy, but I just can't. It's a shock. It's unbelievable.
You know, totally devoted to his wife and children, and as I said, it's just come to a shock in this small, tight-knit community.
In Delroy Grant's back garden, evidence of one hobby, target practice with his air rifle. According to neighbours, Delroy Grant was a familiar figure here, often seen out and about in these streets, pushing his wife Jennifer in her wheelchair. Both of them are Jehovah's Witnesses.
Delroy Grant was tight-lipped. Even after his arrest, he said nothing that could offer any explanation as to why he did the things that he did. Days after his arrest, an officer went to his cell to provide him with deodorant. He was agitated, pacing up and down in his cell. He said, "I do not want to fit anyone up." This basically means he doesn't want to snitch. When asked what he meant, he said, "Have you thought about my son, Delroy Jr.?" When asked why his son might be responsible, Grant is alleged to have said, "He lives in the right area and he is the same height as me." But when told the information would have to be passed on, Grant responded, "No, don't pass it on. I don't want to fit anyone up." After over a decade of terrorising the elderly, he wasn't ready to confess. On the 3rd of March 2011, Delroy Grant appeared at Woolwich Crown Court to face 29 charges. These range from intimate violations, indecent assaults and burglary from 1992 to 2009. He denied all counts, having previously pleaded not guilty at the hearing held at the Old Bailey. He maintained that they have the wrong man and should be arresting his eldest son from his first marriage. It was clear that Grant had awareness of the number of breakthroughs in forensics and DNA. He was hoping that his son would share the same DNA and instead be convicted for his crimes. However, the jury were told that Grant's DNA proves a perfect match to the DNA samples found at the crime scenes. Grant's first wife, Janet Watson, was put in a witness box to hear the shocking revelation that Grant also believed he was being framed by her. He alleged that Janet stole reproductive fluids and saliva from him in 1977. He said that she had made him give samples of his reproductive fluid and saliva to get him tested for an STD after she discovered he was having having an affair. After the marriage ended, he alleged his DNA was stored at a hospital by a male friend. He went on to say that 15 years later his wife, out of malice, gave the DNA to someone else, all to frame him for a string of burglaries across southeast London. Prosecutor Jonathan Laidlaw QC said, "Your defence that someone planted your DNA is a lie born out of desperation, and because you have a complete inability to face up to what you have done. You simply refuse to face up to the burglaries and to the old people you attacked over the best part of 20 years. The idea that Janet Watson, who has already suffered at your hands, was behind this elaborate scheme to frame you is, the prosecution suggests, pure fiction and fantasy invented by you from start to finish." When asked why he did not mention his claims that his ex-wife had collected these samples, Grant said, "I just did not link the two at the time." Mr. Laidlaw said, "As you sat there day after day of interviews, are you telling the jury it didn't cross your mind that she was behind this?" The prosecution claimed Grant's defense was something he had made up since his arrest, because he could not face up to the enormity of what he had done. It was a startling web of lies, because in the 70s the technique to recover DNA from male fluids and saliva hadn't even been invented. It showed the jury what a desperate man would do to avoid punishment. Mr. Laidlaw told Grant that, "We are already beginning to see that your account falls apart when it is subjected to the most gentle of examinations." Delroy Grant replied, "For what reason would I want to violate old women?" To which Mr. Laidlaw said, "That is a very good question." And he added, "If these charges weren't so grave, this would be almost laughable as an account. Ms. Watson is not behind all of these offences. She had a bad time at your hands when you and her were together. You were the softly spoken charmer. Once you were married, you treated her badly. The truth is, Ms. Watson didn't want to have anything to do with you as of 1979. The truth is, she's a thoroughly decent, hard-working mother who has had absolutely nothing to do with seeking to get you into trouble in the years that have passed." When Delroy Grant was arrested in Witham Road, Beckenham, the prosecution alleged that he was caught almost red-handed. Grant was found wearing 2 pairs of jeans and 3 t-shirts, which the defendant explained was because he had been decorating and also because it was cold. He claimed a torch found in his pocket was planted by the police, and that the crowbar found in his Vauxhall Zafira was put there by Ms. Watson's accomplice. Mr. Laidlaw said, "The luck you had had for the best part of 20 years was about to run out. You say it's not just Ms. Watson and her accomplice, but that the police have also indulged in this planting things on you." He added, "You have become a very sophisticated attacker and burglar by this stage." While his fingerprints were being taken in the police station, it was revealed in court that he arrogantly remarked, "I don't know why you're bothering. I always wear gloves." He took such lengths to avoid detection during his 17-year crime spree that not one of his fingerprints were ever detected. The jury heard about the burglary kit found in a Zafira on the night of his arrest. All of the items within it were linked to crimes carried out by the Night Stalker. To add to this, the police explained that he was wearing a burglar's kit of 2 pairs of jeans, 2 pairs of boxer shorts, 3 t-shirts and shoes but no socks. This would have allowed him to change appearance quickly, vital in helping him hide his tracks on CCTV footage. The evidence was damning. Everything pointed towards Delroy Grant. His arrest in November 2009 has been described as a fine example of good old-fashioned policing, a stakeout, a chase, and a clean arrest. But Grant could and should have been caught 10 years earlier. In May 1999, investigators received the sort of breakthrough that should have brought Grant's reign of terror to an end, stopping any more victims going through such an appalling ordeal. A member of the public witnessed a man acting suspiciously near the scene of a burglary in Bromley. They took a note of the registration number of the BMW they saw him getting into. Checking the vehicle details against the DVLA records, police ascertained that the BMW belonged to a man by the name of Delroy Easton Grant. Spotting that the burglary bore a number of similarities to the Night Stalker attacks, they referred it to Scotland Yard's Operation Minstead team. But a rookie detective accessed the wrong Delroy Grant, who, unlike the attacker, was already on the National DNA database. So when police checked his forensics against the sample left at the scene of an earlier attack, there was no match. Police went to Delroy Grant's home in South London, but their inquiries weren't thorough enough. An officer spoke to his wife and she confirmed that the suspect's car seen near the burglary did belong to them. But inexplicably, police never went to speak to Delroy Grant himself. In August 1999, Delroy Grant from South London, the Night Stalker, was ruled out. A spokesman for the Independent Police Complaints Commission said it was a simple misunderstanding which had horrific consequences. Grant went on to commit a further 146 offences after the blunder. In 2001, police received another potential clue. A caller to Crime Stoppers said an effort of the offender resembled a man working in a children's home, a man named Delroy Grant. Police now say that they do not regard this as a missed opportunity because the information they were given at the time was sketchy. The caller said the effort also looked like someone else. But both near misses in 1999 and 2001 raised questions about Operation Minstead, the operation that was meant to catch the Night Stalker. While it was nearly 2 decades too late, the court case was damning for Delroy Easton Grant. On the 24th of March 2011, the jury found him guilty on all 29 charges. He was given 4 life sentences. Police still believed he may have been responsible for another 600 attacks. Delroy Grant is still in HM Prison, Belmarsh. Now aged 65, he should never see freedom again. Newborn babies, the most precious, the most innocent thing on the planet. The very thought of anyone even wishing something ill upon something so beautiful is so abhorrent and so inhuman that it's almost unfathomable. But sadly, some dark souls out there won't just have these thoughts. They will bring them into reality. They will take action and do the unthinkable. This is the full and detailed case of Lucy Letby. Our story begins in the heart of Cheshire, England. There, the Countess of Chester Hospital has stood for centuries. From humble beginnings as a dispensary for the needy in the 1800s, it has grown into a vital institution offering a wide range of medical services. At the core of the hospital's mission is a commitment to serving the community. From maternity care to specialised units in cardiology, oncology and more. The hospital also stands as a hub for medical research and education, fostering collaboration with universities as well as medical schools. More specifically to this story, the neonatal unit is a sanctuary for the tiniest of patients, where the delicate cries of newborns can be heard throughout each day. It is a place of both vulnerability and resilience, a place where the dedication of healthcare professionals provide the best care possible. Chester in Cheshire, England is a city that is infested with history and charm. It can be dated back to the Roman times. It is the city where many excited families give birth to beautiful newborn children, but the pictures painted here aren't always beautiful. In Nursery 1, often referred to as the Hot Room, the Countess of Chester Hospital's dedicated staff faced many challenging circumstances. In November of 2013, Victoria and Michael Whitfield welcomed their precious daughter Felicity into the world at just 34 weeks. In those early days, the Whitfields placed their trust in the caring hands of Lucy Letby, a nurse that had recently begun working on the unit. Lucy was described as a sweet, innocent nurse, one that the Whitfields were happy to have taken care of their newborn bundle of joy. On November the 20th, Lucy sat beside baby Felicity, and then the peaceful atmosphere was shattered. The sound of alarms pierced the air, and Lucy sprang into action. She pressed the emergency button to call for reinforcements, doing what she could to restore the baby's health. As the medical team rushed into the room, they worked tirelessly to save Felicity's life with intense focus, a life which had suddenly taken a dark turn. Felicity's lungs had collapsed. She was holding on to life by a single thread. The medical team was able to fully intubate and stabilize the new baby, but questions still remained about what exactly had caused such a drastic change. This would be the first of many suspicious occurrences at the Countess of Chester Hospital. The next 2 years would remain relatively quiet in the neonatal unit, at least as far as unexplained complications were concerned. However, on June 8, 2015, that all would change. Baby A, one of a pair of twins, began displaying signs of distress, an all too common occurrence in a place where newborn babies are closely monitored. While baby A's mother was concerned about the distress, the nurse in charge had told her not to worry as she monitored his progress. But within 26 minutes, that same nurse recognized the gravity of the situation. They urgently called for a doctor to intervene. The baby's stats were tanking and it wasn't looking good. Among the chaos, the baby's mother anxiously awaited for news on her child's fate, watching as doctors crowded around her baby. The nurse tried to reassure the mother in a calming manner, offering words of comfort in the most difficult of moments. However, the situation took a somber turn as the urgency escalated. Before the clock struck 9 on that night, baby A's struggle came to a heartbreaking end, leaving medical professionals to grapple with an unexplained loss. In the aftermath, the nurse extended a gentle gesture to the grieving parents, offering to bathe and dress the baby, giving them intimate time with him before he was taken to the mortuary. In the wake of baby A's tragic loss, the entire neonatal unit endured intense emotional strain, and just 28 hours later, the unthinkable happened. Baby B, baby A's twin sister, suddenly collapsed. A sense of urgency filled the air once more as another emergency situation unfolded. In those tense moments, baby B was successfully resuscitated, saved from the same fate as her twin brother. While relief washed over the team and the parents, questions still swirled as to what exactly had gone wrong. They performed testing to try and discern exactly what had happened, finding that baby B had loops of gas-filled bowels, indicating that a bowel obstruction had caused the collapse. This was not a cause for immediate concern. Baby B was monitored closely as she eventually gained health, and she was eventually discharged with her still grieving parents. On June 14, 2015, baby C made its entrance into the world. He was born 10 weeks before his due date. His arrival was met with cautious optimism, requiring no immediate medical attention and seemingly in good health. Despite this good news, the fact that he was premature landed him in the neonatal unit. The staff in this unit closely monitored baby C's progress, and all seemed well until another grim turn took place. In the midst of the challenge to save his life, a nurse's hushed words to baby C's mother carried the weight of the world. She said, "He's going." Despite everyone's efforts, baby C's condition just couldn't be repaired. He passed away within a day of his birth, leaving another unexplained crisis on the books. Baby D was brought into the world 6 days later as a full-term infant. However, she found herself in a neonatal unit since the mother's water had broken early. Medical professionals had given her a clean bill of health but kept her in for observation. However, as the early hours of her life unfolded, baby D endured a series of unexplained crises. Throughout the course of 2 horrifying hours, baby D coded time and time again. Nurses noted that she had skin discoloration each time they had to rush to her aid. Baby D would suffer yet another collapse just 34 minutes later. This sadly ended her life before it could even truly begin. Now, after 4 unexplained emergency situations in just 1 month, the head of the neonatal department, Dr. Breary, took notice of the strange occurrences. He conducted a meticulous review of Baby D's case, as well as the 3 previous unexplained incidents. However, no definitive conclusions arose from the investigation, leaving only further questions about what was happening at the hospital. Babies E and F were born 10 weeks premature. They resided in a neonatal unit under the care of a medical team. On August 3, 2015, their mother visited the unit, milk bottles in hand, but her discovery left her concerned. She noticed that baby E had a red liquid around his mouth. She called out to the nurse nearby to check on him. The nurse quickly calmed her nerves, saying it was simply a result of tube irritation in baby E's stomach. The twins' mother was calmed, but tensions only grew as a doctor visited on his rounds the next morning. Upon inspection of baby E, the doctor had noticed the same thing. They found fresh red fluid coming up baby E's tube. From outside the unit, baby E's mother heard the familiar sound of her own child's horrendous crying. She rushed to find her baby in distress as resuscitation attempts were being made. But despite their best efforts, baby E was the 4th baby that had lost his life suddenly and without reason. Less than 24 hours later, baby F crashed as well, leaving the hopeless mother in a state of utter despair. Luckily, though, baby F was able to be restored to full health, but this left behind another suspicion that could no longer be ignored. It was at this point that nurses became suspicious of these occurrences. Further testing showed abnormal levels of insulin in baby F's system. This could not be explained away easily. The nurses began to suspect that someone had overdosed the infant with insulin. This must have caused a myriad of complications from the extreme levels. By October, 3 more infants had passed away unexpectedly. Something had to be done. Nurses, doctors, and even Dr. Berry went to their supervisors and consultants to beg for some kind of investigation from upper management, but their cries were muffled by words that claimed they were making a fuss. Even though some kind of investigation was promised, it wouldn't take place until February of 2016. Dr. Berry had waited too long. He knew he had to take action. After ordering a thematic review to the now extremely high toll of lost lives, he found one common factor that existed among every single unexplained occurrence. One nurse that had been on staff during every single collapse. This nurse's connection to mortalities and scares were met with confirmation from doctors and nurses that were uncomfortable with working with her. Suspicion within the unit had already been growing about her behaviour. Dr. Berry called a meeting to discuss his findings. The findings were sent to the medical director of the hospital, Ian Harvey. Dr. Berry begged for an emergency meeting to take action, but no such meeting would occur for 3 more months. During this 3-month period, 2 more babies experienced life-threatening circumstances that could not otherwise be explained. They were found with either air or extreme amounts of insulin within their system. This couldn't be an accident. These actions were clearly intentional. Other nurses and doctors were refusing to work with this one nurse, the nurse that was becoming increasingly more suspicious. Taking action to the best of their ability, the nurse of interest was no longer allowed to work on night shifts. She was banned until the confusion was settled. On May the 11th, Dr. Berry would finally get his urgent meeting with Harvey and Alison Kelly, Kelly being the director of nursing. It was during this meeting that Berry would spout his complaints, his concerns and alarms about the nurse who everyone was now afraid of, with seemingly nothing being done to stop the huge spike in child mortality rates. However, the only response that was received was an assurance letter from the NHS Trust. This is the organisational unit in charge of that hospital. According to this letter, there was no evidence whatsoever to suggest that a nurse was causing this huge mortality rate. They put it down to purely coincidence. With nowhere to turn, doctors and nurses in the neonatal unit were forced to return to work, knowing that every day would be riddled with anxiety over the next child's collapse. By June of 2016, directly after another strange crisis, the nurse in question had taken a vacation to Ibiza. Everyone was now able to settle and breathe, at least for a little while. During this 2-week vacation, no emergent situations occurred within the neonatal unit, but on June the 23rd, the nurse had returned. This was just in time for another life on the neonatal unit to end. Child O was a perfectly healthy baby. He was due to be discharged to his parents. As had always occurred, he collapsed unexpectedly, leaving shocked and distraught parents behind. 13 minutes later, Baby O's triplet brother met the exact same fate. This was the final straw. It had to end here. Too many lives had been lost. Doctors and nurses were tired of standing by and doing nothing, of receiving no help from above. Upon investigation, it was found that Baby O had an injury to his liver. Air had been injected into his bloodstream. This, once more, was no accident. Someone had deliberately done this to this poor, innocent soul. Dr. Brery urgently called Karen Rees. She was the duty executive of the hospital, telling her what had just happened and demanding that the vicious nurse be removed from the unit. Rees, instead of finally launching an investigation, simply said that the nurse was safe to work, and that she herself would take the responsibility for any further situations. Dr. Brery was met with more disappointment, knowing that this wouldn't be the end. He decided to remove the nurse from the unit anyway, placing her on clerical duties in the wake of inaction. Again, the mortality rate had slowed and the strange collapses ceased. 3 months of peace would preside over the neonatal unit until in September of 2016, the hospital would receive a letter of grievance from Lucy Letby, the nurse that had formerly worked on the neonatal unit, before suddenly being forced to work in a clerical position. The letter detailed the unprofessional behaviour and attitude that she had received from other doctors and nurses on staff, saying that she was constantly bullied for months. In response to this letter, all doctors and nurses were forced to write a letter of apology to Lucy. After writing the letter of apology, another cry for an investigation rang out towards the NHS Trust. An investigation that did happen and took 2 months to complete. The Trust found in November of 2016 that nothing out of the ordinary was occurring in the neonatal unit. Every path had been exhausted and there was nowhere left to turn. Maybe they had just been wrong. Maybe Lucy Letby was just the sweet, fun-loving and bubbly nurse that everyone else said that she was. If that was the case, what else could have been causing such crushing chaos? Nurses and doctors combed through every option they could think of. Viruses, contaminations, anything they could grab onto to explain the horror that had been happening. They tried as hard as they could to come up with an alternative explanation. But no such explanation could be found. It had to be harm inflicted at the hands of a nurse. And that nurse had to be Lucy Letby. A year would pass until in May of 2017, Police were finally called in to investigate the carnage in the neonatal unit at the hospital after the staggering mortality rates were finally seen on paper. After considering the option of naturally occurring reasons, it was more likely that the lost lives were the result of deliberate harm. And it didn't take long for police to point to a prime suspect. With just the coincidence of her shifts alone, Lucy Letby was arrested.
Hello, Lucy, is it?
Yes.
Hello, my name's Chester, please. Look, it's Stefan, 2 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Is there anybody else? Oh, can you take the yeah, not a problem.
Yeah. I'm going to put you in the back seat over here.
Hold on, man, to
Yes.
get this seat.
Okay, just take a seat in there for me, Lucy. I'll move that seat forward a bit. Shortly.
Yeah, I've just had knee surgery.
Oh, right, okay.
Her initial interview would yield nothing. Lucy insisted that everything that happened was out of her control. She said that the whole neonatal team wondered together what may be occurring.
They told me that there would be a lot more deaths and that I'd been linked to somebody that was there for a lot of them.
Did you have any concerns that there was a rise in the mortality rate?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me about that. What concerns did you have?
I think we'd all just noticed as a team in general, the nursing staff, that this was a rise compared to previous years.
However, this did not deter investigators. This only prompted them to investigate for physical evidence instead of a confession. Searches of Lucy's home as well as her parents' home provided the staggering evidence that they needed. Lucy had strangely been hoarding patient records. This was along with multiple handwritten notes about her thoughts and experiences. Among these notes were the words, "I am evil. I did this." In Lucy's bedroom, over 200 handover sheets were discovered in shopping bags. Sheets which detailed the depressing ends and emergent situations of the babies in the neonatal unit. Police continued to search, turning next to Lucy's computer. Investigation into her search history found that Lucy had searched for 11 of the affected families on Facebook. Additionally, searches on her smartphone discovered a photo of a sympathy card, one that was sent to one of the families. The card was signed with Lucy's name. The police would spend the next year combing through the thousands of pages of reports and interviews, finally gathering enough evidence to charge Lucy Letby with her heinous crimes. In November of 2020, all the evidence pointed to one fact: Lucy Letby was responsible for ending these infants' lives. A supporting role of this evidence included the text messages that Lucy would send in correlation with each lost life. She would bask in the sympathy she received as the unsuccessful hero in these infants' lives. She would say things like, "It was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. Hard coming in tonight and seeing the parents." She would continue to garner the sympathy of her friends over each chaotic emergency, detailing each loss and complication. It was clear that Lucy had no remorse for what she had done. Years after these numerous incidents, families were forced to grapple with the fact that they did not lose their children due to natural circumstances, and that nothing had been done to stop it happening again. As news broke that these infants had passed away at the hands of a nurse, the powers in Westminster released a statement saying they would be launching an independent inquiry to investigate the inaction of the NHS Trust. Families look back on her interactions with Lucy, with one mother realising that she had witnessed one of Lucy Letby's attacks. Despite not being his designated nurse, Baby C's mother had seen Lucy standing over her son's monitor. This was just moments before the emergency alarm sounded. Lucy Letby had been injecting that baby with air. and she had been injecting air and insulin into the IV bags and the intubation tubes of every single baby, leading them all to either extreme health complications or to the end of their lives. Additionally, it was found that Lucy had injected some of the infants multiple times after their lives didn't end, with parents discovering the true horrors that the children had gone through at her hands. All of this and more would be revealed at her trial in October of 2022. There, every detail of her crimes would be aired out by witness statements. Lucy faced the weight of 22 charges. She pled not guilty to each and every one. The most compelling evidence that the prosecution would produce was the handwritten notes found inside of Lucy's home. The notes containing the troubling confessions of her evil nature, and the fact that she did it was difficult for the defense to combat. However, what was also present were notes declaring her innocence, leaving the question of her guilt extremely unclear. What proved to be truly haunting were the witness statements. Expert witness Dr. Dewey Evans took the stand, testifying to the harrowing instance involving child G. He revealed that under Lucy's care, the baby had received far more milk than prescribed, one that couldn't be anything other than a deliberate act, one with intent to harm. As the courtroom drama continued, another startling statement came to light from Lisa Walker, a co-worker of Lucy's. According to her testimony, not only had Lucy Letby neglected to help when one of the infants was in distress, but had also chastised another worker for lending a hand. Lucy's squeaky clean, nice Lucy facade was beginning to crumble. As witness testimonies continued, Lucy's supervisor detailed the odd behaviour that she exhibited during her time on the unit. She would spend excessive time with babies that were not assigned to her care, with doctors witnessing her watch the oxygen levels drop and do nothing. Co-workers detailed how Lucy would neglect her own assigned infants in order to latch onto other infants in the unit, other infants which would later have health complications. As the trial progressed, the jury was shown Lucy's diary, in which she had written the initials of each of the babies who had passed away or that had experienced serious emergencies. The amount of time that officers spent gathering the evidence proved to be useful as Lucy's act was being destroyed. May of 2023 would mark a pivotal moment in the trial as Lucy took the stand in her own defence. With a voice full of emotion, she made the declaration that she had only ever done her best to care for the infants, saying that she was there to take care of them, not to harm them. As her questioning continued, Lucy introduced an unexpected claim. She said that the tragic occurrences were the result of plumbing issues within the hospital, and that nurses were neglecting to wash their hands. This was something that the prosecution hadn't prepared for. They scrambled to continue their fight to prove Lucy's guilt. Nick Johnson, lead prosecutor, had succinctly summarised what the jury was meant to do. It was their duty to weigh the evidence presented, deciding whether Lucy was truly guilty of her crimes, of injecting air and insulin over 22 times into various infants, ones that otherwise would have had the very real promise of life. As the jury deliberated for 22 days to match her 22 charges, the legal teams of both sides considered what the outcome may be. While Lucy did have an overwhelming evidence against her, some of the 22 charges included multiple attempts against the same baby, but attempts that ultimately resulted in their survival. Would the entire trial be thrown out over any of these charges? Ultimately, Lucy Letby was found guilty of 14 of the 22 charges. She was found guilty of ending the lives of 7 infants and attempting to end the life of 7 more. Lucy refused to leave her prison cell for the sentencing hearing, apparently unable to bear the shame of the families of which she had destroyed. It was during this hearing in August of 2023 that the judge would equate Lucy's acts to sadism.
This was a cruel, calculated and cynical campaign of child murder involving the smallest and most vulnerable of children, knowing that your actions were causing significant physical suffering and would cause untold mental suffering. You created situations so that collapses or causes of collapses would not be obvious or associated with you. You removed and retained confidential records of events relating to your crimes and checked up on bereaved parents. There was a deep malevolence bordering on sadism in your actions. During the course of this trial, you have coldly denied any responsibility for your wrongdoing and sought to attribute some fault to others. You have no remorse. There are no mitigating factors. In their totality, the offences of murder and attempted murder were of exceptionally high seriousness, and just punishment, according to law, requires a whole life order. Lucy Letby, on each of the 7 offences of murder and the 7 offences of attempted murder, I sentence you to imprisonment for life. Because the seriousness of your offences is exceptionally high, I direct that the early release provisions do not apply. The order of the court, therefore, is a whole life order on each and every offence, and you will spend the rest of your life in prison.
Lucy became the 4th woman in English history to be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Lucy is currently working to appeal this sentence, hoping to see the outside world once more. On the other side of justice, Nick Johnson announced that his team would be retrying Lucy on just one of the accusations, one story involving a baby girl in February of 2016, a trial that will not take place until June of 2024. Nick Johnson will not be able to retry this case until after Lucy appeals the original conviction. In the meantime, the attention of many is turning to the NHS Trust, the organisation in charge of the hospital. Healthcare workers who had worked alongside Lucy have come forward to shed light on a troubling workplace environment. They have recounted experiences of a hostile atmosphere for those who had tried to raise concerns about Lucy and her crimes early on, and the pervasive fear of a destroyed reputation that swept it under the rug. Throughout Lucy's trial, several paediatricians who worked alongside her had repeatedly voiced their concerns about her behaviour, only being met with resistance on the part of management. Dr. John Gibbs, a member of the department, disclosed that paediatricians were definitely concerned that Lucy had been harming neonatal patients, but responses to these concerns would take months upon months to arrive. Many of the families, staff and public firmly believe that if the hospital's management had taken appropriate action, that many lives could have been saved. Dr. Jayaram, a doctor that had raised concerns about Lucy Letby in October of 2015, stating that the truth needs to come out about why no action was taken to protect the innocent lives within the hospital. Additionally, the delayed involvement of the police is an even more concerning factor, highlighting a systemic issue within the NHS. Issues that could perhaps stem from the systemic underfunding of the NHS, the overworking of NHS caregivers, of unfathomable bureaucracy, of needless middle management, and the funneling of taxpayer money away from actual healthcare and into private entities and donors' pockets. Altogether, this contributes to a lower level of care, arguably by design. Dewey Evans, the expert witness for the prosecution, among many others, strongly believes that there should be a police investigation into the hospital executives who consistently ignored the claims against Lucy. Lawyer Tamlin Bolton is representing the families of several babies who were the victims of Lucy Letby, making civil claims against the trust in charge of the hospital. Bolton emphasised that the importance of scrutinising what the trust knew about the situation must must be uncovered for proper justice to be served, highlighting the compliance they hold in the tragedies that occurred. While the British government did launch an independent inquiry into the trust, many representatives of the victims' families have argued that this isn't enough. Letters have been sent to the revolving door of health secretaries, demanding the government to establish a statutory inquiry, an inquiry which would compel individuals involved to provide evidence, as opposed to the independent inquiry which allows for them to opt out of providing evidence. Rob Behrens, the man who is leading the fight against the trust, has stressed that this moment is pivotal in the history of the health service, underscoring the need to understand why patient safety isn't given as much importance as the reputation of the management teams. The call for a more comprehensive investigation and the protection of those who raise concerns is a significant step towards addressing systemic issues in the healthcare system and in gaining true justice for the families involved that endure such heartache. Do you think the punishment fits the crime here? What do you think can be done to avoid something like this happening again? Please do let me know down in the comments. Be careful out there, and I'll see you soon.